In the final great war against the brutal destroyer, this young man was nothing more than a pawn, sacrificed, his body completely shattered by a single blow. Somehow, instead of dying, he managed to time travel back to 15 years before the disaster of the apocalypse occurred. Fortunately, he still retained his magical knowledge and peak combat skills from the future. However, at the current moment, those things were only theoretical and had never been discovered by anyone. So, when the young man just tried practicing a few basic moves, everyone thought he was using a cheat hack. The famous heroic female mage, who was completely out of reach in his past life, has now in this life become a junior, who constantly comes to him to ask for help with her studies. Even his former enemy did a complete 180 and became a loyal follower. Everywhere they go, they worship him like an idol. Though for these young guys, it smells a bit like romance. Everything began in the middle of a burning battlefield. Ray gasped for breath in agony, telling himself, in the end, we have managed to make it this far. Yeah. Looking toward the enemy, he still harbored a faint hope that they might be able to defeat that thing, but suddenly, a bright red flash of light pierced straight through his body. His breath caught in his throat, and his glowing red eyes gradually lost their light. As he realized his limit had come, he collapsed onto the cold ground amidst the ruins and the corpses of his fallen comrades. A single fatal blow had ended everything. Ray bitterly wondered, am I really going to die without achieving anything? This entire tragedy began when Liquidator, the enemy of humanity with powers of unknown origin, appeared and wiped out a whole continent. To fight against him, an organization to protect humanity was established with legendary warriors, led by Brian Miller, the man who was dubbed the shield that protects the world after surviving a meteorite, a lesion without a single scratch. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him was the great sage Bella Onbright, who possessed earth-shattering magical power equivalent to an entire division. Next was the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield, the talented hunter who once took down a high-level dragon with only a single arrow. And one cannot forget the man known as the strongest swordsman to have ever existed, the Sword Saint, Army White. Alongside those legends, there were also Gray and the people in the so-called support unit, but in reality, Infantryman Gray and his comrades were nothing more and nothing less than sacrificial pawns. Witnessing the outstanding students from the World Alliance Academy fight, he bitterly realized they were truly on a completely different level. He wondered if the presence of weaklings like himself here still held any meaning at all. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Ray burst into tears of frustration. We also practiced so hard, didn't we? Ami's attack finally managed to touch the enemy, making Liquidator exclaim in surprise. Oh ho, you actually managed to injure me? He coldly replied. Fine, I should. Then suddenly released a terrifying glowing red surge of energy. A deathly slash swept across, obliterating everything in the blink of an eye. Liquidator hovered in mid-air, coldly declaring, should we stop playing around now? His mind was in turmoil as he realized the brutal truth. He defeated them with just a single blow. He said that everything up until now was just him playing around. This can't be. His glowing red eyes gradually closed in utter helplessness. Amidst the desolate battlefield covered in the corpses of fallen soldiers, all hope was completely extinguished along with the thought, we have absolutely no chance of winning. While lying defeated on the ground, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Huh? Wait a minute. Why am I still alive? A mysterious voice echoed. I have found you. Reveal yourself, possessor of great power. Manhwa. Ray abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself standing in an unfamiliar land, filled with ruined remnants under a night sky. He asked himself in bewilderment. Where is this? Is this the afterlife? It looked so barren. His gaze stopped on a tall figure, majestically reigning on a throne ahead. Kronos looked down at Gray and coldly declared, You are not dead yet. Your physical wounds have been healed. Yeah. Gray was stunned, recalling the moment his chest was pierced through. He asked blankly, Did you heal me? But the answer he received was completely unexpected. No, it wasn't me, but your own power. Gray couldn't help but feel skeptical. My own power. The mysterious god continued to explain that even he could not completely analyze the terrifying cheat code-like power locked inside him. However, he asserted that it far surpassed what Liquidator currently possessed as long as Ray could control it. Ray trembled as he spoke. Are you saying that we can win? In response was Kronos' silent gaze. I do not know. I do not place high expectations either, but I believe Liquidator needs to be eliminated. Nine. Silence. He decisively ordered, Now, you may go. A gigantic magic circle in the shape of a clock glowed intensely, enveloping Gray's body. In a deep blue energy as Kronos declared, I will lend you my power. Back on the desolate battlefield, Gray's hand suddenly moved and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. A burning dark red energy surrounded the blade, making him astonished. This is, Kronos' voice still echoed in his ears. It is your power. My power is not something you can see with the naked eye. Noticing the movement behind him, Liquidator exclaimed in surprise. An impactful slash carrying a surge of glowing red dark energy rushed straight toward him. Liquidator was shocked. This is impossible. Is there still a strong opponent like this left? Seeing the scratch on the opponent's armor, Ray realized it seems he is injured too. Ray channeled his strength into the sword, confidently thinking to himself, I could even say, my power is superior. Backed into a corner, Liquidator roared, Don't underestimate me. I will acknowledge you, forcing me to use my full power immediately. A flash of energy sliced his body in half, however. The enemy never expected that despite such a fatal wound, he still hadn't died. At this moment, his entire body was covered by a dense, dark power. Liquidator asked, trembling, What on earth is that? Are you truly human? Half of Ray's face began to transform, covered with glowing red energy cracks. The two clashed, creating a shockwave explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Ray's attack was so strong that it shattered Liquidator's defense, terrifying him. The destroyer stammered once again. Are you truly human? Just as those words ended, a fatal wound appeared on his shoulder. Ray coldly replied, That is exactly my question for you. Even though Liquidator was panting heavily from exhaustion, he still could not hide his astonishment. Your power is indeed something that cannot be underestimated, Ray coldly declared. I will crush you time and time again, until you are truly dead. Then rushed forward with a powerful slash carrying a surge of dark energy. A painful, miserable scream rang out as Liquidator was struck. He exclaimed in frustration, You monster! However, the destroyer still refused to submit. He suddenly released a blinding light that enveloped his entire body. His hands formed seals, preparing to activate an ultimate type of magic. The sky abruptly transformed as a gigantic blue moon appeared, taking over the entire space, accompanied by a cold declaration. Time is up. Ray looked up in shock. What is that? It looks as if night has suddenly fallen. Oyay! Ray gritted his teeth and shot back. Ray ningin rangdogap trua. So what? And he swung his sword, giving his all to face the battle. Gray's sword clashed powerfully against the opponent's defense, creating brilliant sparks, but he was stunned. To realize his attack was completely ineffective, Liquidator mocked him in his bewilderment. But it's useless. In this twilight realm, nothing can harm me. Don't resist in vain anymore, and look up at the stars. Not me. Ray stared blankly at the brilliant points of light reflecting in his eyes. Liquidator whispered triumphantly, "They are beautiful, aren't they?" Immediately, a giant pillar of light shot down from above, engulfing Ray. That terrifying power created an earth-shattering explosion, seemingly wanting to completely wipe out his existence. Liquidator hovered amidst the aura, coldly declaring, "If you are completely crushed into ashes, then you won't be able to resurrect." Day. He was certain that everything was over. But suddenly, brilliant blue lightning began to surround him. A plot twist fit for a main character made Liquidator exclaim in shock, "What?" A giant magic circle in the shape of a clock appeared right behind him. Liquidator trembled as he realized the anomaly. This energy. From inside the glowing portals, Kronos' voice echoed. "You have gathered a massive amount of power. That is probably enough to send you back." No mind. Realizing who was intervening at the last minute, Liquidator roared in terror. "This is impossible! Kronos!" Kronos manifested and gave orders to Gray. "Can you hear me? The one who carries the great power. Focus all of my strength, and I will send you back to the past." "No, needed," Kronos decisively declared. "That is all I can do for you." The magic clock turned violently, and Roman numerals flashed by like lightning, drawing Ray into the vortex of time to return to the beginning. Kronos' voice echoed with absolute authority. "I entrust the fate of this world to you." Ray slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in a lush green field of grass under the brilliant sunlight. He looked around in bewilderment and muttered, "Where is this?" In the distance, a peaceful village appeared, leaving Ray completely stunned. "That is Ronaldo Village, my hometown." He remembered clearly that this village shouldn't exist, since it was supposed to have been flattened 15 years ago. Kronos' reassurance flashed through his mind. "I will send you back to the past." Ray trembled in shock. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain from his arm made him cry out. It hurts." Looking at his bandaged wound, Ray gradually grasped reality. "This wound, that's right. Around this time, I was usually bullied by Boulder and those other guys." He gritted his teeth and told himself, "I can't let myself keep getting beaten by them. But they are too strong. I can't defeat them." He let out a tired sigh, feeling as if defeating Liquidator just now was merely a distant dream. Ray closed his eyes, the image of the destroyer flashing through his mind. He silently walked into the forest, telling himself, "I'll figure out how to deal with them once I get a bit stronger. Why? I don't want to get hurt." Ray froze when he realized he had run straight into them. Boulder walked up with a smug look on his face. He carried his sword on his shoulder and growled, "I've been looking everywhere for you. You really caused me a lot of trouble." "Boulder's aura," screamed B-grade villain, who loves to pick a fight at the alley entrance. Ray broke into a cold sweat as Boulder threw a sword down at his feet and coldly ordered, "Pick it up." Ray was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Seeing Ray still hesitating, Boulder shouted loudly, "Stop playing dumb! Have a sparring match with me!" Ray tried to find a way to decline. "Oh, a sparring match? I'm sorry, but my wounds haven't fully healed yet. A polite rejection, but his fate. To get punched was hard to escape. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm afraid I can't participate until I'm fully healed. However, the leader just sneered and replied, Don't worry. The sword has been dulled, so it's very safe. Looking at the massive chunk of iron on the ground, Ray thought to himself in fear, but no matter how dull it is, it's still a big chunk of iron. If it hits the wrong spot, Boulder's patience quickly vanished. He roared, Shut your dog mouth! Do you think you have the right to refuse? He held his sword and rushed straight at him, radiating intense, murderous intent. If you don't like swords, then bare hands work just fine too. Ray was shocked to realize his opponent's true intention. He plans to beat me while I'm unarmed? What kind of sparring is this? In that critical moment, the memory of a military doctor's words from his past life suddenly surfaced in Gray's mind. The reason your swordsmanship isn't improving is due to an injury from when you were a child. He bitterly realized that perhaps right here, his failed life had begun. Ray was amazed to find that Boulder's attacks were actually incredibly slow. He easily sidestepped to dodge his opponent's swing, dodging the attack as smoothly as if in slow motion. No, that's not it. Ray told himself as he noticed his own reflexes were on a completely different level. Boulder screamed in a fury, You bastard! Why can't I hit you? He kept swinging his sword frantically, but Gray, still effortlessly, dodged with calm, glowing red eyes. Ray realized the truth. He was faster. The lackeys standing outside were also stunned by his transformation. The way he moves, it's like he's a completely different person. Even though his current body was no longer as strong as in his past life, Ray still remembered vividly every bit of the extensive combat experience he had gone through. He bent down to pick up the dull sword just as Boulder rushed forward, shouting loudly, Take this! Ray swung his sword to counterattack, creating a powerful clash that left his opponent dazed. Ray looked at his opponent with utter contempt, thinking did just one blow send him rolling on the ground. Should I really fight back against someone this green? He quickly cast aside his pity as he recalled the ruthless beatings that this trash had inflicted on him. Ray gritted his teeth and asserted, But now, that is no longer true. He delivered a powerful, direct slash, completely shattering Boulder's defensive stance. Boulder's sword flew out of his hand and he trembled, stammering, Damn it! Ray commented with heavy irony, Your skills are even worse than a total rookie's. He slowly approached, firmly gripping the sword in his hand, and coldly repeated the exact words that Adam Boulder had said. Because you guys taught me that as long as the blade is maligned dull, hitting someone with it is completely safe, right? Gray's glowing red eyes flashed with a deadly smile, aimed directly at the trembling guy in front of him. Ray delivered a lightning-fast strike, giving Boulder no time to react. A large wound appeared clearly on his chest. He instantly let out a painful scream and collapsed under everyone's terrified gazes. Even Ray was a bit startled, wondering to himself, Wasn't this blade supposed to be dull? He took a closer look at the sword in his hand and confirmed it was completely dull. Ray thought to himself, if this had been a truly sharp blade, Boulder probably would have lost his life long ago. A brilliant red light flashed in his eyes. He coldly decided, Then let's just keep the blade dull like this. Saying that, he delivered another extremely heavy blow, sending Boulder flying away. Looking at the trembling lackeys, Gray casually asked, What's wrong? Why are you guys screaming so loud? Boulder could now only clutch his wound, coughing up blood while looking at Gray with eyes full of terror. The tables turned, so fast that the henchmen froze in collective shock. Gray flashed a haunting smile and repeated their own words. You told me that a dull sword is safe, right? It was you guys, right? Overwhelmed by intense frustration and fear. Boulder roared, giving orders to his lackeys. So, what are you guys standing there for? Rush him and beat him up. Even though they saw Gray had suddenly become unusually strong, the lackeys still decided to risk their lives. They simultaneously rushed in to launch a sneak attack from behind. A desperate move typical of minor lackeys who won't survive 3 episodes. Ray calmly glanced at them and asked, "What's this? Do you guys want another round?" Despite the murderous intent radiating from him, the crowd still frantically rushed forward with a shout. "Kill him!" Ray smirked meaningfully. "I was planning to let it go." But immediately after that came consecutive strikes, echoing throughout the forest. In just the blink of an eye, Boulder and his lackeys were forced to kneel on the ground, their faces completely swollen and in too much pain to speak, looking at the people who used to be his nightmare now reduced to such a pathetic state. Gray thought to himself, to think I used to be so afraid of this crowd. He coldly questioned them. "You guys are students of the Saria swordsmanship dojo, right?" Boulder trembled and stammered in reply, pretty much. "We felt like we were strong enough, so we haven't been going there lately." Hearing that, Ray mocked them in his mind. "And this is what you call strong enough?" He began to feel disappointed, and told himself he shouldn't expect too much from this dojo. However, on second thought, that place might still have some value left to exploit. Ray decisively ordered, "Introduce me to that dojo. That dojo requires a recommendation from someone to enter." "Right?" Boulder fearfully tried to find a way out. "Maybe you should ask someone else. If I tell the master that I lost, I can't even imagine what he would say." Seeing his opponent still hesitating, Ray coldly raised his sword in front of Boulder's face. "In that case, let's continue our unfinished business." Murderous intent radiated from him, heavily resembling a villain who had just usurped the main character's role. Boulder was so terrified that all color drained from his face. He hurriedly shouted out, "I'll introduce you right away." The leader turned tail and ran for dear life. "The dojo is this way." The lackeys, seeing their boss run away, also chased after him in a panic. "Hey, me! Wait up, Boulder! Don't leave us behind." The entire group walked through the town, with rows of high-rise buildings standing close together. Along the way, Boulder curiously asked, "But why do you want to enter that dojo?" Ray didn't look at him and just casually asked back, "This dojo has a slot to recommend someone into the academy, right?" Upon hearing Boulder confirm it, Ray asserted firmly, "That's exactly why I want to enter." One guy walking beside him looked at Ray with deep admiration, mixed with hesitation, and blurted out, "I think you're already so strong that you don't even need to enter the academy." Ray looked off into the distance, his heart heavy with thoughts. If only being this strong were truly enough, that would be wonderful. He recalled the brutal reality when even the strongest lineup in the world was completely helpless against Liquidator, despite putting every ounce of their strength into the fight. Ray bitterly realized that when the enemy got truly serious, he couldn't even leave a single scratch on his armored dart. Ray wondered how strong he would have to become to be able to defeat that entity. However, he could still see a faint glimmer of hope. Ray recalled the brief moment during the battle when he had actually tapped into and controlled the terrifying dark power hidden within himself. He suddenly remembered the days he was instructed by the Sword Saint. Ray told himself that what he focused on back then was precisely the swordsmanship taught by the Sword Saint Tito. Looking back at his own weakness in the past, he regretted that if he had spent more time training under the same conditions as her, perhaps the outcome of that life-and-death battle would have taken a completely different direction. Ray believed that this was precisely the reason Kronos had sent him back to this starting point at the Saria dojo. a sharp-looking woman with white hair, was coldly looking at the pathetic students in front of her. Her overwhelming instructor aura was like a sub-boss preparing to purge the entire dojo. Carrying a wooden sword on her shoulder, she growled, summarizing the situation. "So, to put it briefly, you guys are trying to tell me that you took the swordsmanship learned from me to bully a civilian, and in the end, got beaten to a pulp in front of the Saria dojo instructor, Boulder, and his lackeys could only kneel, trembling in absolute terror. Boulder, breaking into a cold sweat, tried to justify himself in fear. We had no intention of bullying him. It was just a sparring match. But that clumsy lie only made the dojo master even more furious. She swung her wooden sword forcefully against the floor, creating a shock wave that made the whole room shake. The lackeys standing nearby trembled, all color draining from their faces as she coldly questioned them. "Who allowed you to make up excuses?" Her sharp gaze pierced straight through the leader. "If you guys call beating an unarmed person a sparring match, then what's happening right now is also just a sparring match, right?" The tip of her wooden sword pointed straight at Boulder's eye, leaving him frozen in shock. His breath caught in his throat from the terrifying pressure. She decisively ordered the expulsion of the corrupt students. "Get out, and don't you ever come back!" She declared their status completely revoked. "From now on, you no longer have the right to call yourselves students of this dojo." Boulder's group could only whisper, "Yes, master," and then hurriedly fled the place. As soon as they were out of sight, the white-haired woman sheathed her sword and turned to look at Chao. Ray, her gaze softening. "I apologize for that. It seems my former students have caused trouble for you." Ray humbly bowed his head and replied, "There's no need to worry about it, ma'am." After his expression of gratitude, the instructor went straight to the main point. "So, I heard that you want to be recommended to the academy." Receiving a determined nod of confirmation from Ray, she walked over to the weapon rack. She explained that, as an apology, for the trouble Boulder had caused, she sincerely wanted to write a recommendation letter for him, but she still upheld her principles. "But I must test your strength first." Ray didn't flinch at all. He clenched his fists and calmly replied, "I understand," taking their positions in the center of the training ground. The white-haired woman took a defensive stance and allowed Ray to strike first. "You have the right to make the first move. Attack whenever you are ready." "Not wasting a single second," Ray shouted loudly. "Here I come!" The sword lines he swung out were incredibly sharp and precise, creating powerful gusts of wind. That left his opponent secretly astonished. This kid's swordsmanship is quite practical for his age. It's as if he has already gone through countless battles. The more they sparred, the more she noticed the maturity in every single one of Ray's moves, and she understood the reason why her former students had been utterly defeated. Boulder and the rest were no match for him. His style is mostly self-taught, but occasionally the way he swings his sword resembles what is taught in the academy. The white-haired woman parried the attacks while secretly evaluating Ray. She wondered if anyone had instructed him yet, because though his technique was still quite raw, he was truly a diamond, in the rough with immense potential. Noticing that the time had come, she decided, regrettably, it has to end here. The speed of the match, suddenly, surged, catching the instructor completely by surprise. How strange. Why hasn't he run out of breath yet? How is he still keeping up with me? She was stunned. She realized that initially she had only intended to test him a bit, yet without realizing it, she was now having to give her all to deal with him. She questioned herself, and why am I? Looking deep into Ray's glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent. A chilling sensation ran down her spine, leaving her completely stunned. Feeling afraid of this kid like this, Ray suddenly unleashed a wide swing of his sword, making the instructor feel a bit overconfident. She thought her bad premonition was off. But it turns out it was just a reckless swing, huh? Seeing her opponent leave an opening, she immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward. You finally revealed a flaw. Let's end it here. But right at the decisive moment, an unimaginable turn of events took place, leaving her completely frozen in her tracks. She couldn't believe her eyes when she witnessed that the wooden sword in her hand had already been broken without her even realizing it. Broken pieces of wood flew everywhere in mid-air under the terrifying pressure. Ray stood frozen, feeling the familiar surge of energy flowing through his veins. He thought to himself, this sensation, it's exactly like back then. Ah, so I still possess that power. Ray, suddenly, felt an intense wave of pain and collapsed right onto the training floor. The instructor rushed over in a panic. What's wrong? Are you okay? Ray gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. He realized a harsh truth. My body, it can't keep up with the power. No. He tried to catch his breath, staggering to his feet while leaning on the wooden sword, and weakly replied, I'm fine. Though those were the words coming out of his mouth, in his heart knew very well that he was merely forcing himself to stand up. He reminded himself, I shouldn't use this power carelessly. No, it's best not to. Looking at the instructor's highly skeptical face, Gray knew that even if he explained it, she wouldn't be able to believe it anyway. Furthermore, this was still a power that he hadn't fully controlled yet. To break the tense atmosphere, Ray scratched his head with a forced smile. I just overdid it a little bit. The instructor silently stared at the broken wooden sword in her hand, her mind in turmoil with logical deduction. Theoretically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to snap her sword using a dull wooden sword, and he knew that himself. Seeing her just stand there, staring blankly at him, Ray timidly asked, Is something wrong? Looking at the adolescent boy's seemingly innocent smile, she secretly sighed. He has no intention of speaking out. The instructor closed her eyes tightly, trying to suppress her utter shock and the questions regarding Ray's true strength. When Ray expressed his desire to be recommended to the academy, the swordsmanship instructor looked at him thoughtfully and confirmed, Yes, I can. I can absolutely write a recommendation letter for you to the most prestigious school in the kingdom, the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship. However, her gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold as she delivered a warning. But I cannot advise you to go there. You don't fit in there. Ray went silent, his mind in turmoil with his thoughts. I knew it. I'm still not strong enough. Well, he bitterly realized that apart from the moment of that final burst of power, he had barely accomplished anything significant. Suddenly, the white-haired woman continued, The place you should aim for is the world. Alliance Academy. That is no longer just the most prestigious school in the kingdom, but the place where the most outstanding geniuses from around the globe gather. Ray gasped in his mind. The World Alliance Academy. Isn't that the place where the Sword Saint and the others used to study? He doubted whether someone like himself could even be admitted into that legendary place. But the instructor dashed his hopes like cold water. No, it's impossible. You've probably realized it yourself by now. Your body is not suitable to be a swordsman at all. A cold final blow, typical of a top-tier server. Instructor who specializes in exposing reality. She explained that if he were at the Royal Academy, Ray could use his skills to pretend and deceive everyone. But at the Alliance Academy, no one can be fooled. She looked at him with profound suspicion. How on earth do you have such skills? With a body this weak, the Alliance Academy sounded no different. From a server entirely filled with monster-level players, Ray broke into a cold sweat. He knew very well that those who graduated from that place were all actual monsters, and with his current physical condition, he stood absolutely no chance against them. Seeing Gray looking discouraged, the instructor asked, Why do you want to give up? There are still 9 months left until the entrance exam, you know. Ray grew anxious, having only 9 short months to prepare, and the instructor also admitted that the amount of time was indeed too little. However, she looked directly into his eyes and asserted, "But I want you to trust me." Before that high-pressure gaze, she asked in a serious tone if he was ready to endure hardships throughout the upcoming period. Even though he thought to himself that he didn't want to suffer at all, Gray knew he had no way back. He gripped his shirt tightly and decisively declared, "But I will do it. Please help me for the next 9 months." Seeing the burning determination in her student's red eyes, the instructor flashed a mysterious smile. "Very well. Now let your hell begin." She took her stance, ready to turn the training process into an actual nightmare to break through his limits. The calendar pages began to flip rapidly, marking a series of training days so rigorous he could barely breathe. Ray had, too, carried gigantic boulders on his back under a pouring rain, consume a massive amount of food to build up his physical strength, and even had to swallow recovery medicines that looked absolutely terrifying. The training curriculum truly carried the spirit of "survive this first, then we'll talk." It didn't stop there. He was constantly knocked down and took painful hits during relentless sparring sessions. 8 months passed in sweat and blood, transforming a weak youth into a warrior with razor-sharp reflexes. Ray had completely transformed by this point, possessing a toned and firm physique with solid muscles covered in the scars of growth. The instructor remarked with satisfaction, "You've grown a lot tougher. Now I have nothing left to teach you." She smiled and advised him to leave this place with confidence. But Gray was still puzzled because the entrance exam wouldn't start for another whole month. The instructor explained that going for an exam in an unfamiliar place was by no means easy, so you need to get there early, to get used to the environment and have the best preparation. The instructor handed Ray a pouch of money and instructed him, "This is enough traveling expenses for your room and board for a month." Ray felt something was amiss, and immediately questioned her. "But isn't leaving a whole month early a bit too early?" He thought to himself that it seemed like she was trying to chase him away, but the master just smiled and replied, "You're overthinking it." Right after that, she solemnly revealed the news about a goblin nest that had just appeared near the village. Since the village had no guards, the situation seemed quite tense. However, the instructor still casually asserted, "But that has nothing to do with us. The support unit will arrive from the royal capital, so there's no need to worry at all," she urged. Ray set off for your exam with peace of mind. His anxious gaze showed that he didn't believe those reassuring words at all. Ray saw right through his master's heart. He knew for certain that she was lying. In his memory, this village would be completely wiped out, because no one came to save it, and his master would sacrifice her life when going alone to exterminate the monsters. Despite his heartache, Ray remained calm and replied, "I understand. Thank you for everything." Ray decisively said his goodbye. "I'm leaving now." The instructor smiled, wishing him success on the exam, and watched his figure walk away. Night quickly fell, and a full moon hung in the starry sky. At this time, inside the dark forest, the instructor silently entered the danger zone all by herself. She observed the tracks on the ground and said to herself, "Based on the reconnaissance report, it's over there." Just as she was about to move forward, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from above. "Where do you think you're going?" The instructor was stunned, looking up to see Ray sitting casually on a tree branch. His sharp eyes looked straight down at her. The master froze and blurted out, "Ray, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on your way to the academy?" Ray lightly jumped down from the tree branch. He calmly shot back, "I should be the one asking you that question. You said the goblin Nest would be handled by the army from the royal capital. Manhwa. Only now did the white-haired woman admit that. The army couldn't make it due to an urgent matter, so I decided to deal with the monsters myself. She confidently asserted, in any case, I'm more than enough on my own. Ko tin kin kachan don du saoti. Emeti min toi la do ilaie. I've known the exact danger level of that nest from the reconnaissance report. According to the information you have, the leader is a high-level goblin commanding a pack of about 40 to 50. Even though you admit that number is a bit troublesome, you still maintain your intention to single-handedly charge into their lair. Ray silently analyzed. A high-level goblin, huh? They aren't that strong on their own, but their real strengths are intelligence and leadership ability. No. If surrounded, it's truly a suicidal act. Ray's gaze narrowed as memories of the old tragedy resurfaced. He knew for certain that if he let his master go alone, she would never be able to return, and his entire hometown village would be wiped out by them. I have witnessed that future with my own eyes, Ray thought to himself. Then he looked straight into his master's eyes and pleaded, Please let me go with you. However, the white-haired woman still decisively refused. And I already told you, I'm more than enough on my own. Ray still didn't give up. He pressed further. I don't want to miss this chance for real combat experience. Or do you think I'll just be a burden? The master looked at him with a complex gaze. She smiled, admitting that now, even in sparring sessions, she could no longer defeat him. Even so, she was still worried because of the unpredictable nature of a real battle, especially with a monster nest that suddenly appeared like this. For a dangerous matter like this, it's best to wait until you have more real combat experience first. Why Dowie? Ray spoke in a deep tone. So you are determined to go alone. In that case, I have an idea. Before his puzzled master, he coldly declared, I will fight you. I'll knock you unconscious and deal with the goblins myself. Ray's right. Eyes glowed with intense, murderous intent. He firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to carry out his bold plan. To protect his teacher, faced with her student's extreme determination, the master could only sigh and lower her sword, giving in. All right, I give up. She looked at Ray with eyes full of trust, but didn't forget to caution him. But promise me, no matter what happens, you must return safely. Ray casually shot back, I was planning to do just that. As for you, don't go dying on me. As they both advanced toward the monster's lair, the master smiled and asserted, of course. Under the dim moonlight, a deep, hollow valley appeared with flickering fires from the goblin nest, situated right between the steep cliffs. The master observed the treacherous terrain. Ray commented, The terrain offers no way out. They truly must be confident to dare build a nest in a place like this. The master continued, We can't run away either. The opponents are intelligent monsters. It's better to be cautious. Defeat means the entire team is wiped out. Ray nodded. I know. The two hid behind a rocky outcrop, observing the large goblins guarding below. The master whispered, I don't see the pack leader anywhere. It must be inside the tent. Hopefully, we can take down some of them before the leader shows its face. The master quickly divided the tasks. Ray, you take them down one by one on that side, while I will go from this side. Ray calmly replied, Got it. Receiving a satisfied nod of good from his master, the two immediately launched the attack with the command, Start! A goblin suddenly noticed the anomaly, but it was already too late. The master rushed in like a whirlwind, her speed so fast that the goblins hadn't even processed the situation. The sentries collapsed one by one in utter shock. An alarm shout echoed throughout the nest. The goblins frantically rushed out to surround them. In the midst of the enemy's encirclement, Ray firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, his glowing red eyes flashing with deadly intent. He plunged into the crowd like a phantom. Each slash carried terrifying power, leaving the monsters no time to react as they were taken down in droves. The teacher and student coordinated seamlessly, forming a deadly pincer movement that wiped out all resistance. His gaze burned with determination to exterminate all the monsters to protect the future of the village. Standing in the middle of a battlefield filled with monster corpses, the master couldn't help but be amazed by her student's skills. "Is this truly your first time?" Ray maintained his cold expression as he warned her. "Master, please be careful. Everything is only just beginning." Looking at the monsters collapsed at his feet, Ray began to feel something was off. Strange, they are too weak. If they were this weak, Master could definitely have handled them alone. His gaze shifted toward the distant darkness, with profound suspicion. Unless, inside that tent, inside the gloomy tent, a pair of glowing red eyes was silently observing them with heavy, murderous intent. Realizing the true threat, Ray's face changed color and he shouted loudly, "We have to run now!" "Run, quick!" the master asked back in shock. "What's wrong?" Ray didn't have time to explain and only urged, "Just run!" Despite not understanding what was happening, the two immediately took off. Right at that moment, a massive dark figure plunged down from above, creating an impact that shook the ground violently. Emerging from the debris was a huge monster, fully equipped with armor and a giant axe. The master exclaimed in astonishment, "A high-level goblin. What an honor it is for the pack leader to personally appear." However, Ray realized a truth even more horrifying than that. He yelled, "No, that's not the pack leader! The real pack leader is—" A giant mouth with razor-sharp teeth suddenly closed, followed by a series of roars from the goblins frantically rushing forward to surround them. The master gasped in shock. What on earth is that? In front of all them were no longer ordinary goblins, but a monster army radiating a gloomy, ominous aura, as if they had just stepped out of hell. Ray realized the brutal truth. A goblin general. It is the true leader of this nest. The general emerged, looking majestic with glowing red eyes, and a skull-shaped greatsword leading a vast army of monsters to surround them both. A goblin general. It is the true leader of this nest. The master gritted her teeth and ordered, "Take this one down, then run!" Then she darted off like a flash of lightning, unleashing a path-clearing slash directly at the giant. She was horrified to find its wound was radiating, a purple light and self-healing in the blink of an eye. Ray shouted loudly, warning that all efforts were useless, because the Goblin General's roar has the ability to enhance the strength and provide rapid healing for both itself and its entire pack. Ray realized the situation had completely turned. No wonder everything felt different. I feel like we can't even take down a single one. Surrounded by the signs, monsters that were becoming wilder than ever, he decisively told his master to handle the rear and buy him some time. The master asked back in shock, "What are you planning to do?" Ray didn't answer directly. He only silently stared at the enemy with glowing red eyes. In his mind at this moment, there was only one choice left to turn the tables. He absolutely had to bring down the bastard standing at the peak up there. How annoying when they keep trying to flank me. Ray sidestepped to dodge the attacks from both sides, while simultaneously swinging out deep blue slashes to take down the monsters that were howling frantically, consistently dodging attacks as smoothly as a top F1 racer. He told himself he needed to truly focus, to clear out all the enemies blocking the path ahead. But right in the middle of the fierce clash, the sword in Gray's metal hand suddenly shattered into pieces under the terrifying pressure. He gasped in shock. My sword can't withstand fighting these Uff, goblins! A giant monster didn't miss the opportunity and instantly swung its weapon to launch a direct attack. Gray, while he was at a disadvantage, quickly drawing his remaining spare sword. Ray, anxiously, realized it would also shatter soon if this kept up. Right at the critical moment, his master from behind shouted loudly and threw her own sword to Ray. "Use this spare sword of mine." Caught it cleanly and replied with determination, "Thank you." Now with two swords in his hands, Ray silently calculated, "Now I have two swords. Though it's not enough to wipe out all the enemies to face a goblin general and anyone else blocking the path. This much is enough." Ray decisively charged into the middle of the monsters, encirclement like a whirlwind of death. Flash-like sword strikes continuously took down waves of enemies in the blink of an eye. Despite the wound on his face bleeding, Ray flashed a defiant smile, channeling all his strength into a fiery clash with the largest monster. Ray gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue, seeing the monsters continuously surging forward. He swung his swords, creating powerful, sweeping slashes amidst the crowd of goblins rushing forward like moths to a flame. The chaotic, fierce battlefield looked like an all-out late-game team fight with no retreat. In the distance, the Goblin General opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes glowing brightly and radiating terrifying pressure. Ray gasped in shock. What? He realized. The surge of energy from the roar just now was making the goblins many times more frantic and powerful. A monster suddenly blocked Ray's sword strike, making him groan in pain. Looking toward the leader standing and observing, Ray realized the brutal truth. "Have you seen right through my plan?" The general's roar still echoed throughout the valley, urging its minions to rush forward and tear the prey apart. While struggling to fend them off, Ray silently marveled. "So your intelligence isn't just for show. None of Jay's real." He continuously swung his swords, parrying the non-stop attacks, trying to find an opening to escape the closing encirclement. Ray shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" then channeled his strength to slash a bloody path through the dense defensive line of the monsters. However, the overwhelming number of enemies began to overpower Ray. New wounds continuously appeared on his back, making him cry out in pain. "Ah!" He gritted his teeth in frustration and thought to himself, "I don't have time to mess around with these guys." Instantly, a goblin rushed forward and tightly held Ray from behind to pin him down. Right at that moment, another giant monster closed in, raising its deadly axe high, aiming straight at Gray to chop down. Ray was under relentless attack, with new wounds continuously appearing, making him realize the monster's sinister intent. "They are trying to wear down my swords by continuously sacrificing their lives." His eyes were filled with exhaustion as he saw another giant goblin swinging a 1,000-pound fist aimed straight at him. Ray mustered his remaining strength to block the violent attack, but the pressure was too immense, sending him flying away. He was severely injured and in pain, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. Ray could only manage to weakly force himself up in a state of utter exhaustion. Looking at the only remaining sword beside him, he bitterly asked himself, "Do I have to face an entire goblin army and the general with just this one sword, standing before rows upon rows of monsters looming forward?" Ray felt a supreme sense of helplessness. Based on the painful experiences from his past life, he clearly understood a brutal truth. I can't win. In a critical life-and-death situation, Ray gripped his sword hilt and made his final decision. He turned back and shouted loudly, "Master, run! Run while they are focusing on me." However, the response to his urging was just a mysterious smile from the white-haired woman. She calmly declared, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that," and then proudly stepped forward to face the giant goblin general head-on. Ray yelled in despair, "Are you planning to die in vain?" He tried to persuade her, "I'll run right after you." "Master, don't worry about me." But the white-haired woman only quietly replied, "That's not it." She uttered with difficulty, "I can't run anymore." Looking down at her severely injured legs with streaks of blood continuously flowing, Ray was shocked to realize that his master had reached her limit a long time ago. His mind was in turmoil upon realizing he was completely out of options, watching the monsters looming forward. He bitterly thought to himself, "I traveled back in time to defeat the destroyer, and yet is it all about to end in a place like this?" Ray frantically swung his sword to fight back, but the swords in his hand once again shattered into pieces under the immense pressure. Ray roared, "No, it's not over yet." Looking at the broken fragments falling in mid-air, he harbored a daring intention. "If it's the power from back then, as long as I can tap into that power." Images of the earth-shattering battle with Liquid at 2 flashed back into his mind. Ray asserted firmly, "Then even this entire crowd of enemies would..." Looking at the images of the goblins reflected through the broken sword pieces, he commanded himself, "Remember it. Remember that feeling from back then." Ray tightly gripped the broken sword hilt, focusing all his willpower to awaken the destructive power slumbering within his body. Suddenly, a glowing red eye, with a vertical slit like a monster's, snapped open, radiating a spine-chilling, murderous intent. Ray stood tall, his arm extending out with a surging, black aura swirling around it. The master looked at her student in utter shock, stammering his name, "Ray?" Right after that was a lightning-fast scene. The monster's head was severed from its body in a single sword strike, so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. The master blurted out in disbelief, "What?" She couldn't believe her eyes witnessing that overwhelming strength. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the leader was heavily wounded and lost control, she swung her sword and plunged into the battle with sparks flying everywhere. The master's eyes brightened. She realized the pressure from the opponent had decreased. "It's lighter." She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "You really caused me some trouble." A sword strike carrying a deep blue spiritual aura swept across, wiping out a massive number of goblins around her in an instant. She coldly declared, "But without the general buffing your strength, you guys are nothing." The battle ended. Under the bright moonlight, both teacher and student were panting heavily from exhaustion in the middle of the ruined battlefield. The master said tremblingly, "Somehow, we managed to pull through." Ray looked at the broken sword piece in his hand and spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry, I broke your sword." But the white-haired woman just smiled and gently replied, "I don't mind. You saved my life after all." Ray opened his hand, letting the broken sword piece fall to the ground. "The master intended to ask out of curiosity, by the way, Ray, that attack just now." Before she could finish her sentence, Ray's body suddenly collapsed. The instructor screamed in a panic, "Ray!" The young man lay unconscious on the cold ground, completely passing out after exhausting his very last ounce of strength. Ray woke up in a dark, infinite space. He wondered in confusion, "Where on earth am I?" In the middle of the void, a giant gate bound by chains and talismans mysteriously appeared. Ray was stunned. A gate? An eerie space, heavy with the scent of ancient forbidden sealing arts. Instantly, blood-red streaks of light began to crack and spread across the surface of the gate. Ray recognized the familiar black aura leaking out from it and gasped, "This is..." The image of a demon eyes surfaced in his mind, shocking him. "It's that exact power." Standing before the glowing gate, Ray questioned himself. If I open it, will I obtain that power? He stepped forward, but instantly a ghostly silhouette appeared, with a glowing red giant skeleton, appearing as if it wanted to devour his soul. Ray collapsed to his knees, his hands clutching his chest, which was tightening from the terrifying pressure. He bitterly realized, I don't know why, but I know one thing for certain. If I open this gate with my current body, I will die. Ray trembled in utter fear. That feeling of accidentally opening a forbidden seal when your health bar hasn't even fully regenerated. A mysterious voice rang out, a wise decision. Ray startled awake, his breathing rapid and full of tension. After the nightmare about the mysterious gate, Master Saria rushed to the bedside in a panic. Ray, you're awake! He looked around blankly and asked, Where on earth is this? She breathed a sigh of relief, explaining that this was the village infirmary and he had been unconscious for the past 5 days, which had made her fear that he would never wake up again. Ray was shocked to learn that he had been asleep for a whole 5 days. He thought to himself, I pushed myself too hard. Perhaps my body has hit its limit. But his master immediately countered. She believed that the phrase, pushing yourself, was still way too mild to describe what he had done in that catastrophic battle. Putting that matter aside, she looked at him anxiously and asked, Is your body okay? Can you move? Ray tried to move his right arm, but felt completely helpless. I can't channel any strength into my right arm at all, even though I can nudge it slightly if I try my absolute best. But he feared I might never be able to hold a sword again in this condition. In particular, a strange dark bruise like a dark mark appeared on his wrist, making Ray suspicious when he noticed his master asking, It's not moving very well, is it? He wondered, Can she not see it? Then he honestly replied, I can't channel strength into my dominant hand. His master thoughtfully confirmed the injury won't heal anytime soon because the entire bone structure of your right arm has shattered. No, I say, Ray blurted out in shock. My bones are shattered? He was extremely surprised because, even though his bones were crushed to pieces, he himself didn't feel any pain at all. The master revealed that they had used magic medicine to treat him. Ray cried out in astonishment, Magic medicine? Isn't that kind of thing extremely expensive? Saria reassured Ray that he shouldn't worry too much, because it was the village chief himself who had given them that bottle of magic medicine. Ray still couldn't help but be skeptical the village chief gave it. Why would he give something so precious to someone like me? Ray was still not used to the feeling of going from a starter village NPC to a map-saving MVP Tarao. Saria looked at him with a gentle, yet proud gaze and affirmed, What are you saying? Ray, you are the hero of this village. Right at that moment, the room door burst open. The village chief rushed in frantically, calling out Gray's name. Seeing him, Gray was about to speak to thank the chief. Thank you for the magic medicine. The chief immediately interrupted him and tightly gripped his hands in deep emotion. We are the ones who should be thanking you. He still hadn't gotten over his shock when recalling the fact that the one Gray had defeated was a goblin general, a monster that had even a combined force from the surrounding town couldn't manage to scratch. And yet, it targeted this tiny village. The village chief emphasized that if Gray hadn't destroyed it, the village would have definitely been completely wiped out. He firmly asserted that without him and Saria, then from this potion, this infirmary, to the lives of all the villagers, none would still exist. Ray was a bit embarrassed by such immense gratitude, so he replied, Oh, you are overstating it. But the village chief smiled, saying that he should be the one who understands it best. Ray looked down silently. In his mind, the image of his old village, burning in a sea of fire from his past life, resurfaced. He secretly admitted that perhaps the village chief was right. In the world before I turned back time, this place was supposed to have been destroyed by the goblin attack. Seeing Gray still standing there in a daze, the village chief declared he would thoroughly explain the importance of this exploit if he still hadn't realized it. Then he suddenly asked, "I heard you are about to take the entrance exam for the World Alliance Academy. Is that correct?" Ray suddenly froze as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had gone to exterminate the monsters just 1 week before the exam, and now he had been asleep for 5 days, which meant there were only a mere 2 days left until the 0 hour. Meanwhile, from here to the World Alliance Academy, it took a 3-day walk, even though going by horse only took 1 day. He didn't have any money to rent one. The moment he realized the deadline was breathing down his neck, Ray frantically looked at the village chief with a pleading gaze. "I'm sorry, village chief. Could you please lend me a horse?" The village chief smiled, seemingly having anticipated this. "I knew you would say that. So I've already prepared the best horse in the village for you." He assured him that with its leg power, he would reach his destination in a flash. Saria, standing next to them, didn't forget to tease him. "If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there while you were asleep. A support team to the teeth, determined not to let their carry fail the exam." Ray could only laugh sheepishly at everyone's thoughtful care. Why? As soon as he opened the door and stepped outside, an unexpected sight appeared before his eyes. A huge crowd of villagers had already gathered along the path. In their hands were vibrant cheering banners, leaving Ray stunned in amazement. Cheers echoed throughout the street. "Thank you. You must pass the exam, okay? Thank you for saving our village." The young girls also excitedly waved goodbye to the hero who had saved their lives. A man representing the villagers stepped forward, handing Gray a heavy cloth bag. "Gray, please accept this." He blankly received the unexpected gift and asked, "What is this?" The man explained, "That is the money that the entire village contributed together for you." They knew that the application fee for the World Alliance Academy was no small amount, so they wanted to join hands to support his future. Looking at everyone's bright faces filled with expectations, Ray called out softly in emotion, "Everyone." He flashed a smile brighter than ever, sincerely replying, "Thank you all so much." However, as he led his horse, preparing to set off, Ray couldn't help but feel the pressure, thinking to himself, "If I fail this exam, I probably won't have the face to ever return here again." Saria stood by his side, seemingly understanding her student's thoughts. She gently reassured him that he didn't need to worry. Saria smiled with confidence and asserted that not a single applicant applying to the World Alliance Academy could take down a goblin general like he did. Ray looked down at its bandaged arm, anxiously wondering whether his current condition would allow him to compete. But his master immediately reassured him, "Your left hand still works fine, doesn't it? Just got debuffed, but still forced to go take the entrance exam." Ray clenched his remaining left hand, though he still had some hesitation. Saria firmly stated that that much was more than enough, and he also wouldn't need to use that terrifying power anymore. Standing beside his warhorse, Ray still couldn't help but worry that the entrance exam would certainly not be easy for him to pass with just one arm. Saria looked directly into her student's eyes, affirming that the Academy's examiners were by no means so blind as to overlook his true talent. She flashed a bright smile and firmly guaranteed, "I guarantee it. You will definitely pass." Ray tightly gripped the reins, deeply moved as he sent his sincere thanks to his teacher, and promised himself not to let her down. As he spurred his horse to leave, looking at the village still at peace behind him, Ray thought to himself, "This village was supposed to be destroyed in my past life, but now it still stands. This world has truly changed, and the future can absolutely be rewritten with this exact power." With his glowing red eyes full of determination, he decisively said, "Let's go." The sound of horse hooves quickened on the long road. Gray silently thanked the good horse for helping him arrive on time. In the middle of the vast sea and sky, a grand, circular structure rose from the ocean with endless, long bridges leading into the center. Ray was frozen in shock at the sheer magnificence of this place. So this is the World Alliance Academy. In front of the majestic main gate, a bustling crowd of people and vehicles was entering, opening a new, challenging chapter in his journey to change his destiny. In the middle of the massive central arena of the World Alliance Academy, thousands of applicants were gathering in dense crowds under the deep blue sky. A clear, resounding voice echoed out, announcing the start of the exam card distribution, while simultaneously requesting everyone to remain in their positions until the process was complete. Standing in the crowd, Ray listened to the anxious chatter about the brutal passing rate, as someone wondered if everyone here was each other's opponent, considering only about 20 people would be chosen. The competition rate is as intense as a school battle royale. The surrounding applicants buzzed about how the number of accepted students changes every year. Sometimes it's 50 people. But there were also years when only one single person managed to pass the trial. Right after that, attention shifted toward the high stands as Professor Ariel was invited to step forward. With her vibrant red hair and a highly authoritative demeanor, she coldly announced that she would get straight to the point, which was distributing the exam cards. Ariel flashed a knowing smile and requested the applicants to catch the slip of paper about to appear in front of them. With just a single powerful snap of her fingers, a terrifying explosion of bright yellow magic enveloped the entire arena space. To the amazement of the thousands of people present, Ray was stunned as a glowing magical slip of paper appeared right in his hand. On it was merely the information. Applicant Gnome 513, Swordsmanship Department. Looking around and seeing that everyone already held a card, Ariel continued to explain from above. That many might be surprised to see a completely blank slip of paper with nothing but an exam number and a department. She smiled smugly and asserted that this was precisely the annual tradition of this academy. Ariel's gaze turned razor-sharp as she firmly declared that the World Alliance Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, or social status. To this place, even an applicant's real name has absolutely no meaning. She simply pointed forward and emphasized that only those with enough capability to pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge leading into the academy are worthy of being asked their names. She even, casually, allowed them to use a fake name if they wished, as long as they could prove their own strength. Ray stared in shock at the slip of paper in his hand, thinking to himself, I left my sword at the inn, yet it still states I'm in the swordsmanship department. What kind of system is this? This system probably uses AI to read or us instead of scanning weapons. High above, Professor Ariel smirked and added, Furthermore, I have assigned the departments based on your appearances. Nerday. If I made any mistake, feel free to raise your hand. Her eyes flashed with a mystical light through her glasses, causing the crowd to stir in disbelief. She chose the departments just by looking at our faces? Are you kidding? With this many applicants, how could anyone possibly do that? The whispers continued to echo non-stop. They must have investigated us beforehand. Or perhaps she used some kind of mind-reading. Magic on us? The crowd started writing conspiracy theories, like a gaming community during a new update chat. Ariel looked down at the panoramic view of the arena and announced, It seems no one was misplaced. Next, I will announce the exam schedule. Please check your cards. Ray looked down at his card The words Day 1, 11, 0 am were clearly visible, making his face turn pale. Damn it! I have to take the exam on the very first day? I was hoping for a bit more time, so my arm could recover. Ariel coldly emphasized the brutal nature of the exam. This is a one-time practical test. If you are late, you will be automatically disqualified. Make sure to arrive on time, as we do not accept any requests to change the schedule for personal reasons. Standing in the crowd, Ray anxiously clutched his right arm, which was still bandaged. I still can't channel any strength into my dominant hand. Please heal by tomorrow. Even just a little bit would be fine. Time passed quickly in the official exam. Day arrived. Under the academy's blazing sun, Ray looked down at his arm and was shocked to realize the harsh reality. It hasn't healed at all. Looks like I have to take the exam with my arm like this. The proctor's voice rang out, cutting off his train of thought. Next applicant, please wait at the arena entrance. He let out a sharp breath to calm himself down. No, I shouldn't be pessimistic right now. My left hand still functions perfectly, and I can still move my right hand to a certain extent. War friend. I. Ray stared intently at his hands, ready to face the first challenge. He told himself, I must make use of the remaining time to read through the examiner's movements to find a weakness. Down on the battlefield, the examiner wearing glasses calmly ordered his opponent. You may strike first. Instantly, the large applicant let out a powerful roar, and charged straight forward with his greatsword in hand. A mighty slash struck down, creating an explosion of thick dust, but the examiner had smoothly sidestepped to evade it, to his opponent's utter shock. Not giving up, the applicant gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, It's not over yet! The familiar phrase right before getting hit by a counter combo. He frantically swung his sword, creating fiery clashes. He was shocked to realize his attacks were completely stopped. Impossible! The examiner maintained his cold expression. He unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike with terrifying speed. In just a split second, the greatsword was knocked into midair, and a powerful blow sent the applicant flying back. Distance. The examiner sheathed his sword and coldly announced, Your exam ends here. Pick up your weapon and leave the arena. The defeated applicant dejectedly replied, Understood, then slunk away in utter disappointment. Witnessing that absolute dominance, Ray broke into a cold sweat. He closed his eyes in extreme tension. Well, I'm doomed. Right at that moment, the resounding, authoritative call from the examiner echoed throughout the arena. Next, number 513. Ray stepped onto the arena and clearly replied, Yes, looking at the examiner who had just taken down a massive applicant with only one hand. He couldn't help but feel anxious. You're telling me to fight someone who just took down that big guy with only one hand? I know I. The examiner calmly ordered, You may strike first. Ray decisively said, Understood. Though he still thought to himself, to be honest, I don't feel like I stand a single chance. But I'll still do everything I can. Let's go. Ray darted forward. In his mind, his master's teaching resurfaced. A sword is not swung merely with the arm. You must channel the source of power, generated from your entire body through your hand. That's what you taught me, right, Master? Ray concentrated power into his strike. Even when my right arm has no strength left, if I can transfer force through other muscle groups. He swung his sword, but instantly realized, not again. I can't fight the way I usually do. If swinging a sword without arm strength were that easy, then from the very beginning, no one would bother to train their bodies. A powerful clash occurred, catching the examiner by surprise. Blurted out in shock, Ray suddenly realized something. Huh? Looking at his opponent's sword strikes, he wondered, isn't the examiner's technique a bit slow? The two continued to clash with each other. Ray silently analyzed. He has incredible strength, but his speed and technique cannot even be compared to Master's. He decided to change his strategy. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I might be able to make up for the difference in arm strength. And in that case, Ray's glowing red eyes flashed with killing intent. He accelerated, forcing the examiner to grit his teeth and defend with great difficulty. Ray firmly asserted, yes, he is definitely slow. He isn't as strong as I thought. The image of his master smiling resurfaced along with her assurance. You will definitely pass. His sword clashed fiercely with his opponent's, creating brilliant sparks. Ray put all his will into the final strike, and confidently declared, I think I can actually do this. Ray gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure from the relentless sword strikes. He thought to himself, even though I've read through the examiner's swordsmanship, his glowing red eyes carefully observed every movement, searching for the slightest opening among the sparks flying around as the two blades continuously clashed. Ray bitterly realized the harsh reality. The difference in strength is too great. I can't break his stance. After all, winning with only one hand is not easy at all. However, he noticed that the movements of the examiner were gradually becoming rough and imprecise, due to his impatience to finish the match. Even though he knew it was risky, Ray still decided to gamble everything on this very moment. Maybe if I do it right now. Just as expected, the examiner unleashed a powerful slash but left a fatal opening. Ray smirked triumphantly. Got you! You swung way too wide. The examiner's sword missed and struck deeply into the ground, because nothing creates an opening more easily than a massive, overcalculated swing like that. Ray swiftly sidestepped behind his opponent like a flash. He firmly asserted, no matter how great the difference in strength is, if I can get behind him. But just as Ray was about to land the decisive blow, a resounding, authoritative shout echoed throughout the arena. Stop! Both instantly froze in the middle of the vast arena. Ray stood still, the tip of his sword pointing straight at the examiner, while his breathing was still rapid. He wondered if the match was truly over, and felt regret because the command to stop came too early, just when he had found his chance. However, the announcement from the stands rang out, crushing all hope. Time for the test has expired. With this result, the match is considered a draw. Ray gritted his teeth bitterly, silently blaming himself for not being able to finish it sooner, which led to an undesirable outcome. Looking down at his sword and his still-bandaged right arm, Ray silently left the arena with his head slumped down. He comforted himself that he had done his best, but anxiety about the future still surrounded him, as he realized that if he couldn't even defeat this examiner, the journey ahead would be extremely difficult. Walking heavily up the stairs, Ray sighed and told himself that perhaps he would have to wait until next year, when his arm had fully recovered, to come back and take the exam. Once more, a week later, in meeting room number 53 of the World Alliance Academy, high-ranking officials had fully gathered to evaluate the exam results, and an official with silver hair and reading glasses thoughtfully spoke up, asking the members to share their thoughts on the applicants, now that everyone had completed their practical tests. A young examiner tiredly complained about the joint observation process being highly inefficient and suggested that they should divide the workload for next year to reduce the pressure. Immediately, another member, with a full beard, countered that they could not, for personal convenience, overlook any talent for the academy. The senior leader interrupted the debate, reminding everyone to focus on reviewing the students, instead of discussing the examination system. He tapped his hand lightly on the table, requesting to begin the evaluation from the swordsmanship department, and posed the decisive question, "Who are the ones who passed?" An explosion of deep blue magic flashed, displaying the list of the top applicants. As usual, those who defeated the examiners will all pass, the senior leader said as he looked at the magical screens reenacting the matches. He further explained that the rest would be evaluated based on the skills displayed and how well they held their ground within the 15-minute limit, then turned to ask for the opinions of the swordsmanship department instructors. An examiner remarked that, aside from those who won, applicants, Nomo, 217 and 753 were the most outstanding. The discussion quickly came to a close with the consensus. Let's decide it that way. Even if the others manage to get in, they won't be able to keep up with it. The curriculum anyway. Wow. Everyone agreed without any objections. Then we have finalized the list of accepted applicants for the swordsmanship department. The senior leader nodded to conclude. However, the atmosphere suddenly changed when a question rang out. What about applicant No. 513? Everyone's eyes turned toward the screen displaying Gray's image. An examiner stared intently at the young boy and muttered, "Applicant number 513. This kid right here? That feeling of having your profile scrutinized by a committee is exactly like when a teacher turns on the camera to check old lessons." The footage of Gray's match appeared once more on the magical screen. An examiner critically remarked, "It looks like he was about to win. But if he has to rely on setting a trap just to defeat an examiner, then his future will be very difficult." No. Criticisms continued to pour in on Gray. His technique is good, but his strength is severely lacking. I feel he was completely overwhelmed from the beginning to the end of the match. Faced with these negative evaluations, the senior leader coldly delivered the conclusion. In that case, he fails. While her colleagues were dismissing Gray, Professor Ariel observed silently with a knowing expression. Ariel thought to herself as she looked at the people around her. With so many observers, not a single one of them noticed it. She let out a sarcastic sigh, believing that if everyone was that blind and observing together, was truly a waste of time. The next morning, bright sunlight enveloped the grand clock tower of the academy, signaling the start of a new day among the bustling crowd flocking toward the center. Ray stood silently at the base of the clock tower, his hand tightly clutching his exam card. No, 513. The loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the area. The accepted applicants for the swordsmanship department will be announced right now. What? Only 6 people passed. Ray anxiously swallowed hard and told himself, "It's starting." One by one, the numbers were called out. Applicant Nomo 5, applicant Nomo 217. Accompanying that, the exam cards burst into vibrant red, flames in the hands of the lucky ones. The list continued to be called out. No, 432 and 615, then no, 753 and 925. The loudspeaker coldly concluded, "That is all. These 6 applicants have been accepted into the swordsmanship department." Ray was shocked, looking down at the card that remained still in his hand. The final announcement rang out, urging the accepted applicants to quickly cross the bridge to complete the enrollment procedures before the day ends. Around him, those who succeeded were cheering in excitement. In stark contrast to Ray's terrifying silence, he bitterly bowed his head and admitted, "Looks like I really failed. Por vidi nha min tru tat rad truk." Amidst the crowd, where some laughed and others cried, Ray silently turned his back and walked away in utter disappointment. Suddenly, a strange announcement rang out, shattering the atmosphere. Next is the special directed mission spot from the Heavenly Eye. Applicant Nomo, 513. Instantly, the card in Gray's hand burst with a brilliant, deep blue energy, enveloping his hand. To the utter amazement of everyone present, the surrounding crowd simultaneously gasped in shock, witnessing this strange phenomenon. Ray, completely stunned, stared at the blue flame dancing on his hand. He blankly questioned, unable to believe his eyes. Did I pass? The other applicants began to whisper, discussing the matter with heavy skepticism. Special spot from the Heavenly Eye? Seriously? Looks like they did it again this year. Standing amidst the gazes fixated on him, Ray still hadn't fully recovered from the shock, questioning himself. A special spot from the Heavenly Eye? This is the first time I've ever heard of it. That's just a backdoor entrant. An applicant standing nearby sneered. The other guy joined in with a sarcastic jibe. The World Alliance Academy has truly fallen. Ray questioningly pondered in shock. Backdoor entrant? Suddenly getting hit with a VIP tag, but nobody even acknowledges it. He thought to himself that he didn't have any connections. Could it be that Master secretly helped me? However, Ray still found it incredibly baffling, as he had never heard her mention anything about this. A senior official abruptly appeared and began to reprimand these youngsters. Don't talk about the Heavenly Eye's special spot like that. He sternly asserted, this is a prestigious title, a noble category, that has produced heroes for humanity for over 100 years. Nay, despite the senior's reminder, the crowd of applicants still whispered nonstop. Those old geezers are truly obsessed with that Heavenly Eye special spot. They believe this title was merely a shadow of the past. Aren't they only impressive during that specific era? Ray silently stood among the crowd, while listening to them list out the big names who had once received this special spot. Those people laughed in utter contempt. All of them turned out to be miserable failures. Even current applicants, like us, know that very well. Nah, in the demo, one bazillion. Images of Sword Saint Army White, Great Sage Bella on, Bright, and Divine Archer Jacob. Bloomfield resurfaced in Gray's mind in absolute shock. Suddenly, getting called failures when their profiles are literal legends. Ray trembled as he realized a shocking truth. Those three individuals were the core forces in the war against Liquid At. He swallowed hard in extreme tension, his glowing red eyes staring intently at the card that was erupting. With a deep blue dark aura in his hand, Ray questioningly muttered in shock, "And now my name will stand on equal footing with them." The announcement resonated throughout the academy. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. Those who have finished changing clothes, please gather at the square, in front of the main office. What? Ray, along with the other freshmen, clad in their formal uniforms with vibrant emblems, walked with the excitement of the first day. However, upon reaching the meeting point, a few students began to look around in confusion. The square in front of the main office. "It is right here, isn't it?" another person asked skeptically. "There's nothing here at all. Did we come to the wrong place?" While everyone was feeling perplexed, a man walked over and spoke up. "Oh, please excuse me." He explained that there had been a slight delay in the preparations due to a misunderstanding. A student blankly asked back, "Preparations?" The man politely requested, "Could you all step back a little bit, so that I can put the stairs into position?" The curious crowd stepped back, watching a magic circle begin to manifest clearly beneath their feet, and asked, "Is this spot okay?" "Perfect," the man smiled with satisfaction. He slowly knelt down, placed his hand on the ground of the square, and softly said, "All right." Instantly, a violent explosion of bright yellow magic erupted. The blinding light made the students squint in amazement. From the empty ground, a massive set of white stone stairs began to materialize and extend upward, curving up straight to the main hall like a miracle. The man stood up and calmly announced, "I apologize for this delay. Please feel free to choose any seat you like." The crowd could only stand frozen, swallowing hard in fear before this unbelievable display of power from an Academy staff member. Yes, sir, a staff member acting like the final boss just spawned. To test the students' mental sanity, this is surreal. The freshmen couldn't help but be shocked by the recent display, whispering to one another, "That was teleportation magic just now, right? Can you even teleport something this massive?" Ray sat quietly on the luxurious seat, silently evaluating the sheer extravagance of the Academy for using high-level magic just to prepare for a ceremony. His eyes shone with excitement as he realized. So, this is the power of the World Alliance Academy. Looking around the massive arena, Ray wondered, isn't the number of seats a bit overkill? If there are only 30 accepted students, then why need this many seats? A purple-haired girl sitting nearby overheard and asked, "You don't even know that?" The purple-haired boy, with a high ponytail next to her, awkwardly replied, "Sorry, aside from wielding a sword, I've never really studied anything else." The girl then explained with a smug look, "Then let me tell you, just like its name suggests, this place gathers the most outstanding students from all over the world." The girl suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look, they're here." The boy beside her was about to say something, but was instantly frozen in place by the magnificent spectacle taking place. From amidst the clouds, a fleet of colossal airships alongside a swarm of dragons soaring across the sky began to appear. The pressure from these flying entities left him with his mouth wide open in utter amazement. What? The entire square shook before the appearance of those gargantuan war machines. Ray was shocked to recognize one of them. That's the magic airship Strato Queen. He remembered having boarded it back when he was in the subjugation army against Liquidat. This is one of the largest airships in the world, yet now the Academy brought it out, just to serve an entrance ceremony. Ray watched the massive fleet land, and couldn't help but be overwhelmed. The World Alliance Academy is truly on another level. Squads of war freshmen in neat uniforms walked with great pride amidst the grand environment. A man placed his hands on the podium, observed the thousands of students below, and declared, "It seems everyone is gathered in full. In that case, let us begin the entrance ceremony." The Anyai principal, with white hair and round glasses, smiled brightly, officially opening the ceremony. Following a long speech, roaring applause echoed throughout the massive arena as a thank you to the principal. Ray sat in the high stands, letting out a long, exhausted yawn, and thought to himself, "I thought the entrance ceremony of the World Alliance Academy would be wildly different. Turns out it's no different from any normal ceremony. Sounds solemn, but the vibe is still like a weekly meeting that drags on past closing time." Right after that, the program continued with the announcement. Next is the greeting from the top students of each department. Leonhardt, valedictorian of the Swordsmanship Department. Please step forward. Hearing his name called out, a young man sitting right next to Gray silently stood up. "Yes," Leonhardt clearly replied and walked down to the stage. Under the gaze of all the freshmen, whispers began to rise across the rows of seats. "Is that him? The guy who took down the examiner in a flash during the entrance exam?" "No." Another person affirmed with admiration. "Yeah, I heard his swordsmanship skills are not inferior to any professor here." "Nee." That young man was Leonhard Abius, a genius possessing blonde hair and sharp, prideful eyes. Ray intently observed his formidable opponent. Ray Sham Chu Kwan Sat Doge Dagang. Formidable opponent and silently evaluating the enemy's strength. Standing on Manhwa, the high podium facing the academy officials, Leonhardt calmly asked, "Just to reconfirm, I am allowed to speak freely, correct? After receiving agreement from the school's side." He bowed his head slightly. "Thank you very much." However, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense as Leonhardt looked directly at the board of examiners and firmly declared, "Right now, I have a complaint to submit to the academy." Leonhardt began his speech. "First of all, to my fellow students, no, to all those who were accepted through the orthodox method, it is an honor to join the academy alongside you." He expressed his hope that everyone would work hard together to graduate and contribute to the world, while simultaneously striving toward noble goals as students of the prestigious World Alliance Academy. However, his tone suddenly shifted. "But unfortunately, among us, there is someone who doesn't deserve to be here." Leonhardt glanced toward the examiner's row and questioned, "Am I right, Professor Ariel?" Ariel was slightly surprised, but still calmly replied that all students here had passed a rigorous examination. She believed that even if they weren't as strong as Leonhardt, excluding them would be an unwise idea. Ariel coldly asked back for his reason for questioning that. Leonhardt asserted in a low voice, "I am not talking about those who passed the exam properly." His gaze turned razor-sharp as he declared, "I am talking about the one who entered through the back door. Your heavenly eye special spot." Suddenly turning the entrance ceremony into a live stream session to expose the whole school. Ariel silently observed a seat. Leonhardt pointed into the crowd and shouted, "You, the one with the special admission, show yourself already. Return your uniform and leave the academy." Instantly, the entire square buzzed at the hostile declaration. Ray broke into a cold sweat, questioningly wondering, in shock, why there was such immense hatred. But he soon realized a fortunate truth. How lucky he doesn't know what I look like. That was a close call. Ray silently calculated that if he didn't step forward, perhaps he wouldn't be dragged into this mess. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel only smiled with great amusement and remarked that the new students this year were truly lively. Leonhardt asserted in a low voice, "Professor, I am extremely serious. Stop accepting students through the back door." And before his words could finish, Ariel stepped in close. Her eyes shone with a mystical light through her glasses along with an implicit hum. She coldly asked back, "Do you think you are stronger than that kid?" Killing intent suddenly radiated from the professor, making Leonhardt tremble as sweat poured down in shock. Leonhardt stammered, "What?" He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his composure, then declared, "Of course. Are you implying that I am wrong?" Seeing that arrogance, Ariel flashed an amused smile. "I like that attitude of yours. In that case, how about we make a bet?" Leonhardt blankly asked back, "A bet?" Ariel decisively confirmed yes. Ariel's eyes flashed with a dangerous look as she announced the terms. "Using my job and that kid's admission as the stakes." Both Leonhardt and Gray froze in sheer shock. Unable to believe this professor actually dared to wager her entire career on an applicant deemed a backdoor entrant like that. Suddenly, the drama upgraded from high school level to wagering your entire future and career. Ray blurted out in shock, "A bet?" Leonhardt looked at Professor Ariel with deep skepticism. "Are you planning to make me fight that special admission kid?" Ariel smiled and waved her hand, affirming she wouldn't do something so crude. But right after that, her gaze turned ice cold. "After all, if he goes all out, you will lose your life." As an educator, I cannot put my students' life at risk. Nay. Those words caused Leonhardt to get so angry that veins popped on his face. He glared and roared. "Are you provoking me?" Ariel casually replied, "I'm being serious." She suggested changing the format. "Let's wager on hunting monsters instead. That would be safer. Besides, you are better at fighting monsters than humans. Right, Leonhardt?" Leonhardt silently realized that the teacher held detailed information about him. He coldly asked, "So, what exactly is the bet?" Arya gestured with her finger and explained the incredibly simple rules. "Just kill the monsters that I choose as targets. With each round, the monsters will get stronger, and whoever fails to defeat their target first loses." She authoritatively announced the stakes. "If he loses, I will resign as a professor, and all special admission students will be expelled." Ray sat in his seat, breaking into a cold sweat from the immense pressure, while Ariel finalized the terms with Leonhardt. "And if you lose, you must do whatever I tell you." Ariel smiled and asked, "How about it?" Leonhardt gripped his sword hilt and cautiously requested, "Tell me what the target monster is first. Even though I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get caught up in some strange setup." Ariel placed her hand on her chin, thought for a moment, then leisurely replied, Let's see. For the first target," Ariel casually suggested, "how about a goblin general? Or is that too easy for you?" Instantly, the image of a colossal monster, with glowing red eyes and fierce tattoos appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the crowd of students below tremble in fear. Ray questioningly wondered in shock, why did the teacher intentionally choose the exact monster that I just encountered? Leonhardt angrily slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Are you kidding me?" He gritted his teeth, affirming that a goblin general was not the kind of monster that anyone could defeat single-handedly. Ariel maintained her calm demeanor. She explained that she wasn't forcing them to go kill it right away. She leisurely proposed, "Let's set a time limit of within 1 year. That should be sufficient, right?" Leonhardt was not convinced at all. He shouted loudly that if just 1 year of training could take down a disaster-level calamity like that, humanity wouldn't have been suffering for so long. At the same time, he demanded her to choose a more realistic target. Suddenly, Leonhardt smiled smugly, as if he had seen through everything. "Oh, I get it. You intentionally chose a monster no one can defeat to end this bet with no winner, right?" He decisively declared he wouldn't accept that. Ariel casually walked in her high heels and put forward one final condition. In that case, if the result is a tie, you will be the winner." Leonhardt was dazed before he could process what was happening. Ariel added, "In other words, if that kid cannot defeat the goblin general, I will automatically be dismissed, and all special admission students will be expelled. How does that sound?" Looking at the professor's mystical and confident smile, Leonhardt could only stammer, "Are you out of your mind?" Saying this line out loud and still keeping your life is already very lucky. He broke into a cold sweat as an uneasy feeling welled up inside him, sensing that the outcome of this bet seemed to have been predetermined. Ariel smiled and asked Leonhardt if he had any further objections. He cautiously made one last demand. "Just to clarify, it cannot be a weakened goblin general or anything similar, right?" Ariel confirmed, of course. Then she used magic to summon a contract along with a glowing leather pen. She requested Leonhardt to sign, "If you have no questions regarding the detailed terms already written inside." "One young man am I." After a moment of thought, Leonhardt decisively declared, I'm in and put his pen down to sign the magical contract. Leon hat didioti quat tuyen b. Oitan giavado botbut ki va obey or bea ta anc ma fa. He still couldn't help but feel skeptical and asked back. However, do you really think that kid can win? Ariel only casually replied, "Who knows?" and then turned her back and walked away. The academy officials sitting in the back began to whisper and discuss among themselves. They wondered if Professor Ariel wanted to use retirement as an excuse, which was why she set up this crazy bet. They sarcastically remarked that perhaps she was past her prime, which was why she was acting so strangely. Meanwhile, Ariel subtly smirked mysteriously. Excellent. The bet has officially begun. Sitting amidst the crowd, Ray broke into a cold sweat as he realized that he had been dragged into trouble. He suddenly noticed an unusual detail. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like she even factored in the one? I defeated. Before enrolling here, when she said, "Let's set the time limit to within this whole year?" Ray, shocked, realized the truth. So, the bet was already over from the moment it started? He looked toward Professor Ariel and silently marveled at her cunningness. She really plays dirty. Just as the tense atmosphere temporarily subsided, an elderly professor opened the book in his hand and authoritatively announced, "Now, we will begin the lesson on the fundamental knowledge of magic." Yoa. The atmosphere suddenly switched instantly from brain-racking drama straight to study mode. The professor standing at the podium authoritatively declared that even though it was the first day, the students were not allowed to waste a single second. Began the lecture from the most basic thing, how to cast magic. He explained that inside everyone's body there exists an invisible energy source called Egger, and by controlling it through the magic circuits in the body, humans can manifest power. Sitting below, Ray silently felt relieved, because this theoretical knowledge he had already heard before at the training camp in the past, so keeping up with the curriculum probably wouldn't be too difficult. However, his most daunting problem at the moment was being placed in the exact same class as Leon Hart. Out of all the existing classes, he had to cross paths with the guy who had just publicly expressed his hatred towards special admission students. On the very first day, Ray anxiously told himself, "Please don't let him find out that I am the special admission student of the heavenly eye." He tried to shrink back and blend into the background as much as possible to avoid attracting attention. Yet, less than 5 minutes after the lecture had started, the professor coldly pointed straight at him and shouted loudly, "You over there, you look rather bored, don't you? It's only been 5 minutes since we started, and you're already looking away? You've got some nerve." Ray was shocked when he was caught despite sitting all the way in the back row. He awkwardly spoke up to apologize in astonishment at the professor's sharp observation skills. The professor, holding a magic book in his hand, challenged, "If you're that confident, why don't you come up here and demonstrate for the class to see? I'm sure you know how to use basic magic, right?" Ray broke into a cold sweat. He tried to find a way to excuse himself. "Teacher, with all due respect, we belong to the swordsmanship department. Now, I think even if one doesn't know how to use magic, it should be fine." "Nay." But the professor immediately retorted that even when only using a sword in a real battle, a warrior still needs to know the basic knowledge to be able to coordinate with mages, and at least you must learn to grasp the feeling of what it's like when using magic. "No," said Manhwa. Ray realized the professor's explanation about Egger was identical to what he used to hear at the training camp years ago. He silently guessed, could the magic that the class is about to learn be the Egger bullet? When he saw the professor confirming it, and asking if he knew how to use it. Ray calmly replied, yes. He silently thanked those days of hellish training in his past life for not being wasted at all. It's exactly the type of grueling training where you only see its value later on. Realizing this was a good opportunity, the professor then suggested organizing a friendly match. Right in class. He turned to call Leon Hart. Leon, you can also use the Egger bullet, right? Leon Hart confidently replied, of course. He even arrogantly reminded the professor that he had been properly trained in both swordsmanship and magic before entering the academy, so letting Gray face him was a huge risk for his opponent. However, the professor only coldly replied that no matter how large the skill gap was, Gray wouldn't die from it, and he also had no intention of telling Leon Hart to hold back. Suddenly, the professor revealed a shocking truth that made the entire classroom fall silent. But Ray, over there, is actually this year's Heavenly Eye student. No, you see one, Ray? The entire room instantly erupted in astonishment. Tut! Ray was shocked, sweat pouring down as he realized the secret he had painstakingly hidden had been completely exposed by the professor right in front of his enemy. The professor flashed a sinister smile, seeming very pleased with the chaos he had just created. Leon Hart clenched his fist upon hearing this, his eyes flaring with threatening killing intent. I see. Then I'll have to teach him some manners. He declared he would let Gray know what this academy truly is. Then he glared at him with immense pressure. Step down here. Ray could only tremble, breaking into a cold sweat because he knew real trouble had arrived. Standing opposite each other in the middle of the arena, the professor commanded that upon the signal, both must fire an Egger bullet at their opponent. Ray was extremely anxious because his magic experience amounted to a mere few days at the training camp. He told himself that even though the professor said he wouldn't die, he certainly wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The moment the command started, Leon Hart gathered a vibrant blue energy stream and declared he would show him the difference in power. With no other choice, Ray gritted his teeth and focused his entire will into his palm. Screw it! Two terrifying streams of magic collided head-on, creating a shocking explosion that enveloped them both, revealing the faces of Leon Hart and Ray staring at each other in utter amazement. Both simultaneously gasped in shock. What? This match is no longer a sparring session, but has turned into a disaster-level event. Leon Hart trembled in fear as he witnessed a power that was viciously surging out of control, rushing straight toward him. In that critical split second, the professor rushed forward in a panic. He cast a bright yellow barrier to stop the earth-shattering explosion, while the other students were so heavily shaken that they fell over and screamed at the top of their lungs. Leon Hart was knocked back, far away, groaning in pain as he collided heavily with the ground. The professor hurriedly ran over to check on his student's condition. Leon, are you okay? Leon Hart forced himself up, replying with difficulty, I'm fine. Seeing that, he let out a sigh of relief, I see. Thank goodness. But in his heart, he still couldn't help but feel terrified, as he realized that if the barrier hadn't reduced the impact force, that attack just now could have taken Leon Hart's life. The professor broke into a cold sweat, shocked, thinking to himself that even among the professors in the academy, no one could cast an Egger bullet that was so terrifyingly powerful. He turned to look at Ray with deep skepticism and pressed for answers. What did you just do? Ray stood frozen, looking at his hands, while others were panicking. He was just confused as to why it was so weak. He realized that apparently the Egger bullet technique he had learned from the subjugation army in his past life was completely different compared to what was being taught at this academy. Ray wonderingly asked himself if he had used the wrong spell, but the professor asserted that it was definitely an Egger bullet. However, he emphasized. That the quality of his bullet was entirely different, as what Ray had just used wasn't normal Egger, but super compressed Egger. The professor explained that this was a type of power. Mala egacionen. Ejagiao sagi tikai laloai. That even the professors struggled to create. Yet Gray was able to shape it into a complete spell in just a split second. Nah, he asserted firmly. No one in this academy can replicate what you just did. Gay. The students began to whisper excitedly, believing the heavenly eye special spot turns out to be meant for this natural talent, and that he should have been placed in the magic department from the start. Ray thought to himself that it was absurd, because in his past life, all the magic the subjugation army learned at the training camp was exactly like this, and he was even considered the least talented among them. Looking at the dark aura on his hand, Ray casually asked, "Are you teasing me, Professor?" "I think as long as one trains properly, anyone can do this." His naive answer caused the professor to freeze for a moment, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Ray could only stand there staring blankly, not understanding what was going on. "But clearly, I've just become the center of attention." The professor suddenly rushed over and tightly grabbed Gray's shoulders, urgently requesting him to switch to the magic department and promising to personally vouch for him. He asserted, with absolute certainty, that he had a natural talent for magic, far superior to swordsmanship. The career path change speed is faster than changing the meta in a game. Ray confusedly tried to decline, as he always firmly believed that he was not good at magic at all. Hearing that, the professor shouted in amazement, affirming that understanding and creating super-compressed Egger at such a young age made him an unprecedented genius by all standards of the academy. The professor excitedly shouted, "I don't know what fool told you that you have no talent, but clearly they didn't know what they were talking about." He continued to beg Ray, "Are you absolutely sure you don't want to switch to the magic department?" The students below couldn't help but buzz in astonishment. A professor who rarely praises anyone actually went that far. The professor widened his eyes with gravity, no matter what. "It would be a loss to the world if you don't study magic. I would even go as far as to say it's a crime against magic itself." Ray could only flash an awkward smile at the other's excessive enthusiasm. In his mind, his gears began to turn as he recalled the professor's words. Wait, what did he just say? Egger compression technique? A memory from his past life suddenly surfaced in Ray's mind, about a lecture by a certain female professor. Coincidentally, in the past, people didn't know about the existence of OD, also known as life force. Because of that, casting proper magic was extremely difficult. The memory continued to clearly show the backward fighting method of that era. Warriors had to continuously compress Egger inside their bodies, then try to gather 10 parts, and only use the small fragments that accidentally mixed with ODD. Nani. Looking back, it's quite ridiculous, isn't it? Returning to the present, Ray broke into a cold sweat, looking at the professor and silently asking, "Professor, do you know about OD?" The only response was a blank look, full of question marks from him. "Odo? What on earth is that?" Ray silently affirmed after that skeptical look. "Judging by that reaction, I've confirmed it. The world at this point in time still doesn't know about the existence of OD." He was shocked to realize the mind-blowing truth. If so, then what I learned in the subjugation army is actually knowledge from the future. Ray reminded himself that he must be extremely careful when choosing who to reveal this secret to. The professor once again proposed, "So, will you switch to the magic department?" Ray placed his hand on his chest and politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I love swordsmanship. Although I'm very grateful for your offer, I'm afraid I have to refuse." A clean and concise decision, but enough to leave the listener deep in regret. Professor Carlos let out a deeply regretful sigh. If that is your wish, I cannot force you. But if you change your mind, just come. Find me anytime. Any time at all will do. Ray smiled slightly. Thank you very much for the offer. Carlos waved his hand, telling him to return to his seat, and even granted a special exception. You may return to your seat. I won't blame you if you don't pay attention to the lecture. Even if you find it boring and leave early, I wouldn't mind it. The professor affirmed that this lecture was already way too basic compared to Gray's level. The surrounding students couldn't help but marvel. Amazing, Icing. I can't believe, Professor. Carlos actually thinks so highly of him. Even the blonde guy who once doubted. Gray began to turn around from a hater into his hardcore fan. Involuntarily, Ray felt a cold shiver run down his spine. As evening fell, he received a small note with a brief message. Come to my office after class today. Ariel. Ray anxiously walked through the empty hallway, silently thinking to himself, I've been summoned. Way too abruptly. He wondered if this was perhaps arranged by Professor Carlos. Standing before the intricately carved wooden door, bearing the emblem of a glowing red eye, Ray wondered if Professor Ariel also intended to advise him to switch departments. He knocked lightly on the door. A voice echoed from inside. The door is unlocked. Ray pushed the door open and stepped inside. Excuse me for interrupting. Suddenly, a sword strike slashed down from nowhere, aiming straight at his head. As quick as a flash, he drew his sword and blocked the ambush in the nick of time. The powerful impact created brilliant sparks that lit up the entire room. Ray realized in shock that before his brain could process it, his hand had already acted. He stood firm with the sword in hand, his eyes completely wary, looking toward his opponent, who'd just been knocked back and collapsed onto the floor with a look of utter astonishment. Ray questioningly asked himself in shock, what the hell just happened? He stared intently at the unfamiliar blue-haired girl, feeling a strange, unnameable familiarity. Ray thought to himself, this girl? I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Looking deep into those melancholy, pale yellow eyes, and that light blue hair, an unusually familiar feeling rushed back. Ray thought to himself, this girl. I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Amidst the suffocatingly silent atmosphere, Professor Ariel's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Well. Ariel casually sat on her chair, flashing a smug smile. I knew my eye for people wasn't wrong. However, the two professors standing beside her looked completely skeptical. One raised a question, Bella. You didn't hold back just now, did you? Did Ariel tell you to go easy on him? The other added, your movements were absolutely perfect, but having your sword knocked away so easily like that is just not natural at all. Ray froze upon hearing that name, sweat pouring down from the shock. Bella! So she really is Bella Onbright, the great sage. Ariel spoke in a low voice, her gaze razor-sharp as she looked straight at her colleagues. Is that so? If you two can't even tell whether she was holding back or not, then it's best you quit being professors. A gentle statement, but the emotional damage inflicted was as heavy as a sledgehammer. Under the terrifying pressure from Ariel, two professors immediately backed down, awkwardly defending themselves. We were just joking. Watching the scene of Ariel casually flipping coins in her hand, while the other two professors clearly showed fear, Ray could only blankly ask, what are the professors doing? Ariel smiled brightly and explained, we just made a bet on whether you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, I've made quite a handsome sum. The story sounded like mere entertainment, yet it was directly tied to his life just moments ago. She casually flicked a coin toward him and said, Here's your share, Ray. He caught the gift, and almost dropped his jaw upon realizing it was a gold coin. Of pure gold. A gold coin? Isn't this thing worth a fortune? The mustachioed professor stood deep in thought, observing, silently admitting that everything happened exactly as Ariel had predicted. Chao, Shuyan, Nge, Nj, Trao, Kiwi, Tri, D. Energialian quantro sitip, don, mmngs vertotea Otanyan bong wodoge, yo va fia an vanoi. Dogai la fon, ciim re. Dohon elimon quava. Suit ari si ham ki enjan, ra go la one dog. Nguyen sha, ang zang sao. Changtiath, fanay dogang gia, cam, gia. I sao vasti gyao, sr, ria. Meb dang tramgam kwan sat. Dia, an aryan dang, miig, ogung, energite n, g, a. Ario doga, dl doguan. From that encounter just now, the mustachio professor observed that Gray deliberately did not use his dominant arm, as if he were trying to protect an arm. That is completely immobile. He thoughtfully speculated whether it was due to an injury, but then asserted, rather than an obvious physical injury to the muscles. I'd say it looks like a deeper kind of damage. The colleague beside him also concurred, I agree. A simple injury wouldn't cause that. Ray broke into a cold sweat and asked in shock, "You can tell that much?" "Just by looking?" The professor smiled, and replied that if they couldn't see that much, they wouldn't be professors at this academy, while also revealing that Professor Ariel actually noticed it during the exam. Ariel, at this moment, casually dismissed her two colleagues and asserted that Ray is her student, so she won't hand him over to anyone. Before leaving, the two professors admitted, "We will acknowledge that he has potential, at least for now." The mustachioed professor looked back at Gray with a razor-sharp gaze, delivering a heavy warning. "But if that injury doesn't heal, it still means you do not meet the admission standard of the academy. Keep that in mind." Ray silently watched their figures fade away behind the door. Once the nuisance was gone, Ariel turned to look at him with a calculating look. Now that those annoying people have vanished, Ariel interlaced her fingers, her eyes flashing with a mystifying light, as she began to switch to the main topic. "Let's talk about magic." Without beating around the bush, she went straight to the point, as if she had prepared the script from the beginning. She mentioned that he had used supercompressed Edgar in Professor Carlos's class, making Gray only blurt out, "So you already know." Ariel took a sip of coffee and revealed that Carlos had run straight to her office to demand she let him switch to the magic department. But of course, she flatly refused. Her sharp eyes saw right through Ray through her single-lens specs that glowed. "To me, you are better suited for holding a sword than magic." She asserted firmly that he didn't look like someone good at compressing Edgar at all. "You don't even have any signs of having practiced it." Ray broke into a cold sweat as he realized her eye could see through everything with just a glance. He told himself it was best not to lie here. Now Gray sipped his tea and admitted it was exactly as she said. Ariel then changed her tone, suggesting that he reveal the trick he used in exchange for a well-deserved reward and promised to keep it an absolute secret. She leaned close to Bella and pleaded, "I really need to know for the sake of this girl. I mean, for Bella." Ray almost accidentally blurted out, calling her the Great Sage. He was shocked, realizing he had to be extremely careful with his words. Ariel explained that although Bella is a genius in magic theory, she is completely helpless when it comes to practice, because she cannot use the Edgar compression technique. leading to the inability to create super-compressed Egger. Ray recalled the rumor that Bella Albright was a late-blooming talent. He silently understood the real reason behind it. Ariel continued to dig deep into the matter. However, according to what I heard from Professor Carlos, when you used super-compressed Egger, it didn't look like you were compressing Egger at all. No. Ariel hoped that if there was a way to use super-compressed Egger without going through the compression step, then Bella wouldn't be sent to Professor Bradley. Hearing that name, Ray was so shocked that he completely lost his composure. He trembling replayed, "Professor Bradley? You mean Professor Varian Bradley?" His eyes widened with utter horror at the mention of that haunting name. Ariel looked at Ray's expression and confirmed, "Yes. I see you know him." Ray was silent as his heart churned. "There is no way I wouldn't know him. He is extremely infamous." The horrifying memory of Varian Bradley came rushing back with his brutal human experiments that took the lives of countless innocent people. Not stopping there, he was also the one who caused earth-shattering magic disasters that led to the deaths of thousands of souls. He was the worst magic criminal in history, with a manic smile hidden behind his glasses. Ray was shocked and wondered. Has he still not been arrested in this era? Ariel continued to reveal the bitter truth. If she cannot create super-compressed Egger by the end of this year, she will be sent to him, where she will have to undergo surgery. No. Ray was stunned, his eyes flaring with horror. What? Wait a minute. Isn't that a terrible idea? Ariel looked at Bella and nodded. That's right. Although the surgery is under the guise of enhancing magical abilities. Magic. It is actually human experimentation. Nine. Although it hasn't been made public, the rumors about his victims losing their lives or becoming disabled are absolutely true. Bella slowly spoke up. It's dangerous and terrifying. But I will be expelled at the end of this year, if I can't use super-compressed Egger. No, Arya looked at her student with deep sorrow. To be honest, I'd rather have you drop out than let that guy mess with your body. No, I am. Sitting opposite, Ray silently took a sip of tea, his mind fighting fiercely the magic knowledge I know doesn't even exist in this era yet. If I tell them, I might change the flow of history. Looking at the trembling hands on Bella's knees. Painful images of a fiery future flashed through his mind, making Gray feel deeply sorrowful. But then he smirked slightly and told himself, well, why not? That hellish future had better be changed. He slammed his teacup down on the table and said decisively, I see. Ray looked straight at the two of them and declared, I will teach you how to use super-compressed Egger. His eyes flashed, and his palm concentrated a black-blue energy mass, swirling with immense power. Right after that, the scene shifted to the Academy's vast arena area. On the blackboard, Ray began to draw complex magic diagrams, explaining the flow of energy and the structure of the human body. Walking among the empty stands, Ray let out a sigh of relief. That is all the magic knowledge I know. As promised. Please don't tell anyone that I taught you two this. No. Ariel smiled reassuringly, stating that they had signed a magic contract. If broken, both of them would lose their lives. Ray curiously asked, So what do you two think? After hearing what I just said? Ariel put her hand to her head, her face still filled with shock. Just knowing about ODE alone is enough to blow my mind. Ah, wow. But the magic knowledge you revealed goes far beyond that. Bella couldn't hide her admiration either. She felt as if she had just attended a magic class. From hundreds of years in the future, her eyes shone with admiration, as she asserted that Gray's explanations had helped magic history advance by leaps and bounds for a whole century. Ray looked at her worshipping expression and thought to himself, actually, that is your own lecture from 15 years later. But for someone of this era, it really is advanced. No, oh no. Ariel crossed her arms, looking toward the arena with skepticism. There's too much information that I cannot accurately evaluate. Do you think what he said is true, Bella? Staring intently at the formulas on the board, she asserted. High probability is that this theory is accurate. There is nothing that contradicts current magic theories at all. Why? She looked out at the horizon where the sun was gradually setting and continued furthermore. The fastest way to find the answer is to test it. And that is why we are here. Holding Ray's note in her hand, Bella thought to herself, if everything you said is true, Ray, then this spell will work. Standing in the middle of the empty arena, Bella silently declared, according to that theory, then this is my full power. She raised her magic staff high. Instantly, a giant magic circle with intricate glowing gold patterns burst forth. Standing behind her, Ray broke into a cold sweat. He, shocked, asked back, your full power? In his heart, Ray began to tremble, as he recalled memories of the great sage in the future. If I remember correctly, wasn't the maximum power of Bella on right said to be capable of burning down an entire city? He, terrified, realized an even worse detail. Furthermore, she is also said to be unable to properly control her terrifying source of magic power. The stream of light from the magic circle abruptly expanded, engulfing the entire field of vision. Bella blankly gasped, as she noticed the anomaly spiraling out of control. A blinding white light swallowed everything, causing Ray to only have time to shout in panic. Wait, hold on a sec. A giant, earth-shattering pillar of energy from the center of the magic circle shot straight up into the blue sky, creating a blast of light that shook the entire academy. Standing before the scorching energy wave that was swallowing everything, he shielded himself with his arm and, shocked, told himself, such terrifying power. Ray was still in utter shock, as he realized he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. If she hadn't controlled that magic just now, I would have been a goner. It really saved my life. Meanwhile, Bella looked extremely excited. She held her staff high and cheered. I did it. I even tried to control it too. This is so much fun! A giant, flaming fire dragon emerged from the debris, looping majestically under her control. However, right after that ecstatic moment, Bella's face suddenly turned pale. But I'm out of egger. Her stamina bar plummeted to 0 after going overboard with a combo. Her body wobbled, and she collapsed onto the arena floor. Ray rushed over in a panic to catch her and shouted, Bella! Professor Ariel, standing nearby, calmly reassured him. Calm down. She just fell asleep from egger depletion. Just let her rest. Looking at Bella, nestled in his arms, Ray let out a soft smile of relief. Ariel couldn't hide her admiration either. Still truly amazing. Think about it. She could cast such large-scale magic in such a short period of time. Why? In her unconscious state, Bella was still mumbling in her sleep. It's not that I'm good, it's because of that hypothesis. I can easily create super crest egger. Ray could only break into a cold sweat as he heard her talking back even while asleep. But that's your hypothesis. Arya let out a sigh of relief, crossing her arms contentedly. Now that she can create super compressed egger, she no longer needs that surgery. Oh, I will personally talk to Bradley to cancel it. But I am especially glad, because she didn't lose her ability to control magic. Gray wondered, ability to control magic? Ariel? Confirmed and explained that although Bradley's surgery could enhance the magical output, the price to pay is the loss of control. She revealed that although how it works is a secret, it seems to be a surgery that forcibly breaks the limits of the body. Gray fell deep into thought. So that's how it is. Could it be the reason why the female mage in my past life couldn't control her powerful magic was because of that surgery? A piece of history began to fit into the future timeline. Ariel interrupted his train of thought. Anyway, thanks to you, Bella. Now create super compressed egg. Consider it that you have fulfilled the terms of our contract. She smiled meaningfully. Now it's my turn to do my part. First of all, about your arm. There is a type of magic I want to use on it right away. Ariel reached her hand toward Gray, casting a brilliant magic with mystical blue butterflies surrounding his injured arm. The pure stream of energy seeped into every muscle fiber, making the fractures gradually disappear beneath the shimmering light. Ariel gently asked, "How is it?" Gray, shocked, looked down at his hands. He tried moving each finger in astonishment as he felt life returning to them. Gray exclaimed in amazement, "I can move it!" He couldn't hide his excitement and shouted loudly, "Thank you very much, Professor." However, Ray still couldn't help but wonder, because even high-grade recovery potions couldn't heal this injury. Yet she managed to do it. Ariel smirked proudly. Don't compare my nerve regeneration magic with those ordinary healing potions. No. She looked at him defiantly. But will it truly function like before? Try swinging a sword and check. Ray swung his sword to test his newly healed arm. However, he immediately rose with a look of doubt, staring intently at his hand gripping the hilt. Ray thoughtfully realized the instability. It doesn't move as smoothly as before. Just as I thought. Ariel stood behind him and calmly explained, I may have healed your nerves, but my magic cannot heal the wound in your soul. Ray, shocked, asked back, the wound in my soul. Ariel affirmed that although current magic knowledge hasn't proven the existence of the soul yet, she is absolutely certain it exists. She put her hand to the frame of her glasses, her eyes flashing with a mystical star symbol as she declared, After all, I can see it with these eyes of mine. The image of Gray's soul appeared as a deep blue energy sphere, being bound by chains of light. Ariel reassured him that his soul is healing naturally, as long as you don't overexert yourself. Ray anxiously asked, Then should I limit my sword practice? Ariel waved her hand, telling him to practice normally. But she showed extreme curiosity, wanting to know what kind of swordsmanship could cause such deep damage to the soul. Ray could only break into a cold sweat, giving an awkward smile at the terrifying sharpness of the professor. Ariel continued to ponder further. There has been an example of a swordsmanship that uses the soul to control the blade. Ray was confused, not understanding, until she suddenly named Amy White, looking deep into Gray's eyes with a searching gaze. Ariel asked, You know her, right? Gray was stunned. The image of Sword Saint Amy White flashed through his mind, shocking him to the core. Huh? Why would she mention the Sword Saint's name here? At the current point in time, we aren't even supposed to know each other yet. Seeing Gray freeze, Ariel tilted her head and asked, Did I say something wrong? The way you swing your sword gives the feeling that you learned it from Amy. Ariel ponderingly observed and then remarked, but thinking about it again, It's a bit different. The person you learned swordsmanship from seems to be even more skilled than Amy. Nice. She continued to evaluate. Even so, in just a few more years, Amy will reach the level of your master. Future meta top server character is only equivalent in potential to someone else's student. Ray broke into a cold sweat, amazed by her sharpness. She even knows to that extent? He awkwardly tried to make an excuse. I only learned swordsmanship at a dojo. In my hometown. Hey, Nazi. Realizing that if this continued, he would expose all his secrets, Ray hurriedly changed the subject. Can a soul be damaged just from practicing the sword? Ariel coldly replied, absolutely not. At least not by any ordinary kind of swordsmanship. She further explained, in the first place, there's no way an ordinary thing could take down the goblin general with just a single slash. Yee! Put bin talking now. Kogi ti them, nange ti, jagu kongaji. Now empty da bin thokor de htrom. GNC dai, dain yo, tincho, be, not, shem, not. Not to mention slashing down the entire pack of, goblins around and the trees as well. And, Ray was stunned, realizing, so you already knew. Of course. Thanks to you, I almost won the bet. She revealed she had seen the ruins left behind at the scene, and asserted they were magnificent. So much so that even the most sophisticated slashing magic couldn't have done that. That mysterious power inside you used it, right? Ray, shocked, asked back. You can see it with your own eyes. Standing in the middle of the arena under the sunset. Ariel said decisively, Of course I can see it. She looked deep into him with her exceptionally glowing eyes. I can see the power leaking through that chained gate. Ray was stunned, looking at the image of the chained gate appearing in his mind. He trembling realized she really sees it. This is not something that can be guessed blindly. Ariel casually continued, Then again, I have seen a power similar to yours before. She explained that although she didn't think they were the same, they gave off a very similar feeling. Ray couldn't help but feel skeptical. A similar power? Are there other people who possess the same power as me? Ariel nodded in confirmation. Yes, though I'm not sure if they are human or not. She coldly uttered the name. Liquidator. The Destroyer. Hearing that, Ray's eyes widened from the shock. So, that's what they are called. Seeing her student's reaction, Ariel chuckled slightly. So you've heard of them. Ray was in utter shock, with a single question screaming in his mind. Why is that name being mentioned in this era? Yeah. Ariel realized Gray had heard of that thing. She sighed. So you've heard of it. To be honest, I didn't think it was that famous. Looking at the magic diagrams on the board, she casually continued, But given that you hold that kind of magic theory, that seems to come from the future. I guess this isn't surprising either. Ray silently affirmed, in his heart, that it truly was knowledge from the future, even though no one right now has actually realized it yet. Ariel looked deep into his eyes and pressed for answers. How much do you know about the Liquidator? Ray was silent for a long time, then replied, Only that it is a threat. That is extremely dangerous to humanity. Ooh. He recalled the image of the Destroyer amidst the battlefield full of dark aura and said resolutely, It must be stopped before it appears. If that's impossible, then it must be destroyed at all costs. Yani. Ariel rested her chin in thought. That might be a bit extreme, but I agree that it's very dangerous. She lowered her voice, revealing further, even so, Varian Bradley seems to still be determined to continue his experiments. Nah. Ray, shocked, asked back, What does he have to do with this? Ariel looked at him with a meaningful gaze. What else? The Liquidator is precisely the entity he is trying to summon. No. Ray froze, sweat pouring down as a brutal truth was just unveiled. What? The liquidator is man-made? No one has ever talked about that before. Ray began to connect all the pieces. He thought back to his past life. But the Academy in the previous timeline acted as if they knew exactly where the liquidator would appear. The image of the Academy's grand fleet of airships came to his mind. He was filled with doubt. His eyes widened as a horrifying hypothesis popped up. Don't tell me the Academy was involved in summoning them from the very beginning? Gray looked toward the majestic architecture of the Academy. With utter disbelief, Ray asserted, "This experiment must be stopped immediately." Ariel ponderingly agreed. "But I admit that I don't have enough authority to interfere, since the one behind it is also a professor like me. Even though I tried to pressure the higher-ups to cancel it, they completely ignored it. When Gray pressed for the real identities of those leaders, Ariel could only evade. I'm sorry, I don't have the right to reveal that to you either." She asserted firmly, "That unless there is an order from the higher-ups. Otherwise, no one will be able to force that experiment to stop." Ray realized that the leadership apparatus of the Academy was much more troublesome and overlapping than he thought. He thought to himself, "If I can prove he's a criminal, then the situation will change." I know. Haunting memories of his past life came rushing back, where Varian's illegal experiments took the lives of tens of thousands of people. Ray asserted that he knew very well the location where those crimes were committed and stated firmly, "I know where he is conducting the illegal experiments, if we catch him red-handed in the act." But Ariel immediately crushed that idea. "I'm sorry, but that's not feasible either." To Gray's astonishment, she explained that breaking into a professor's research facility without permission is already a major felony. If we can't present concrete evidence, we would be the ones thrown into prison. And advice. Ariel looked deep into his eyes searchingly. "Or do you happen to have evidence of his crimes right now?" Ray could only remain silent in utter helplessness, leading Ariel to conclude that this matter must be put aside for a while. Ray clenched his fist. He bitterly realized that despite knowing the danger, Ariel's hands were also tied at the moment. Seeing her student falling silent, the teacher suddenly changed the subject. "More importantly, let's talk about your power. Don't you want to learn how to control it?" Ray, shocked, asked back, "Can you do that?" Ariel smirked confidently. She revealed that there is a professor in the Academy who is extremely skilled at handling mysterious and unidentified power sources. Ariel leaned close and revealed the name. Hector Longfellow is his name. Hearing this, Ray was so shocked that his pupils contracted. He couldn't believe his ears. "Hector Longfellow. Is he the person who used to train even the Sword Saint?" He said in a battle. Seeing his reaction, Ariel smiled smugly. "I knew you'd be interested. I will arrange for you to begin your private training session with him tomorrow." And Ray clenched his hands and shouted in excitement, "Please, help me!" He thought to himself that the main purpose he came to this academy was to master his power, and he didn't expect to find a clue this fast. The scene shifted to the academy stadium where head coach Longfellow had appeared, and began the grueling training session. Ray was drenched in sweat, trying hard to chase after the figure ahead. "I am receiving direct instruction from Hector Longfellow himself. But why on earth do we have to run like this? Wow." Instantly, Hector's roar echoed with immense power. "Your mind is distracted. I can feel it. If you still have time to daydream, then speed up. Run until your body reaches its absolute limit." The head coach strictly reminded him, "Listen carefully. Only when you win, burn through the very last drop of your physical strength, will your soul power truly awaken." Jai, as long as you still have even a bit of stamina left, we won't touch the sword. Got it? Me. Ray mustered all his strength to reply, "Yes, teacher," although he told himself that the head coach's training definitely had a deeper meaning. Ray's heart was still heavy with anxiety. But while I'm running in circles here, Varian is conducting experiments to summon the Arbiter. Should I really be doing this? Right now? He continued to dash forward in intense inner turmoil. A week of training passed. Ray went to Professor Ariel's office. She asked, "How are things going with the head coach?" Ray scratched his head and admitted, "To be honest, it's mostly just running. Nami-ai. We only practiced the sword a little bit at the very end. But I really feel like I've become stronger." Ariel smiled and commented, "That sounds exactly like his style." Suddenly a knock on the door rang out. "Excuse me for interrupting." A mailman stepped in and handed her an envelope. "Professor Dargoiano. Ariel, a letter has just been delivered to you." Ariel took it and replied, "Oh, thank you." However, as soon as she opened the letter to read it, her expression suddenly turned dark and intense. Noticing the anomaly, Ray anxiously asked, "Is something wrong?" Ray took the letter in shock. "Read the contents inside." It was a letter from Varian Bradley sent to Professor Ariel. He wrote, "I have received reports that Bella Owen Bright has succeeded in creating supercompressed Egger. It seems she has indeed attained a power close to it. However, upon examination, it is clear she is not actually compressing it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as supercompressed Egger. Accordingly, the contract remains valid, and the surgery will proceed as planned." Ray's eyes glowed red with rage. He gnashed his teeth and roared. This is insane," Ray frustratingly blurted out. "It seems Bradley is determined to force her into surgery, even when she no longer needs it." He pressed, "Can Bella refuse it?" But Ariel could only clasp her hands helplessly. "Unfortunately, this contract has no loopholes, unless Bradley himself cancels it. Otherwise, Bella has only two choices: be expelled or undergo the surgery." Ray was stunned. He could only utter in utter shock, "No way." Ariel slammed her hand onto the table, her gaze becoming more resolute than ever. "Ray, I need your help. Tell me where Bradley's laboratory is." She asserted that if they could expose his criminal face, that contract would be completely void. Ray was slightly taken aback. Then he smirked slightly, repeating her words. "Didn't you say it would be dangerous? Without evidence?" Ariel closed her eyes calculatingly. "We are going to look for evidence. I am placing my faith in you. No, perhaps I believed you from the very beginning." Her eyes glowed brightly through her monocle, emitting a mystical aura. As she confessed, "These eyes have told me that you've been telling the truth all this time. It's just that it took me too long to admit it." Ray quietly listened. His glowing red eyes showed a look of seriousness before the absolute trust from the professor. Ariel decisively ordered, "Lead the way, Ray. We will bring his crimes to light together. We—" He turned and walked away. A deep blue magic aura began to cover. Her body is both prepared to venture into the enemy's den. Ray revealed the exact location. His lab is located in mountains near Toro Village. Ariel ponderingly repeated the name, Mount Toro. She recalled that Varian indeed had an Academy-authorized research facility there. Ray was shocked as he realized the cunning of the enemy. He's conducting illegal experiments right inside an official laboratory. Ariel smirked and explained that it was the perfect hiding place, because no one would ever suspect or keep an eye on it no matter how long he stays there. Additionally, The unspoken rule among professors is to never interfere in a colleague's research area. This makes it even more convenient for various crimes. As long as we find incriminating evidence, breaking in will no longer be a legal issue. Right at that moment, a knock on the door cut off their train of thought. Bella walked in with a pale face, holding an envelope. "Professor, I just received this letter." Seeing her student's anxious look, Ariel took the letter and decisively reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Witnessing the professor preparing to venture into danger, Bella trembling asked, "Professor, are you planning to confront Varian alone for my sake? Just by yourself?" In response was only a confident and mysterious smile from Ariel. Quite. She asserted firmly, "I alone am enough." The light, reflecting through her monocle, added to the professor's majestic air. Bold. Ray couldn't just stand by and watch. He stepped forward to stop her. "Please wait. I am going with you too." Bella also regained her courage. She clutched her clothes and said resolutely, "Me too. After all, this is my own problem. I can't keep hiding forever." Ariel anxiously stopped them. "Wait, he's a professor of the academy. Not only that, he's also a madman who has repeatedly conducted dangerous experiments on human bodies. Now, if he catches either of you, there's no telling what he will do. I can't let you two go to a place like that." Ray stepped closer and firmly countered, "That's all the more reason why going alone is dangerous. If I use the power I used to defeat the Goblin General, I will be able to be of help to you. Furthermore, if you disappear, Professor, then as a student admitted through the heavenly eye, I will be expelled." Ray looked straight into Ariel's eyes and pleaded, "Please, at least let us decide our own destiny." Seeing the determination of both Gray and Bella, Ariel let out a soft sigh of resignation. "It sounds like you'll go anyway, even if I stop you. In that case, I will let you go on one condition." Ariel's face became extremely serious. She instructed, "No matter what happens, prioritize your own safety above all else. Do you understand?" Ray and Bella decisively confirmed, "Yes, we understand." Night fell upon the majestic snowy mountains, where a bizarre and gloomy old building stood. Ray, Bella, and Ariel were hiding behind the bushes to observe from a distance. Ray softly asked, "Really conducting illegal experiments here?" Ariel nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I knew. And we are going to look for evidence of that right now, right?" Ray stared intently at the building, sweat rolling down his cheek as he asserted firmly, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Bella stared at the gloomy building of the laboratory. She softly said, "If you say so, I believe you. But, Boo, can we really gather evidence without getting into any trouble?" Ariel reassured her that Varian is currently at the Magic Association conference, so he is definitely not here. However, she warned that the main entrance is highly likely to be trapped. Therefore, the group would have to break in through the side wall. Faced with Bella's anxiety, Ariel casually stated, "Anyway, the act of breaking into an Academy-authorized laboratory is already a crime. No, everything will be fine." She even smiled defiantly and told Bella, "Feel free to go back if you change your mind." Ray decisively gripped his sword and declared, "I'm going." Bella still couldn't help feeling guilty. She asked the professor if she really wanted to take a risk for someone like her. Ray immediately interrupted her. "You're wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the sake of the world. If we don't do this, countless people will die." No, the whole world will be sacrificed. Bella, shocked, asked back, "What do you mean?" Ariel then smoothed it over that although Gray was exaggerating a bit. She agreed that Varian must be stopped. Ariel advised Bella not to worry too much, as they weren't risking their lives just for her. With a confident smile, the professor ordered, "Now, move out." All three immediately dashed forward like arrows. Ariel raised her hand, summoning a series of blazing magic circles, releasing a giant stream of energy that shattered the laboratory wall. An earth-shattering explosion burst forth, blowing away all obstacles in the blink of an eye. Ray stood watching the scene of devastation before his eyes. He could only let out a bitter smile. This is a bit overboard. Ray, Ariel, and Bella stepped through the debris into the inside. Ray's red eyes contracted at the horrifying sight. Scrawny arms tightly chained to the wall, surrounded by corpses scattered everywhere. Ariel coldly commented, "It seems we don't need to waste our effort looking for evidence anymore." Looking down at the giant laboratory, Ariel recognized 14 types of forbidden magic being cast, not to mention the illegal human experimentation in the center. The magic altar glowed with an eerie purple light. Bella, trembling, asked, "What should we do now?" The original plan was to get the evidence and leave. But should we rescue these captive people right now? Ray anxiously urged. "We shouldn't stay here too long. If this drags on, Varian might come back." Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed, "Oh, were you all calling for me?" All three, shocked, turned around. Ariel narrowed her eyes watchfully as she saw a dark figure approaching. The person who appeared was none other than Varian, with a sinister smile behind his purple glasses. He casually revealed he had arranged for a body double to attend the conference, so that he himself could return to conduct an important experiment here. Ariel suspiciously asked, "An important experiment?" Varian casually admitted that he just acquired some fresh ingredients and wanted to use them while they are still fresh. However, upon seeing the presence of Gray's group through the glass, he slightly pushed up his glasses and declared, "But plans have changed." Ariel, Bella, and Gray couldn't help but be shocked, sweat pouring down before the heavy murderous intent of the man opposite them. Varian stared at them through the reflection on his glasses. He smugly said that he had been looking for ingredients with higher magical potential than ordinary people. He was curious to know how the group sniffed out this secret, but I'm certain that you came here secretly without informing anyone else. If all of you suddenly disappear at the same time." Varian let out a mad laugh, revealing his white teeth alongside his glowing, evil eyes. He asserted firmly, "No one will suspect me of anything at all." Ray, shocked, questioned the opponent's intention. "Ingredients? Don't tell me you plan to turn us into test subjects." Varian casually replied, "Calm down. Your sacrifice will help expand the boundaries of magic itself." He let out a gruesome smile and asserted, "Since I can't let any of you leave here alive, I will utilize you to the absolute fullest." Suddenly, a fiery pillar of energy burst forth, causing Varian to exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" The violent explosion engulfed the space, radiating blinding flashes of light. Ariel and Bella narrowed their eyes intensely under the terrifying pressure spreading around. Bella tightly gripped her staff, her eyes glowing with absolute determination as she prepared to face the danger ahead. Amidst the brilliant purple magic, Varian praised with delight, "Ah, how magnificent! Truly wonderful, heavenly eye." Ariel still hasn't lost her sharpness at all. He stared intently at Gray and remarked, "For a specially admitted student to possess such outstanding talent is unimaginable," making him begin to harbor intentions toward the other recruits of the Heavenly Eye as well. Varian smirked with a mad smile before hearing a mocking remark. I'm not impressed by your farce at all. And an academy student is trying to assassinate a professor? Bella tightly gripped her staff. She coldly stated, better to kill than to be killed, even though she had just missed a golden opportunity to finish him off. Ariel quickly ordered, let's retreat. We have enough evidence. Ray also agreed, let the academy handle the rest. Yeah. However, Varian's haunting voice rang out. Do you think I'll let you leave so easily? Instantly, an eerie, deep purple pillar of dark energy burst forth. Ariel let out a roar. She put all her strength into it, casting a brilliant golden barrier to withstand the deadly attack. Bella, standing behind, could only shout in terror, Professor. However, Varian flashed a triumphant smile and declared, all efforts are in vain, because this is the fruit of my dedicated research, named the Flame of Greed. Now, he explained that this flame is capable of devouring all defensive magic and turning them into fuel to make itself many times stronger. In theory, this is an unstoppable attack, though its only weakness is that it consumes an extremely rare amount of material to summon. Before Ariel's shocked eyes, the sturdy area began to crack and shatter under the destructive power of the dark flame. Amidst the chaotic energy devouring everything, she struggled to stand up and took out a memory magic bag. Ariel shouted, ordering her student, who was frozen in fear, Bella, take this memory bag and give it to Gray immediately. She asserted, as long as the head coach sees this, he will know exactly what to do to turn the tables. Ariel still stood firm alone to block the oncoming arc flame and screamed urgently, go, quickly! Bella stepped forward, holding a glowing magical mass in her hand, and said resolutely, Professor, your barrier is breaking. Let me handle this. She, shocked, recalled the promise before coming here. She screamed, demanding Bella to prioritize her own life, because Varian's magic was too abnormal, conventional. Defenses could not stop it. As the barrier shattered under the terrifying pressure, Bella still maintained a strangely calm expression and replied, It's fine. A blast of blue light burst forth, colliding it directly with Varian's purple flame, creating a shocking explosion. Bella stood firm amidst the surrounding energy and casually declared, This magic is actually not that strong. It just requires a slightly different type of defensive magic. No, and he, witnessing his dedicated attack easily neutralized, Varian, shocked, screamed in terror. No way. The anti-magic theory against the Flame of Greed is something only Ada knows. How could you know it? Bella coldly replied, stating that she had recently been taught a new theory, and thanks to it, dealing with this magic became incredibly easy. Varian gnashed his teeth frantically. He couldn't believe his ears. Someone taught you, he screamed in utter rage, demanding Bella to reveal the traitor's name, threatening to give her a painful death if she refused to speak. Looking at the opponent's crazed face, Bella slightly bowed her head and asked, You want to know who taught me? She raised her eyes to look straight at him with a defiant smile and delivered the final blow. That's a secret. The memory of the conversation with Gray came back when Ariel was still skeptical, because he was just a swordsmanship student. Bella, however, trusted the formulas that Gray provided because they were completely logical and did not contradict current magic theories at all. Ray back then was totally nonchalant, giving off the vibe of a suspicious top student hiding his skills. Ray himself at that time only thought that he had simply connected everything from his knowledge in his past life back to the present. Varian realized he wouldn't get a serious answer. He coldly uttered, Fine then. He held up a brilliant red crystal in his hand, his purple eyes flashing with intense murderous intent along with a brutal declaration. "Then be burned alive for me." He gnashed his teeth and crushed the red crystal in his hand, releasing an extremely cold and dark power. Instantly, the dark energy erupted violently, turning into eerie skulls and a giant mouth full of fangs, as if wanting to swallow all life in the room. The power of the dark flame poured down like a storm, surrounding the group under suffocating pressure. Ray anxiously shouted loudly, "Bella! Are you okay?" "Ray lo lang het lin Bella. Oh, con con." Standing in the middle of the energy encirclement, Bella gnashed her teeth, putting her strength into the staff to maintain the defensive barrier. "I'm okay. This barrier can still hold." However, Varian smirked with a sinister smile. He, casually, saw right through her limit, but your reserved magic power won't last long, right? With that amount of magic at best, you can only hold out for another minute. Realizing the situation was extremely urgent, Bella urged her master, "Please attack him. I will put all my strength into defending." Ariel decisively replied, "Understood." Her eyes flashed with magic through her monocle, quickly finding the opponent's opening. "The flame at that position is thinning out. I can discharge magic outside the barrier." Ariel placed her hand on the shield. Brilliant blue lightning began to gather and dance around her palm with immense power. A giant stream of deep blue magic shot out like an arrow of light. However, Varian still stood tall, behind the wall of deep purple, dark flames. He coldly mocked her effort. "Planning to counterattack? You all won't even be able to touch me." Ariel's powerful attack seemed to be completely swallowed and neutralized before the absolute, overwhelming force of the flame of greed. Ariel gnashed her teeth in pain upon realizing her attack was completely useless. Ray silently analyzed. Ariel's offensive magic is originally among the weakest among the professors, plus with the magic-absorbing trait of the flame of greed. All her efforts right now are just like adding fuel to the enemy. Bella also began to stagger. She, with difficulty, blurted out, "What should we do now? I'm about to run out of energy." Ariel looked at her two students with apologetic eyes. She softly said, "This is precisely the reason why I told you to run away from the very beginning." Right at the most desperate moment, Ray unexpectedly stepped forward, his eyes glowing with absolute determination as he declared, "Leave it to me, Bella." Bella, shocked, looked at his back and asked doubtfully, "Ray, what are you planning to do?" "Your sword cannot reach him from this distance," Ray casually replied. "It's fine. I'm sure it will reach." Ariel felt her blood pressure drop upon hearing that, her expression instantly distorting right on the spot. "Are you sure about this? Using that power again might kill you. Even if you survive, your newly healed arm might never recover again." Ray smirked slightly. He put his strength into the hilt and coldly replied, "Me dying alone is still better than all three of us dying here." Nisi, morale. Don't you think so?" Varian, who was being triumphant, suddenly froze, as he sensed an unusual pressure. I? Through the reflection on his glasses, he shocked saw Gray dashing over at an unimaginable speed. Before he could even understand what had just happened, his head was targeted by him. The scene of the laboratory fell into a suffocating silence. Varian was completely defeated under Gray's deadly slash. Bella was frozen in shock. She stammeringly blurted out, "Huh?" as she witnessed the death of the crazed professor right before her eyes. Ariel quietly observed the debris. Through her monocle, she silently exclaimed in amazement, "This is the first time I've seen the real thing with my own eyes. But this is truly astonishing." The slash from bone. Ray carried a terrifying power, splitting even the architectural structure of the laboratory in half. Bella anxiously looked up at the falling boulders and shouted loudly, "The ceiling!" All three stood amidst the debris, as the entire structure above began to collapse after the earth-shattering attack. Ariel leisurely walked over. She gestured for everyone to calm down, and looked around the scene, which was full of glowing red energy cracks dancing everywhere. She smirked slightly with a meaningful smile. "Oh dear, this is beyond my calculations." Ariel turned to look at Doll. Ray and anxiously asked, putting that aside, "Is your body okay?" Ray looked down at his sword, then looked at his right arm, which was trembling with bizarre dark marks. He, with difficulty, replied, "My dominant arm hurts quite a lot. It's also numb, however." He still put his strength into tightly gripping the hilt and asserted, firmly, "But I can still move it." "No." Ariel smiled proudly, looking at her student. "It seems your training process is showing results." "Nunio." Ray nodded slightly in confirmation. "It seems so." Ray silently compared this to his past self. He understood that if it were him back at the village when using that power, he would definitely have passed out for many days and woken up in a state where he couldn't move his arms at all. He realized that only experiencing pain at this moment was already a monumental step forward. Now it only leaves behind a painful arm. Isn't that a big improvement? It seems the training session was truly worth it. Ray recalled the series of training days, where his body was always on constant red alert. The image of the strict professor, head coach Longfellow, shouting on the training field came back to his mind, reminding him that only when draining the very last drop of physical strength will the soul power truly awaken. Ariel looked at Gray's back thoughtfully. She said in a low voice, "Thanks to you, we are still alive. However, I'm sorry for making you resort to that power." Ow. Ray reassured Ariel that stopping Varian was originally his own intention, so she didn't need to feel guilty. Ariel was about to say thank you, but her gaze suddenly became extremely serious as she gave a warning. "But if possible, try not to use that power for a while. Otherwise, the damage caused to the soul will be irreversible." Wow. Ray was stunned, noting the reminder. But then he hesitantly asked if what he just used could actually be called magic. Ariel was also full of doubt because she completely did not sense any trace of anger from that attack. Bella, standing next to them, sweat pouring down as she admitted that trying to explain such a massive source of power using magical language was completely impossible. Realizing the danger of this information, Ariel coldly demanded Bella not to dig any deeper, as well as absolutely not to breathe a single word about what she had with her own eyes witnessed here. Before Bella's shock, Ariel threatened, "If you can't keep your promise, I will be forced to completely wipe your memory." Immediately, Bella became extremely terrified upon hearing this. The professor's intensely glowing, pressure-filled gaze made Bella fearfully nod in agreement. To ensure the secret is kept forever, Bella proactively suggested establishing a magical covenant and received consent from Ariel. A glowing stream of magical energy covered them both, officially binding the oath between them under Gray's witness. After the covenant was successfully signed, Bella anxiously looked toward the victims who were scattered inside the iron cages and suggested they must rescue them first. Ray carefully observed the scene and realized these people were only under a deep sleep magic. Although their lives were not currently in danger, He still suggested bringing everyone to the Academy's medical facility to receive the best care. Immediately, Ariel cast a grand magic. A brilliant golden stream of light burst forth. Ariel enveloped the victims inside protective magical spheres. She asserted they would keep them safe from external impacts for the time being. After completing the protection of the victims, the group continued to move deeper inside to investigate. Looking back at the scale of this place once again, Ariel couldn't help but shudder at Varian's madness. Upon witnessing the illegal experiments, stretching as far as the eye could see, she realized most of them involved the use of human beings as sacrificial offerings to create a magical catalyst or forcibly enhance the abilities of the test subjects. Even though they had gone deep inside, Ariel was still wondering, because she didn't see any trace related to liquid ether. She wondered if they were hidden at another facility. Meanwhile, the more Ray thought, the more terrified he became. He recalled that in his past life, it was right at this place that the tragedy claiming the lives of tens of thousands of people occurred. Ray doubtfully asked himself, how could the production of a pure magical catalyst cause a large-scale accident like that? His eyes glowed brightly as he realized a crucial detail. The thing that killed everyone back then was a stream of miasma surging from the ground. Noticing her student's anomaly, Ariel turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Bella also anxiously called Gray's name when she saw him standing dazed. He thoughtfully calculated. If the disaster truly came from underground, then there must be something hidden beneath this place. No! Ray proposed the hypothesis to Ariel. Perhaps it's underground. There might be secret passages. Ariel immediately used her glowing magic eyes to scan across the cracked floor. Initially, she still hadn't found any secret passage, but then her gaze suddenly froze. Ariel blurted out, "No, wait." Then she quickly ran toward a corpse, slumped on the floor. She knelt down to observe carefully, her magic eyes focusing on an anomaly right beneath the stone floor. Ariel noticed faint traces of short-range teleportation magic left on the floor. She deduced that this was probably a secret space, accessible only by teleportation magic. Based on the remnants of magic power, Ariel determined the teleportation distance was about 300 meters, and there was definitely something hidden on the other side. Ray asked in surprise if they could reach a depth of 300 meters underground. Ariel confidently asserted she could also open a similar teleportation portal for the group to try their luck together. She snapped her fingers to activate a brilliant stream of magic. A giant magical circle glowed beneath the feet of all three of them. Ariel warned that if there was nothing on the other side, they would be buried underground. Her magic eyes glowed brightly as a brilliant red light engulfed the entire space, carrying them through the thick layers of rock and soil. Right when they set foot at the destination, Ray and Bella were both so shocked that they were speechless at the sight before their eyes. Appearing before them was a giant underground city with countless white buildings close together. Ariel couldn't help but be astonished at the grand scale of this space located deep underground. She sensed a massive amount of ether radiating from everywhere, especially from a dome-like structure standing imposing at the center of the city. Ariel's magic eyes contracted in terror upon realizing the thing leaking out was not just ether, but also a kind of power, completely different from magic, more powerful than anything she had ever seen. Ray stared toward the central building. He tremblingly asked if that strange power was. Ariel broke into a cold sweat. She decisively confirmed it was indeed the power of liquid ether. All three stepped forward onto the towering steps, leading inside the magnificent dome structure, standing before a deep entrance. Ray couldn't help but wonder doubtfully. A door! Ariel thoughtfully observed the vast space inside, where a giant stone tablet, bearing a strange symbol, was placed right at the center of a complex magic circle. She asserted firmly, "The source of power definitely comes from here. But currently, there's still no trace of liquid." Ariel stepped closer, putting her hand to touch the cold surface of the mysterious door. Witnessing her master's action, Bella anxiously stopped her. "Are you sure we should touch that thing?" Ariel still maintained her composure. She turned back to look at her student and reassured her, "Relax. This door doesn't hold any power at all." She explained that it was only placed here as a symbol, serving the ritual. The real power does not lie in this door. Her sharp gaze pointed toward the columns filled with glowing purple solution around them. "It lies in the magic devices surrounding this place." Right as Ariel finished her sentence, the entire room suddenly shook. Streams of deep purple electricity began to dance violently. Ray, shocked, shouted loudly, "What on earth is happening?" "Are you trying to summon liquid ether?" Bella also trembled before the terrifying pressure. "This magic is too dangerous. We must stop it immediately." However, Ariel still stood firm amidst the chaotic energy and ordered, "No, don't rush in." She calmly made her assessment. "My calculation shows that this arrangement actually cannot summon liquid ether. Now." Right at that moment, the space right at the position of the door began to crack, revealing eerie, pitch-black streaks. Ray cried out in terror. "Space is being torn apart." "Professor!" Bella was equally shocked. Both could only wide-eyedly stare at the glowing red dark, energy frantically surging from the tier in space. Ariel let out a "huh," then calmly asserted, "I knew it. Those devices were not built to summon liquid ether." Bella, at this point, was just short of entering emergency prayer mode right on the spot. She stared intently at the pitch-black energy lines, extending like deadly tentacles, and explained, "They simply punch a small hole leading straight to where that entity exists." Ariel observed the leaking power and explained that they were being gathered together through a filtration system. She pointed at the chained black crystal block, revealing a horrifying truth. The core they are using to crystallize that source of power is highly likely human lives. Neon. Through her magic eyes, she assessed about 10 souls have been used so far, but the molding process might have cost more sacrifices than that. Ariel bitterly, "Guess that most of the people they saw on the upper floor had been taken to be used as raw materials." Bella wondered, why do they have to go that far to gather this power, and what is their real plot? Ariel recalled the black flame that Varian had used in battle, asserting the crystal block enhancing it is precisely the form of these things. When they are complete, she worried if they are mass-produced, this catalyst won't be limited just to fire, and no one knows what they will do with that massive source of power. The cracks on the stone tablet gradually disappeared, causing Ray to ask doubtfully, "The cracks are disappearing." So from the very beginning, Varian had no intention of summoning liquid ether. Ariel thoughtfully replied that she wasn't sure if he didn't want to or couldn't. But it seems the space opening devices have been pushed to their limit, and this is all they can do. Bella stepped closer to a glowing energy container. She commented, "I think this device is extremely valuable. I have never seen any space-bending magic as precise, and with such high capacity as this." Ariel agreed. "That manufacturing something like this consumes the budget of an entire nation. But here there are up to 8 of them," she asserted, There is only one single organization capable of doing this. Bella guessed, is it the Disca Empire? But Ariel immediately denied it because although they are the largest nation in the world, they don't have enough magical research resources to manufacture them. Bella tremblingly asked, "Then who is it?" Ariel asserted firmly, "There must be an organization possessing a magical research scale far exceeding even the Empire to be able to create this place." "And there are," said Jirinye. Before Bella's bewilderment, Ray silently spoke up. "That is the World Alliance Academy, isn't it?" Ariel looked at him with appreciation. "Exactly. No other research agency has the stature and budget to maintain a facility with such a terrifying scale." All three looked up at the giant crystal block chained in midair, a testament to the brutal investment hidden behind the veneer of knowledge. Bella was shocked, not wanting to believe the harsh truth. She said, "The Academy itself is behind this, but the World Alliance Academy was originally created to protect the world from threats, wasn't it?" Ariel closed her eyes tightly, her voice heavy. "I understand why you don't want to believe it, but the reality is that no other group could have pulled this off." "Nani?" Ray placed his hand on his chest, trying to find a ray of hope. "But that doesn't mean the entire Academy is our enemy, right? Most of them could still stand on our side." "No, why?" Memories of his past life flashed through Gray's mind, where the Academy's most elite forces had always been the ones charging onto the front lines. He remembered clearly that even when facing disaster, they still protected civilians until the very last moment. Ray asserted firmly, "After witnessing that future, I cannot believe the Academy is the enemy of humanity." "Now, Manji." Ariel looked at him with deep eyes. "Just as you said, most members of the Academy act for humanity and would never allow these life-wasting experiments to take place." However, she also warned that with countless researchers and secret facilities, almost no one in this world can truly grasp the entire picture hidden behind the majestic Academy. Ariel looked at the columns containing the purple solution and assessed that the person backing Varian must possess immense power, because he alone would never have enough authority to arrange everything on such a scale. Bella, saddened, asked back, "So, that means we can't completely trust the Academy either?" Ariel, who had observed this place from the inside for decades, coldly asserted, "This is definitely not an organization to be blindly trusted." Her eyes glowed with realization. "Most people here think they are doing what's best for humanity. Even the ones behind this experiment. Perhaps they have also convinced themselves that it's all for a higher noble purpose. The truth seemed to have been buried in the dark along with this." Rubble doll, looking around the silent room, Ray anxiously asked, "Do you have any idea how to find the mastermind?" Ariel thoughtfully checked the devices and replied, There are no communication devices in this facility at all." Hearing that, Ray only felt the clues vanished cleaner than a paycheck at the end of the month. Even the magic remnants of the manufacturer were not left on the machinery at all, showing an extremely professional erasure of traces, making the search for clues incredibly difficult. Ariel softly gasped, furthermore, just as an earth-shattering flash of light suddenly erupted right behind Bella, rocks flying everywhere amidst the shocking explosions. Ray, shocked, shouted loudly, "What is this?" The entire structure of the underground city began to collapse under the pressure of successive explosions. Standing amidst the falling debris, Ariel still calmly assessed, It seems they installed an evidence eradication mechanism. She questioned herself. Why didn't they blow this place up right when Varian died? Did they intend to lure those who were snooping inside first, and then detonated to wipe them out completely? Bella broke into a cold sweat, screaming in panic. Now is not the time to make hypotheses. We need to get out of here quickly. Ariel smirked slightly with arrogance. Calm down. They are just magical explosives. She slowly knelt down, placed her palm on the floor, and activated a powerful, brilliant golden magic circle. A strong stream of energy radiated outward, enveloping the group. Ariel coldly declared with her eyes, glowing through her monocle. The professors of the World Alliance Academy are not so weak as to be killed by trivial things like this. Nine. Amidst the violently collapsing rubble, Ariel put all her strength into maintaining the magic circle and shouted loudly, "Do not step out of the magic circle." Giant boulders constantly fell from the ceiling, but the brilliant golden light had timely enveloped the group, preparing to carry them out of the deadly. Then, in the nick of time, back on the surface under the bright moonlight, Ariel slightly observed the victims, scattered on the grass, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! It seems all the captive people have also escaped safely. Not easy. The atmosphere lightened up significantly. Everyone had just escaped an extreme survival phase very smoothly. Bella, exhausted, leaned against her staff. She still hadn't recovered from the shock and blurted out, "I thought I was about to die." Ray also broke into a cold sweat because of the venture just now. "Isn't that way too dangerous?" Ariel, explain. That because the amount of accompanying luggage was more than expected. It slowed down the teleportation speed, but she asserted it was all worth it. While looking at the tubes containing the captured deep purple solution, once we show this to the Academy, they won't be able to ignore us anymore. Returning to the main hall, building of the World Alliance Academy, Ariel reported the current situation. The survivors are being treated at the Academy's medical wing. Standing before his majestic desk, Principal Orodrom Alexandro clasped his hands together. He looked at the three of them with deep appreciation and declared, "We owe you a word of thanks for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. Wind. Now, let's talk about the magical engines that he possessed." Principal Orodrom thoughtfully looked at the file. He emphasized that each of them was worth more than the budget of an entire nation. Ariel was shocked to realize there were up to 8 such engines. She asserted Varian alone could never gather such a terrifying source of firepower, and wondered how he obtained them. The principal coldly replied they are stolen goods. He revealed they had been stolen right during transit, resulting in 78 Academy agents being completely wiped out. Hearing that horrific casualty count, Ray, Ariel, and Bella were all stunned in shock. Ariel looked deeply into the file through her monocle. She tremblingly asked, "Is this the case? That happened 15 years ago." The principal confirmed the lost goods that year were indeed these engines, and Ariel began to remember the one behind that tragedy. The principal clasped his hands and slowly uttered the name. Blood Drinker. I assume you all have heard of this name. Ray was shocked, realizing that was the largest criminal organization in the world. They were likened to parasites that always return no matter how many times they are wiped out. Suddenly, Bella spoke up, her eyes flashing with deep resentment. They are also the ones who killed my parents. The principal nodded in agreement. He stated that no one knows where they hide, or who the leader is, even though they are behind more than 70% of homicide cases related to crime worldwide. He worried that highly likely their people had already infiltrated inside this academy. Ray, hearing up to this point, only felt the danger level skyrocket faster than a crypto chart. The worst thing is that there is no way to distinguish them. And even if we could, the Academy wouldn't take any action to intervene. Oh, Ray, shocked, blurted out. What do you mean by that? Even if there are criminals inside the Academy? The principal calmly explained. That is exactly how the Academy operates nowadays. Anyone with talent is given the opportunity to become stronger, regardless of bloodline, race, or gender. He emphasized exactly. Whether they are criminals or not doesn't matter. Bella resentfully protested. That's absurd. If there are criminals here, they must be punished. The principal nodded in agreement. I agree, however. The higher-ups don't seem to share that view. Wow. Bella asked back in shock. Aren't you the principal? No. Bitterly looked at the Yale file and admitted he was no different from a subordinate. Just the face of the Academy on paper, while the actual power I hold is just a laughable number. He looked at the two of them and asked, Do you want to know who is really running? Everything then becomes stronger. The more you prove your strength, the deeper you will advance into the Academy and uncover more secrets. He revealed that although he couldn't name them, there is an upperclassman student who possesses an influence so immense that it shapes the entire direction of the Academy. Even the crazy policy about accepting criminals was his decision. Ray thought to himself. So if we become stronger than him, the principal affirmed, that's right. You could even change this Academy itself. He concluded, in this place, strength is everything. Ray gritted his teeth and clenched his fist with determination. The principal silently observed, finding it interesting, because he knew very well that Ariel shouldn't have stood a chance against Varian. That meant one of these two students had stepped in to defeat him, and Ariel's clairvoyant eyes were as sharp as ever in spotting their talent. Looking at Gray's receding back, Principal Orodrum smirked with anticipation. I'm truly looking forward to seeing what kind of monster she will mold. Walking down the empty corridor, Gray quietly looked down at his hand, where the dark marks still lingered. Gray looked incredibly cool right now. One look, and you knew he was about to unlock forbidden power. He silently felt the brutality of this place. So, strength is the thing that rules this Academy. Whether the goal was to destroy liquid ether, or expose the dark secrets behind that door, he understood one fundamental truth. Ray told himself, first of all, I need to focus on becoming stronger. But right when his train of thought was incomplete, a powerful kick unexpectedly landed straight on him, making him only able to blurt out, "Ah!" A cold voice rang out, "My bad." Then a terrifying surge of force blew Ray far away. Ray slid a long way on the floor. He quickly brought up his arms to brace himself and gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. A stranger with unkempt black hair and dark circles under his eyes walked over. He clicked his tongue mockingly. "Chach, you're tougher than I thought." He looked disdainfully at Gray and uttered harsh words. "An outcast from the lycée special admission pool like you has no right to be showing your face in this corridor." Ray realized it was yet another person who hated the special admission students. This was the first time someone dared to directly ambush him right in the middle of a hallway like this. He placed his hand on his sword hilt and demanded, "Are you looking for a fight?" The stranger waved his finger to decline. "I'd love to, but it looks like outcast number 2 just showed up." He casually turned his back and left with a message. "See you later." Gray stood silently, watching his receding back, his mind filled with doubt. The stranger raised his hand to his mouth, gently biting his finger to draw blood, and with a crazed look in his eyes, he silently promised to send someone else to him soon, then whispered Varian's name like a vicious oath. Ariel walked over and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Ray calmly replied, "Professor Ariel, a strange student just kicked me." He further explained that the guy thought a clairvoyanty. Special admission student like him didn't even have the right to walk around the academy's corridors. Ariel thoughtfully observed and assessed. No weapons, no visible injuries. That means I can't officially intervene. Very unexpectedly. She leaned in close with a mischievous smile and suggested, "So why don't you chase after him and give him a proper beating?" Wow, this teacher and student duo are quite rebellious, aren't they? But school violence is indeed unacceptable and inexcusable. Ray blurted out in shock. Wait, am I actually allowed to do that? Ariel pretended to cover her eyes with her hand and shirked responsibility. As a professor, I cannot allow that. But my eyesight seems a bit poor lately. She gave a meaningful wink, implying that if anything happened right next to her, she would just act as if she saw nothing. Ray broke into a cold sweat at this overly blatant cover-up. He decided to decline. Forget it, just let him go. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ariel expressed regret, while Ray seriously asked her back, "But please tell me one thing. Our clairvoyant special admission students really hated that much? How to answer this now? The truth hurts, after all." Ray gripped his sleeve and said in a low voice, "People still mock us from time to time. But this is the first time someone resorted to violence." Ariel quietly observed, then sadly admitted, "So they really have been mocking you guys?" She bowed her head apologetically. "I'm sorry. If only I had a bit more power in this place." Seeing the professor blaming herself, Ray smiled to reassure her. "Please don't worry about that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have been able to enter this academy." Pandao, Ray asserted even more firmly. Furthermore, Bella and the others will prove that the clairvoyant program was not a mistake. After all, you are someone with an excellent eye for judging people, Professor. Images of legendary warriors like the Sword Saint, Army, or the great sage Bella once again flashed back as a testament to Ray's belief, faced with the optimism and sincere gratitude of her student. Ariel could only stand there in silence. Her eyes clearly showed her being swayed by those weighty words. This is why they deserve special admission. Talented and well-behaved. Ariel smiled gently and replied, "Thank you." But immediately after that, she reached out to lightly touch Gray's chin and spoke seriously, reminding him not to view the ongoing troubles as someone else's problem. She admitted that out of all the students in the clairvoyant group, Gray was the one she placed the highest expectations on. She asserted that just like the previous special admission students, they had all become top warriors. However, Ariel leaned in close and confessed that for the first time, she truly believed someone could surpass even the limits of humanity. And that was when she met him. Ray broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that being compared to those legends was truly too much pressure. But then he quickly brushed aside his self-doubt, telling himself that kind of thinking was weak. Ray understood that the mastermind behind Varian definitely hadn't given up on the intention to summon liquid ether. He asserted that his return to this timeline was precisely to ensure he could defeat it, just like Kronos' advice, still echoing in the vortex of time. The destiny of this world is in your hands. Keep it up, young man. Confidently overcome all adversity. The scene shifted to the massive arena of the academy, where the students were gathering in full numbers for the new class. The professor stood before the blackboard and loudly declared, "Today's swordsmanship class will be direct combat practice. Everyone, please, pair up according to the list written on the board." Ray looked toward the crowd with an anxious look. He told himself that he needed to be sharp and focused for this practical training session. Ray silently feared that if he messed up, people would have another excuse to mock all of the students from the clairvoyant special admission pool. He set a goal for himself, to at least prove that he could keep up with the Academy's regular students. However, when looking at the matchup list, Ray blurted out in shock. His name, Rayleigh, was paired up directly to compete against Leon H. Abs. Ray tremblingly realized his opponent was the top student of the swordsmanship class. Or in other words, he is the strongest freshman in the entire academy. The professor standing in the middle of the arena loudly declared, "I tried my best to pair up students of similar levels, so don't hold back. Treat this as a real battle." Ray broke into a cold sweat, silently mocking in his heart. "Similar levels, my foot! Why do I have to fight the top student, while I myself was just admitted through special admission?" He anxiously realized that Leon Hart already held a grudge against the clairvoyant students, and after the last incident, he must be eager to give him a proper beating. Geez, man, worrying about nonsense before the fight even starts. Leon Hart stepped closer with a mysterious smile. "Hello, looks like we are partners. I'm truly glad." In contrast to Gray's anxious look, Leon Hart was harboring a fierce determination. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect to be paired up against Lord Gray. All the effort to top the class has finally paid off. I've practiced harder than anyone else in this world. Please, Lord Gray, witness my true swordsmanship." "No!" Looking at his opponent's bright smile, Ray couldn't help but shudder. This guy, his smile is too blinding. There is no doubt about it. He is definitely extremely excited, because he finally has the opportunity to legally beat me up. TB. He might just beat me to a pulp. The professor's voice echoed across the vast arena. Is everyone ready? Now, I think. Ray is probably ready to run away even faster. The signal to start had just rung out, and the entire arena immediately exploded with the sharp clashing sounds of weapons. Pairs of contestants rushed at each other fiercely. Leon Hart did not delay. A powerful slash swung down. Ray gritted his teeth, putting his strength into the sword to block the fierce attack, having to brace himself to defend against Leon Hart's stormy swings. Created a terrifying pressure, forcing Ray into a completely passive defensive stance. Leon Hart's eyes glowed with a sharp blue light of pure excitement. He rushed forward with terrifying speed and force, leaving Gray with no choice but to grip his sword hilt tightly so he wouldn't be blown away. Why so weak? Confidence is what brings victory. Amidst the harsh clashing of metal, Leon Hart flashed an appreciative smile. You're strong. It's hard to believe that someone like you couldn't pass the official entrance exam. Manhwa. He continued to press on with sharp sword strikes, forcing Ray to focus intensely, to deflect each attack raining down continuously. As Ray silently evaluated intention, I thought I would be defeated immediately, but it turns out I can still hold my ground. However, even though I'm using both hands, I still can't match his brute strength. Man, wonder how many moves he can last. Looking at the way Leon Hart moved, Ray couldn't help but be terrified by it. Technical swordsmanship that was standard, yet honed to a scary degree of perfection. He bitterly realized that even though he possessed experience from his past life along with the harsh training from his master, Leon Hart was truly a natural-born monster in his very first life. The entire arena shook before the peak clash, making the other students stop and gasp in astonishment. Can he really keep up with Leon Hart? In contrast to Gray's exhaustion, Leon Hart was frantically enjoying the match. Fantastic! I could do this all day. Ray began to feel his breath shortening. He shocked, realized his stamina was gradually reaching its absolute limit. Before his opponent's relentless pressure, Ray told himself that if it weren't for the training with Professor Code, he probably would have collapsed long ago. Seeing his opponent still maintaining an easygoing manner, Ray was shocked and wondered why this guy wasn't even gasping for breath. While his own stamina was draining very fast, he knew he was forced to end this match immediately. If this keeps dragging on, my life is forfeit. Recalling the professor's reminder to treat this as a real battle, Ray's glowing red eyes showed clear determination. Leonhardt raised his sword high, unleashing a powerful slash aimed straight at his opponent. Quick as a flash, Gray slipped aside to evade it. Gray's hand slammed hard onto the floor to gain momentum, making Leonhardt gasp in surprise. What? Taking advantage of the opening, Gray unleashed a powerful sword strike, scooping upward from below, creating a shocking clash right in the middle of the arena. Leonhardt panicked and blurted out, "What?" upon seeing Gray stay low to the ground and launch a surprise counterattack from underneath. Looking at Gray's glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent, he shocked, realized his opponent was truly treating this as a real life-and-death battle. If he didn't treat it as life and death, his life would have been flattened by you, Leon. Leonhardt gritted his teeth and told himself, "I cannot allow myself to lose." But everything was settled right after that. He collapsed onto the arena floor while Gray stood imposing, pointing the tip of his sword straight at his neck menacingly. Ray smiled friendly, sheathed his sword, and extended his hand intending to help his opponent up along with a proposal. "Let's call it a draw, shall we?" However, Leonhardt silently denied it. No, not exactly. He bitterly recalled the final moment. He himself could only swing his sword in vain, while Ray could have actually pierced his heart if he wanted to. Leonhardt asserted that because this was a practice match, Gray had actively diverted the tip of the sword to his neck to preserve his opponent's life. Ray scratched his head with a forced smile, admitting he was caught. But he also thought that pointing a sword at a classmate's heart during a practice match was a bit too much. Leonhardt smiled, accepting defeat, and expressed his thanks to Gray for helping him understand the difference between practice and actual combat, where sword skills are not the sole factor determining victory or defeat. Unsure who would beat whom before, but now it's clear. Ray scratched his head sheepishly, admitting using that move in a swordsmanship class is a bit like cheating, isn't it? But Leonhardt smiled with great fortitude and replied, "Professor said to treat this as a real battle, and in a life-and-death battle, there is no such concept as cheating." He stepped forward, pointed his sword tip straight at Ray, and excitedly proposed, "So, how about another round?" Ray broke into a cold sweat, silently worried. "Another match already? I only won the last round because I caught him by surprise. If we fight head-on, I definitely stand no chance. Why is this guy so lacking in confidence? Just take a risk to win big." He shuddered, recalling the sparks flying from the clashes just now, admitting that this was no longer a matter of technique, when Leonhardt's stamina completely outclassed his. Right at that moment, an annoying voice interrupted. "Stop right there." A strange student walked over, tilting his chin mockingly. "Practical training or not, this is still a swordsmanship class. No one allowed you to use anything other than a sword. Now, Moon." He stepped closer, getting right in Gray's face, and insulted him. "How the hell did a loser who got in through special admission like you get paired with the top student of the class, huh?" Faced with Gray's silence, he added a threat. "Don't get cocky just because you have a bit of magic. Got it?" Seeing Gray being insulted, Leonhardt immediately stepped in to intervene with a stern look. "The professor decided I am the only one worthy to fight. Ray, die. So, please step aside." "Not me." "Correct. Step aside to keep the water clear. If you lose, accept defeat Don't make excuses. The professor also leisurely walked over to confirm. Yes, just as Leon said, I am the one who made the pairing. I said I paired up students with similar overall strength, didn't I? He firmly asserted that Gray was the only one who could go against Leon Hart. At this moment, looking at the disgruntled student, the professor coldly challenged him. If you're not convinced, try it yourself. Defeat Ray, and you will become Leon's opponent. Fine, I agree. He smugly asserted that he had defeated the examiner to get in here. So never lump me in with those who barely scraped through the exam with a draw. Or worse, those who couldn't even pass on their own. Nah, style. Leon Hart stood aside, silently observing. Nen digan bao di dogan degion, yehan do uni ye mau ane. Suitsoat vichente qua, kahiti bmeti, tron hoa. Ati shen lion shen dakai shen la ta minati. Leon Hart dogen, ben, sian antam kwanzat. He realized this guy was judging Gray solely based on his special admission status, without knowing anything about his opponent's true strength. Seeing that arrogance, Leon Hart thought to himself, it feels like I'm looking at my past self. Gray calmly accepted the challenge. He told himself this was actually a good opportunity, because this guy's strength was also quite worth recognizing. If he wants to fight, let's fight. Show him some manners. However, Leon Hart suddenly exuded a terrifying pressure. In his heart, Leon Hart flared up with extreme rage because that guy dared to interrupt his precious time with Lord Ray. Leon Hart gritted his teeth and roared in his mind. For that sin alone, you deserve to die. Seeing that, the other young man was utterly confused. What did I even do to get looked at like that? Seeing the atmosphere get too tense, the professor hastily spoke up to make adjustments. If you guys don't like the practical combat rules, then fine. The two of you will only be allowed to use swords. He turned around to ask for Ray's opinion and received a nod of confirmation. Even so, Ray couldn't help but worry as he silently evaluated his opponent. I don't know how strong this guy is, but he got in here through the regular exam. He's definitely no slouch. He bitterly admitted that despite going through harsh training, it was still hard for him to match the strength and stamina of those who had been properly nurtured and trained for many years. Well, just fight. It ain't over till it's over. Ray gripped his sword hilt, reassuring himself that although he wasn't too confident, this was just a practice session in class, and even if he lost, he wouldn't be expelled. The professor brushed his hair and reminded them that both of them absolutely must not hold back against their opponent. Ray loudly replied, "Fine," then got into a defensive stance, his red eyes focusing intensely as he faced that student head-on. The moment the start signal rang out, he immediately rushed forward like an arrow. It's time to let the special admission kid know his place. Now I bay. Remember your status. A powerful slash swung down, creating a fierce clash right when Ray timely brought up his sword to defend. Ray felt doubtful as he sensed his opponent's arm strength through the first clash. Meanwhile, the other guy, also shocked, realized something unusual. His attack is so weak. His strength is nothing special. He cried out in pain as he was forced back by Ray, unable to keep from doubting in his heart. Is he holding back against me? You were so arrogant just now, but now you're getting startled. Not letting his opponent regain his composure, Ray unleashed a lightning-fast slash, sending the guy's sword flying away. He screamed in pain as he was completely knocked down to the ground. The professor immediately declared, "The match is over." The entire arena fell silent as they witnessed the guy who was bragging just now lying flat, On the floor after only a few sword exchanges. Ray anxiously walked closer to check on him. Sorry. Are you okay? He felt apologetic and thought to himself. I intended to aim at his sword, but I didn't expect to hit him. I thought he would be able to dodge it. Utterly resentful and ashamed. The guy roared, That was just a fluke. You only caught me off guard. Let's do it again. The professor could only sigh, in dismay at his student's stubbornness. Fine, fine. Just fight until you're satisfied. That guy frantically rushed forward with a screeching yell, swinging his sword straight at Gray to reclaim his honor. However, the result remained unchanged, as he was quickly knocked down once again. Standing in the middle of the arena, Ray calmly looked down at the guy lying flat and anxiously asked, Hey, are you okay? Can you still fight, buddy? You were talking so big earlier. By now, his face had been beaten out of shape, swollen with bruises and welts, all over his face to the point where his original appearance was unrecognizable. He tried to utter an assertion that he was still fine in a pathetic, slurring manner. Witnessing this scene, the professor could only cover his face in dismay and ordered people to take him to the infirmary immediately. After clearing up the mess, the professor loudly announced before the whole class, and so this year's representatives will be Gray and Leon. Does anyone have any objections? Ray blurted out in shock. Representatives? Leon Hart, standing next to him, remained calm and smiled meaningfully. The professor nodded in confirmation and explained that the top students of the first year would have to face the second-year champion in a grueling interclass battle. He lowered his voice to reveal a harsh truth to warn them both that the first-year students had lost 35 consecutive times in the Academy's history. The professor flashed a confident smile. He pointed his finger toward Gray and Leon Hart, then firmly asserted, But perhaps this year will be different. He probably wants this group to change and write history. Hearing about the streak of 35 consecutive losses for the first years, Ray asked back in shock, Is the gap in strength between the first and second years really that large? The professor nodded to confirm that 1 year of training at the academy makes a massive difference, so the defeat of the first years is almost a given and predicted beforehand. He emphasized that just holding your ground and delivering a proper fight is already a remarkable achievement. And if you win, that would be a miracle going down in the Academy's history. Not a mirage. For the students, just being chosen to step out and fight was already considered a great honor. Patting Gray's shoulder to reassure him, the professor advised him not to feel too pressured before dismissing the class. Looking at the professor's receding back, Gray silently evaluated that the interclass battle didn't seem as tense as he had feared. However, as a clairvoyant special admission student, he told himself this was the perfect opportunity to prove to everyone that he was truly capable of fighting. Looking toward the majestic tower of the academy, Ray made up his mind to practice even harder for the upcoming challenge. Keep it up. Where there's a will, there's a way. Meanwhile, in the high-level meeting room, the Professor Council meeting was reaching its final agenda items. The chairman announced that the last agenda of the day was the proposal from Professor Buddha. Sitting on the opposite side, Professor Ariel quietly observed as her colleague began to speak. Professor Buddha from the magic department stood up with a serious look on his face. He explicitly proposed expelling the clairvoyant special admission student named Amway White from the academy. Professor Ariel immediately objected and questioned the reason, since she was the one responsible for managing this group of special admission students. However, Buddha growled, asserting that very management was causing a major issue for the fairness of the academy. He brought up evidence that Amway White had failed the third-year advancement exam. but still blatantly remained at the school, solely because of her status as a special admissions student. Every other student who failed the exam has already been expelled. How is that fair to anyone? Ariel firmly defended her student. As I've said, she is making steady progress to reach a world-class combat level. Whoa! It's just that currently, her body is suffering from a backlash that is too severe to fully showcase her strength. No, I don't say. If not for that reason, she would have definitely passed the exam. However, this explanation only received harsh mockery. Oh, please, that excuse again? You keep calling it a bodily backlash. And suddenly, a useless student. Sounds like a hidden genius. How long are you going to spin this illusion? About her secret strength, huh? Ariel sharply asserted it was the truth that Ami could fully control her strength at any moment, even tomorrow. And if forced too early, the Academy might lose that talent forever. Why? The professor opposite her narrowed his eyes in doubt. You've used that excuse too many times already. The plan. Is your plan to let someone who doesn't meet the Academy's standards just stay here indefinitely? Ariel did not flinch. She looked straight at her opponent and declared, "The Academy exists to nurture extraordinary talents. Expelling someone with natural gift just because they don't fit into this rigid system goes completely against our original purpose." So they're giving the student a hard time just because of the regulations of some old-fashioned leaders? A chubby professor with a sinister smile spoke up mockingly. Genius, you say? Perhaps the special admission spots were very impressive in the past. The current batch is nothing but a bunch of failures. He listed off the names one by one, like Amway White, Bella Albright, and even Jacob Bloomfield with utter disdain. It seems the great clairvoyant eyes are gradually losing their sharpness. Perhaps it's time we consider abolishing this clairvoyant program entirely. Ha 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 ha. Ariel blurted out in shock. Abolishing it? What on earth are you talking about? It was established a very long time ago by the Academy's founding council. That professor smirked triumphantly, reminding her that this program could absolutely be dismantled if more than half of the faculty agreed, and asked if she still remembered that rule. Murmurs of agreement began to echo throughout the meeting room. Another professor added, and honestly, the current clairvoyant student are nothing impressive at all. Why? I heard Bella Albright has made progress, but that is hardly a grand achievement. Not to mention that the amount of mana remains a big question mark. They're ganging up to criticize the students like this. How disgraceful. Ariel silently looked at her hostile colleagues. She softly uttered, "This." A long-bearded professor sighed with deep disappointment. While the old batch of clairvoyant students was truly impressive, the recent ones are... Another immediately chimed in, exactly. They no longer command any sort of influence. Like before. Mocking laughter and looks of contempt began to spread across the meeting room, causing Ariel to break into a cold sweat. She realized the situation was worse than she thought. The number of opinions opposing the clairvoyant program was larger than she expected. At this rate, they really will shut down the program. The chubby professor shouted triumphantly, "It's already too outdated. Isn't it time we get rid of it?" He smirked arrogantly. "Do you still intend to claim that you can spot talent better than all of us here?" Ariel clenched her fists on the table to suppress her anger. She told herself she really wanted to say yes, but doing so would only provoke them further. If they lose their minds, even a vaccine wouldn't save them in time. Ariel bowed her head, trying to stay calm amidst the surrounding pressure. They already dislike me anyway. However, there were still many other Professors who cared about whether this program actually brought benefits to the academy. If I want to win them over to my side, I must not say anything that would make them turn their backs. Seeing Ariel remain silent without replying, that professor pressed further with a mocking look on his face. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? At least you know your golden age has already passed. Another one with a full beard also added sarcastically. Perhaps you had glorious achievements in the past, but maybe it's time to retire before you ruin your own reputation with your own hands. Well, said. Even a professor, with a sinister look in his eyes, put forward a malicious suggestion. If you want to raise your pet students your way, why don't you go open your own school? The entire meeting room erupted into bursts of hearty and contemptuous laughter, directed straight at Ariel. A wonderful idea. Good luck to you in finding any students willing to follow a washed-up clairvoyant. Ariel sat in silence amidst the criticism. She told herself she could still recognize true talent, but those kids just need more time to prove themselves. She was determined at all costs to prevent them from being expelled before they could shine. In the middle of her thoughts, an unexpected voice rang out. Speaking of clairvoyant students, isn't there one named Gray? Another professor continued. I heard that boy is quite promising. Among the first-year swordsmanship class. Yeah, I think he was even chosen to participate in the interclass battle, too. An old professor with a sinister smile immediately seized the opportunity. Oh, that sounds promising. Then why not let him prove his strength in that very competition? We will decide the future of the clairvoyante program based on the result of his match. Ariel anxiously glanced over toward Akodi. She understood better than anyone that Gray's strength was not meant for inconsequential practice matches. She tried to explain if it were a real life-and-death situation, but before she could finish her sentence, the professor slammed his hand hard onto the table in anger. There you go again with those excuses. Calm down. Why are you getting so worked up? He roared. If someone can't show anything during practice, he won't achieve anything in actual combat either. Every professor here understands that. Ariel, filled with resentment, stood up abruptly. She shouted in despair. No, you don't understand anything at all. His ability is not ordinary swordsmanship. The chairman decisively declared. Today's meeting ends here. Since this discussion is going nowhere, we will stop right here. He concluded that witnessing a clairvoyant student in action with their own eyes sounded reasonable. After watching Gray's performance in the interclass battle, Ariel was stunned. She could only blurt out in helplessness, No. Dismissed. The announcement rang out dryly. The professors left the meeting room one after another. The chubby professor laughed mockingly as he walked out. Well, now I'm truly looking forward to that competition. It will certainly be an entertaining show. While Akode walked away quietly with a thoughtful face, Ariel remained sitting alone in the middle of the vast room. She nodded, slumped her head onto the table in utter loneliness and disappointment. What else could she do? She already argued her best. Ariel gripped her own arm tightly. She silently apologized in pain. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm too weak. The image of, Ray appeared in her mind, along with his courageous declarations, on the line between life and death. Dying alone is still better than all three of us dying here. No, just leave it to me. Ariel understood better than anyone that Ray's strength was not something to be used as a form of entertainment in practice matches, and he still needed a lot more time to perfect himself. She bitterly admitted that what she was expecting from him right now was truly too unreasonable. "Even so, please," Ariel sobbed. Tears rolled down her cheeks through her single lens. She desperately prayed to Gray in her mind. "Please help them. Please help those kids. The rough diamonds, who possess the great potential of the world." No. She tightly clutched her chest, which was tightening with pain, choking out her final plea. "Please protect the future of the children." The day of the interclass battle finally arrived. Amidst the brightly lit arena, rang out, "All right, we will begin the interclass battle right now." It's quite nerve-wracking. "Yia dagu tuang, RRC, sang ting loa, tong bao dong diasi. Vang len, do where, cr. Shong ta es, babe de der, yu, tron. CNJ, HDMI, HMP, gay, gay. To introduce the opponents, first is our top first-year student, Leonhard Abias. Facing him is the second-year valedictorian, Luino Hart. Next up is the first-year challenger, Riley, and his opponent, the second-year challenger, Debo Radato. Ray was stunned when he saw that familiar face. Wait, isn't that the guy who suddenly attacked me in the hallway? Am I really going to have to face him? We will get to witness the true strength of all of them. The announcement continued to echo. In the stands, rows upon rows of professors had gathered in large numbers to watch, including that old professor, Buddha, with a sinister smile. Luino. Hartman couldn't help but ask in surprise. So many professors came to watch this match. Does the interclass battle usually look like this? Leonhardt coldly replied, "No, this is the first time. Last year, only 3 swordsmanship professors bothered to show up. Nay. This year, they are swarming like ants." Luino was still wondering, why is it so crowded today? Leonhardt suddenly realized something. He softly uttered, "Ah," then flashed a completely satisfied smile. The professors must be curious about Gray. They truly have excellent taste. Witnessing his classmates' strange attitude, Luino could only wonder with concern. Is he always like this? Right at that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from the stands, confirming Leonhardt's prediction was correct. "We came here to witness the final battle of the clairvoyant special admission students." No. What a surprise! It's the final battle, everyone. Amidst the buzzing atmosphere of the arena, Ray wondered blankly. Finally, he turned around in shock to question. "Well, what do you mean by that?" Old Professor Buddha asked back with a triumphant smile. "What? Did no one tell you?" Immediately after that, he growled, declaring a brutal truth. "The clairvoyant class is being abolished." Ray was shaken and stammered back, "Abolished?" He immediately turned to look at his professor with deep doubt. "Professor, is that true?" Ariel remained silent, her eyes heavy with contemplation. In her heart, she was struggling fiercely. If I tell him the truth, Ray will definitely overexert himself. Me. He might even resort to using that power. The image of the guy. Ray unleashing a deadly black aura flashed back, making Ariel fearful, but with his current bodily condition, it could kill him. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, whatever. Ariel let out a soft sigh to regain her composure. She forced a smile and reassured him. "Buddha is just trying to distract your focus," she instructed her student. "Don't pay attention to those words. Just focus on fighting." However, Ariel's hand was trembling, tightly clutching her ring, showing that she was enduring immense pressure from having to lie to protect him. After a moment of silence, Ray closed his eyes and replied, "If you say so, Professor." Seeing that his provocation had failed to achieve its goal, Buddha snorted coldly with disdain. Whatever. Oh. Triumphantly thought to himself, just to let them humiliate themselves on the arena floor. Buddha was firmly convinced that once Gray lost miserably, all the other professors would realize that Ariel's clairvoyant eyes were no longer as sharp as before. Gray turned his back to the stands, his voice ringing out coldly. I can't let that slide so easily. No. Old Professor Buddha blurted out in shock. What? Ray's glowing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. He growled, You can insult me as much as you like, but don't you ever dare look down on Professor Ariel's judgment. Neither lo. Mess with me all you want, but mess with my teacher, and you're dead meat. Ariel was stunned by her student's defense. While Buddha was so furious, he pointed his finger and yelled, Then what kind of power did those eyes of hers see? In a brat like you, huh? Unlike your senile professor. Those who are still sane here are all certain that you will lose miserably. Ray maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor. He coldly shot back, Fine. Then let me prove to you that you are wrong. Buddha roared in a fit of rage. What's up with this arrogant brat, huh? Forcing his colleagues to quickly restrain him. What a muddled old man arguing with a kid. The announcement rang out, requesting the contestants to quickly move toward their respective teammates. To begin the match, Ariel looked at Gray's receding back, silently grateful for his trust, but she couldn't help but worry. What is he planning? Ariel silently evaluated that if the opponent were an ordinary top student, Ray's practical sword skills might still have a slim glimmer of hope. However, he was paired up against an extremely terrifying opponent. That person was Debo Radato, a monster who had brain surgery by Bradley to enhance his reflexes to an inhuman level, turning him into a literal living weapon. How classic, he's no different from a robot. Ariel, shocked, realized that Debo was the absolute worst, counter to Gray's fighting style. She tremblingly wondered, is he planning to risk his life and resort to that forbidden power, or not? Her eyes clearly showed unease as she looked toward Gray, who was standing quietly in the middle of the arena. Ariel looked at Gray with deep anxiety. She placed her hand on her chest and instructed, Don't worry about me. Please don't push yourself too hard. Gray smiled confidently, his glowing red eyes flashing as he replied briefly, I know. Immediately after that, the arena's space exploded with the loud loudspeaker announcement. We will begin the match of the top students right now. Will the representatives please step forward? An examiner standing behind a protective barrier loudly declared the rules. The arena has been enchanted with a protective magic to prevent fatal injuries. Activating the opponent's protective charm will be counted as a victory. Fight as if this were a real battle. Leonhardt stared intently at Luino Hartman, thinking to himself, a real battle, huh? The shout to start had just rung out, and Leonhardt immediately dashed forward like an arrow along with a shout. Here I come. Luino Hartman. Luino Hartman calmly brought up his sword to deflect the first clash. Very well, let's see what you've got. Lightning-fast sword strikes continuously erupted, creating sparks that illuminated the arena floor. Luino Hartman proved to be incredibly skillful, easily predicting every movement of his opponent. He slipped aside to evade Leonhardt's swing with ease. Leonhardt bitterly told himself, It seems I can't fight like Lord Grey. You're pretty good. To be honest, you are much stronger than I was back in my first year. His eyes suddenly became sharp and filled with pressure as he declared, "Let's speed things up a bit more." "Can you keep up, Leonhardt?" Leonhardt could only widen his eyes in utter shock. Luino Hartmann, continuously, pressed on with lightning-fast sword strikes, leaving Leonhardt with no choice but to brace himself to defend in vain. The pressure from the second-year valedictorian was too immense. Leonhardt, shocked, realized he was completely red. He only managed to let out a B curse word in helplessness as he saw his opponent close in. In just a split second, Luino's blade was positioned right next to Leonhardt's neck. The referee's voice echoed across the arena. "That's enough! The winner of the match between the valedictorians is Luino." Despite the miserable defeat, Leonhardt still maintained a proper attitude. He sheathed his sword and bowed his head. "Thank you for the match." Luino also replied politely, likewise. "A very good match." Right after that, the announcement for the challengers' battle began to ring out. Leonhardt brushed past Gray and softly encouraged him. "Good luck." Gray nodded back, "Thanks." Stepping onto the arena floor, Ray told himself he had already gone too far. "Now that I've boldly declared it, I have to prove it with my actions." He recalled the brutal and hopeless monsters he had faced before turning back time, and was confident that compared to them, this challenge was entirely winnable. Ray tightly gripped his sword hilt, his glowing red eyes sharp with determination. It's good to be that confident, but during combat, you must stay alert. On the opposite side, the tip of Debo Radato's sword dragged along the floor, creating fierce sparks. He loomed forward into the middle of the arena, silently calling out Professor Bradley's name. With a deep hatred, Debo's face distorted with madness into a ghastly grin. He swore he would send Ray to hell to keep his professor company. The selection match for the interclass battle officially began amidst the roaring cheers of the audience. The moment the command finished, Gray and his opponent immediately rushed at each other at a terrifying speed. A powerful slash swung down, forcing Gray to brace himself to defend. Sparks flew between the two blades as he tried to hold his ground against the suffocating pressure. Gray was knocked back, far away. He gasped heavily under the stress. "Damn it, it's too heavy." Even though he had been warned by Professor Ariel about the opponent's extremely fast reflexes, he didn't expect that even his arm strength would be enhanced to such an absurd degree. Ray realized that with such a massive gap in raw power, any tricks would be useless right now, leaving him at a loss, wondering how he could even face a monster that possessed such brutal strength. "If I lose now, it'll be utterly humiliating since I already talked back to that professor." 5243. A dangerous thought suddenly flashed in his mind. "MDT shet lu len trong doguan." I still have that skill, but the memory of Ariel's strict instruction before the match reappeared vividly in his mind. "Listen, no matter what happens, you absolutely must not use that power. In the worst-case scenario, you could lose your life." Back then, Ray could only reply quietly and briefly. Ariel had emphasized that no matter how important this tournament was, it wasn't worth risking his life over. Furthermore, the arena's defensive barrier would definitely not be able to withstand that horrific, destructive power, and he might accidentally kill his opponent right on the spot. Returning to the harsh reality, Ray was struggling to dodge the deadly attacks while telling himself, if it's to protect the clairvoyant's special admission status, I'm willing to risk my life. Well, but I can't kill someone in a school tournament like this. Ray noticed that Debo's movements were strangely simple. He thought to himself that with such superior physical stats and reflexes, defeating him should have been very easy for the guy. Ray quickly realized. The opponent didn't lack technique, but was intentionally holding back. He wondered what the guy was plotting. Right after that, Debo revealed a mad, fanged smile. Getting hit continuously like this, I wonder if you can hold out. No, big boy. In a perilous moment, a sharp sword strike rushed straight toward Bill. Ray making him realize in shock, I can't dodge this strike. Gray was surprised to see he still managed to bring up his sword to block. He asked himself, why? I definitely shouldn't have made it in time. Looking at Debo, who was leaning forward, Gray thought suspiciously. Did he just intentionally weaken his attack? No. Suddenly, Professor Ariel, with her bright red hair, emerged. She pointed toward the arena, with a sharp look full of rage. What is that power? She had noticed a purple, sinister mana, smoldering on that guy's chest. Oh dear. Isn't this match going a bit too one-sided? In the stands, the professors began to talk about the second-year students' cruel nature as he intentionally dragged out the match even though he could finish it at any time. Is he playing cat and mouse with his opponent? Ray was forcing himself to hold his ground against it. A series of sword strikes that rained down like a storm, creating continuous, fiery clashes. One professor sarcastically remarked that the clairvoyant student was just struggling to defend yet still refused to surrender, and that only proved he completely lacked the required strength. Old Buddha laughed gleefully, suggesting that perhaps Gray wanted to imply that the clairvoyant program should be abolished early, because if we keep waiting, it will only become a complete mess. No. Buddha continued to mock triumphantly. Perhaps you're right. What a thoughtful student, knowing how to consider the Academy's reputation. In the middle of the arena, Ray was being backed into a corner, trying to withstand a powerful downward strike from his opponent. Unable to sit still and watch her student get tortured, Ariel stood up abruptly and shouted in extreme anxiety, "Stop the match! End it right now! This is too dangerous." However, Buddha maintained his sinister look and mockingly asked back, "Oh, and what exactly is dangerous? Do you mean this practice match?" Another professor also spoke up to remind Ariel that the arena was covered by extremely powerful protective magic, so any strike that could cause fatal injuries would be stopped automatically. But that guy's just playing around. He's not fighting properly at all. He asserted that was the reason the students could fight with all their might, without fear, then turned to ask if she had any other special reason for wanting to stop this match. Right then, Debo delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at the stomach, sending Ray flying back. Ariel roared in extreme anxiety. "Of course, I know about the protective magic, but it won't be enough to protect Ray from—" Before she could finish her sentence, an explosion of purplish-black energy erupted violently in the middle of the arena, exuding a terrifying pressure. Ariel was stunned, her eyes widening behind her monocle as she witnessed the black aura swallowing everything. From within the eerie darkness, a face with a fanged smile appeared hauntingly. A vertical slash carrying destructive power struck down. His glowing red eyes flashed with intense tension amidst the energy that was spiraling out of control. "Well, this time it's really over, Professor." The horrific attack extended far across, destroying even the solid stone walls of the arena. Ray stood firmly amidst the debris, his breathing heavy as he witnessed a deep trench dividing the arena in half. The ground shook violently as thick dust rose, enveloping his lonely figure before everyone's silent disbelief. Sword energy slammed forcefully into the magical barrier, creating bright blue sparks that caused the protective screen to start cracking. "Old Professor," Buddha was so terrified that his face turned pale as a ghost, and he could only screech in despair. Ariel screamed in horror. The barrier! I told you guys. She gritted her teeth in fury, as she realized the cruel truth. That bastard Bradley. I can't believe he implanted that thing into a student. Ariel immediately reached out her hand. Glowing purple magical chains ignited around her arm as she prepared to intervene with all her might. Ariel frantically cast her binding magic, but the purple chains were instantly deflected by the solid barrier. She, shocked, realized the barrier protecting the audience was too strong, leaving her completely helpless to intervene. From the outside, in a panic, Ariel yelled out, demanding to deactivate the barrier immediately and cancel the tournament. Because this is no longer swordsmanship. Up in the stands, old Buddha and the other professors were also trembling in fear. He could only grit his teeth and curse as he witnessed the situation spiral completely out of control. I saw you laughing gleefully just now. Now go in there and handle it yourself. Ariel shouted loudly, urging, Gray, run away quickly, because stopping the match from the outside will take a lot of time. Now, standing in the center of the eerie black aura, Gray gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Run away? If I turn my back on him now, I'll die instantly. The panicked screams of the crowd echoed across the arena in utter chaos. Meanwhile, Professor Head Coach quietly observed. He estimated that the magic of the professors would take at least 30 seconds to reach the arena floor, a delay far too long to save his student's life. Realizing there was no other choice, Head Coach clearly transmitted his voice. Ray, consider your body as a sword. Don't just swing your blade. Move your entire body along with that source of power. All. Ray struggled to withstand the surrounding energy. He silently complained about this sudden instruction. Consider my body a sword, Professor? You can't just throw such an unreasonable request at me at a time like this. In this critical and urgent moment, I guess if I can try it, I should just try it. Despite his doubts, Ray decided to take the gamble. But if the professor says I can do it, then I will do it. Mr. Brannan? No, I absolutely must do it. He closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind on a single point to awaken his true self. I am the one and only blade. Focus everything on it. Debo's dark purple aura poured down frantically as if trying to swallow Gray, but he stood tall without flinching. Suddenly, Gray's eyes flared with a cold gaze. I entered a state of intense concentration, making all surrounding movements seem to freeze. Ray was stunned to realize that every movement of his opponent seemed to be slowing down unnaturally. Has he always been this slow? But then he immediately understood the brutal truth. No, it's because I have become faster. His glowing red sword swung upward. Ray channeled all his might into a lightning-fast slash. Sparks flew everywhere in the suffocating clash, followed by a powerful strike that shattered the ground under terrifying pressure. The dust cleared to reveal a deep crater right in the middle of the arena, making old Professor Buddha widen his eyes in horror. He broke through the defensive barrier, too. The people around were equally stunned. What kind of fighting is this, anyway? Urgent cries rang out across the stands. Is that student all right? Quickly call the medical team immediately. However, from within the rubble, an eerie dark silhouette gradually emerged, causing a professor to stammer in extreme horror. What? Is he still completely unscathed? Debo Radato had completely transformed by now. His entire body was enveloped in a sinister, deep purple aura. He threw his head back and roared frantically, his eyes glowing brightly like a true monster. awakening in the middle of the battlefield. Has he succumbed to inner deviations right now? Realizing the danger was not yet over, Ariel shouted a warning from the stands. Ray, it's not over yet. Ray gritted his teeth and replied, I know. But his pupils instantly contracted as he sensed a chilling, murderous intent. A massive pillar of dark energy suddenly erupted, swallowing Gray in a horrific explosion. The entire stands fell into a panic. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. Ariel gritted her teeth and yelled out, asking about the barrier's status. But the answer she received was filled with helplessness. 10 more seconds! Amidst the deep purple energy devastating the arena, Gray struggled to find a way to hold his ground. His glowing red eyes narrowed with tension as he looked through the dust storm to locate his opponent. Suddenly, a dark figure closed in at an unimaginable speed, leaving Gray only enough time to widen his eyes in horror before the enemies. Lightning fast attack. Ray forced his strength to block Daibo's blade, feeling a violent vibration ripple through his entire body. Looking at his enemy's distorted, frantic face and glowing purple eyes, he was internally terrified. This strength and speed, there's no way he's human. Ray's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and thought, but I'm no ordinary specimen either. He swung his sword and knocked his opponent back, far away to relieve the pressure. Ray stared intently at his rival and realized in shock. After all of those strikes, is he still completely unharmed? No. Daibo rushed forward to attack once more. However, right at the moment he intended to counter, Ray's body suddenly suffered a severe backlash. Ariel screamed in despair, Ray! Ray was backed into a corner now. He gritted his teeth and thought, if I don't counterattack right now, everything ends here. In excruciating pain, Ray roared out, demanding more power to turn the tables. The dark power rose along with the haunting image of a glowing demonic eye. Ray's eyes burned with murderous intent. He risked everything to awaken the terrifying entity within. A sword strike was unleashed so fast that no one could see it. By the time they realized what happened, both of Daibo's arms had been severed by him. The professors in the stands, including Ariel, were all stunned, frozen solid before the horrifying scene unfolding. The entire massive arena had now been completely leveled. The ground was crisscrossed, with fractures under the terrible pressure radiating from Gray. The moment the protective barrier was deactivated, Ariel instantly shouted, "The barrier has been released." She and the other professors dashed down to the arena floor to stop the disaster before it was too late. Bright, pink chains of energy tightly wrapped around Daibo, both to stop the bleeding and to suppress the dark aura furiously pouring out of his body. Ray gasped in pain as blood poured from his mouth, while his body was enduring a severe backlash from the power that had just erupted. Ariel rushed over in a panic. Her hands glowed with a deep blue healing magic as she screamed, "Ray! Are you all right?" The other professors also rushed over to help. Ariel immediately commanded, "Hurry up! Use recovery magic on him!" Ray lay motionless on the ground amidst the soothing healing, light seeping into his flesh. Seeing her student's breathing gradually stabilize, Ariel let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness. In the end, you're troublesome. Life is saved, hey. Nanyuizai. But right after that, she suddenly froze as she noticed something extremely unusual. To everyone's astonishment, Ray suddenly stood up steadily and spoke softly. "Thank you, Professor." The professor, standing next to him, was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. You can already stand up. Are you sure you're okay?" Instead of answering, Ray turned to look at Ariel and asked, "How does it look?" Ariel remained silent. She raised her hand, too, the frame of her glasses and activated her glowing, clairvoyant eyes to peer deep inside him. She gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Through her vision, Ariel was shocked to realize that despite having just used a horrific source of power, Gray's soul remained completely intact, without even a single tiny scratch. Ray curiously asked about his physical condition. Ariel replied, "The recovery magic has handled it. You won't feel any more pain." Ray smiled with satisfaction. It seems it was effective. Hector walked up close to Ariel. He thoughtfully confirmed that they had succeeded in minimizing the backlash, just as originally planned. Hector wondered in amazement whether this was truly the state, with reduced backlash or not. Ariel's entire body radiated a powerful blazing magic, as she warned that without timely recovery magic, Ray might have lost his life. "So you were lucky that the professors helped you in time, weren't you?" She comforted herself that keeping the injuries at a level that magic could heal was already a major success. Up to this point, Hector was pensive. He hoped that one day Ray would be able to withstand this horrific pressure on his own. But he knew that would still require a lot more training time. Standing between the two professors, Gray was stunned to realize that the entire process of the hellish training he just went through was to prepare for this life-or-death moment. Ariel walked across the arena. She admitted that everything had gone beyond the originally planned script. Looking at Debo Radato, who was tied tightly to a stretcher and being carried away in a miserable state, she approached the judge to confirm one final thing. Who won the match? The announcement rang out clearly across the stands. The protective barrier of the second-year representative, Debo Radato, was activated by the attack of the first-year representative, Riley. Therefore, the winner of this selection match is the first-year representative, Gray. The entire arena erupted in cheers and enthusiastic applause. The students couldn't help but discuss in amazement. No way. Did he really defeat a second-year student? Praise for the clairvoyant. Special admission class rang out continuously. Some even reverently called him Lord Ray after that utterly insane performance. It really was insane. Everyone almost suffered from inner deviations. Ha ha. Witnessing this miracle, Hector thought to himself, the 35 match losing streak of the first years has finally come to an end. Jerry. Another. Professor admitted that after witnessing that recent battle, no one would dare question Ariel's judgment of character as a mistake ever again. They agreed that after what they had seen, the Academy had no choice but to admit she was right. Now, no one would dare speak up in support of Favre. The proposal to abolish the clairvoyant's special admission status anymore. The professors completely changed their attitude. They felt the Academy should be ashamed of ever having the intention to abolish this program, and that they had almost expelled a natural talent like Ariel. Standing quietly, she watched Gray being surrounded by the crowd offering congratulations in the middle of the field. Her eyes welled up with tears of emotion. She smiled softly with a pure happiness and silently sent her most sincere thanks to her student. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around old Buddha became more suffocating than ever. The other professors turned to look at him with judgmental eyes, demanding that those who had vehemently called for the abolition of the clairvoyant program re-examine their own responsibility. Old Buddha was sweating profusely, his face pale as a ghost. He stood frozen, stammering in utter humiliation as all his despicable schemes vanished into thin air. If it were me, I would laugh right in his face. For 3 days and 3 nights to keep him humble. Old Buddha, sweating profusely, lustedly looked for a way to escape the judgmental glances. Right. I still have a few other things to prepare. Ignoring the calls of his colleagues behind him, he turned tail and fled from this humiliation. Professor Buddha. "Wait for me!" he hurriedly announced. "Please excuse me. I shall take my leave first." Looking at his pathetic receding back, an old professor thoughtfully recalled an ancient teaching. Never be foolish enough to provoke the clairvoyant. It seems that saying still holds true even until now. He remarked that compared to her youth, Ariel had actually become much gentler because times had changed. Standing from afar, observing the respectful fear the seniors had for his master, Ray couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did something happen to Professor Ariel in the past? When the noisy crowd had thinned out, a gray-haired, spectacled man with a poised demeanor approached. "Ray, die. All right. Now that the distractors have all left, let us discuss a few issues that I am concerned about." Ray, die. Gray warily looked at the other party and asked back, "Is something the matter, sir?" "Of course there is. Otherwise, why would he call you over just to look at each other?" Principal directly brought up the incident that had just occurred. During the recent match, the second-year representative, Debo Radado, was clearly forced to take an abnormal source of power into his body. We will certainly conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Now, he admitted a brutal truth, that a practice match, which should have been absolutely safe, had almost taken a student's life. With an apologetic look, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head. The Academy takes full responsibility for not detecting this anomaly sooner. Well, first of all, please allow me to extend my most sincere apologies to you. Ray scratched his head, humbly responding to the apology. Please don't worry about it. In the end, nothing serious happened. Thank you. In that case, he suddenly raised his hand to his glasses, his eyes flashing with a deep blue probing magical power. After Debo lost control, you released something as well. Gray broke out in a cold sweat under the heavy gaze of the other party. The image of the gray envelope in a blazing red fire aura flashed back in the official's mind. He evaluated. That was not magic. It was something much more foreign. A kind of power that modern magic theory cannot even begin to analyze yet. He looked straight at Gray and pressed further. Can you tell me what that power actually is? You sure are nosy, aren't you, old man? Ray closed his eyes tightly, his mind in a bind. What should I say? I cannot reveal anything from before I turned back time, especially when I still don't know where the mastermind behind Liquid is hiding. No. Ultimately, he coldly replied, I don't know. You don't know? Even though you were the one who used it? Ray casually asserted, yes. I had no idea I possessed such power. It was Professor Ariel who noticed and explained it to me. Standing nearby, Ariel looked at Ray with a sharp, cold gaze. She silently scolded him in her heart. What a liar! At the time he defeated the Goblin General, Ray had already used that power with extreme mastery. What on earth is he planning? Ray glanced at Ariel with a meaningful smile, silently conveying a request. Please just go along with this. In order to stop Liquidat, I need you to continue to be the only one who holds that source of power. Understanding her student's intention, Ariel smiled subtly. So that is your perspective. You truly have thought of everything, to be honest. You don't seem like someone living their first life at all. She walked leisurely, a sense of gratitude rising in her heart. Thank you. If you trust me this much, then I have no choice but to stand up and protect you. They understand each other so well. Ariel stepped toward the principal and confirmed, just as you said, Gray's power cannot be analyzed through conventional magic theory. Nay. However, she emphasized, I myself can see it clearly with my clairvoyant eyes. And because, Ariel explained that after observing that energy source, she had asked Professor Head Coach to help Gray train, and that is exactly what helped him achieve the level of control he has today. Although we are still researching how to properly bring out this power, Ariel earnestly requested, Principal, please hand over all management of Gray to me. The principal thoughtfully pondered, then admitted, after witnessing the recent battle, I cannot offer a refusal. He decisively declared not just Gray, but the entire handling of the Clairvoyant Special Admission Group will from now on be under Ariel's full authority. He also promised that if there was anything the Academy could help with, Ariel only had to ask. Faced with this absolute trust, Ariel was deeply moved and expressed her most sincere gratitude to the principal. 5,791. Ray and Ariel looked at each other with perfect understanding. Ray ve Ariel nin now dogian e. She flashed a bright, satisfied smile. Right after that, the principal announced that the group would move to the special underground medical area to check on Debo Radato's condition. He requested Ariel to come along because her special vision was needed, and Ariel immediately agreed. The two left together to begin a deeper investigation into the bizarre transformations on the opponent's body. In the quiet space of the office, Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of hot tea. Looking toward Gray, Ariel revealed a shocking truth, that the source of power used on Debo's body was almost identical to the power of the Liquid Eater, the Destroyer. The image of the bizarre purple energy mass blazing on Debo's chest flashed back as a testament to the threat that was gradually manifesting right inside the Academy. Ariel asserted that the crystal blocks used on Debo's body were exactly the type they had seen in the laboratory. Ray anxiously asked about his opponent's condition. Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of tea and then coldly replied, He's dead. Ray, stunned, clenched his fist and questioned himself. Was it because of me? Ariel immediately denied it and explained that from the very moment that power activated, Debo was no longer himself. Perhaps his soul had already vanished the moment that thing was implanted into him. She asserted that this was clearly a retaliatory strike aimed straight at Ray for defeating Varian Bradley. So in short, he waited for an opportunity to take revenge on Ray, but failed miserably. Ray pondered. I see. He realized that if Debo was interfered with after Varian died, then there must definitely be a third party dipping their hands into this matter. Ariel agreed that there was a much bigger mastermind pulling the strings, and she would continue to investigate, even though this would take quite a bit of time. Taking a sip of tea, Ariel shared her intuition that the deepest levels of the Academy were involved in this conspiracy. Looking toward the grand architecture, Ray decisively said, I understand. If there is anything I can help with, please let me know. Ariel looked at the ring on her hand and smiled gently. Thank you. Turning to the topic of Gray's power, she remarked, that he had begun learning how to use it without harming his soul. Gray confirmed that, although he admitted the backlash on his body this time was even worse than before, but Ariel just reassured him, don't worry. She revealed that Professor Head Coach had proposed taking his training process to a new stage. Ray excitedly exclaimed, Really? Ariel smiled and confirmed that he would soon learn how to control that power much better than he did now. In the middle of the massive arena, hundreds of training dummies wearing iron armor stood tall like an immobile army. Ray stood in the midst of that encirclement and thought to himself, needless to say, this training method is truly very dangerous and painful. Professor? Head coach looked at him with utmost seriousness and gave him a final choice. If you are willing to spend more time, there are still safer options. And, are you absolutely sure about this decision? Ray looked straight at the professor, with glowing red eyes full of determination, and decisively replied, yes. Receiving the answer, head coach nodded. All right. Then let's begin. Ray half closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind to find his true self. He chanted a mantra in his head. I am the one and only blade. Recall it? The feeling from that moment. A blazing red fire. Aura began to envelop the sword and Gray's entire body, radiating a terrifying pressure. He softly muttered, let's go. Then his glowing red eyes sharply snapped open. Immediately, Gray dashed off like a red flash of lightning, slicing the iron dummies into scrap pieces in just a split second. That's impressive. If I tried slicing, I'd probably only slice mud, haha. Blazing red sword strikes intersected intricately across the arena. Ray moved at an unimaginable speed, creating a destructive storm that crushed every obstacle. A shocking explosion erupted, blowing away scores of iron armor. To the utter astonishment of the observing professors, one man tremblingly gasped, he's too fast, while the other could only stare blankly and utter, this is truly unbelievable. Hector quietly observed every movement of his student with a pensive look. In the middle of the arena, Ray rushed about like a cyclone, crushing the crowd of iron dummies into tiny fragments. However, that horrific power began to cause a violent backlash. Immediately, the Academy's medical team appeared. They simultaneously cast a grand magic, activating the recovery magic. Glowing bright green spiritual energies enveloped Ray, seeping into every fiber of his flesh to soothe the pain torturing his physical body. Oh, things were going perfectly. But then the backlash hit. Ray gradually regained his senses. He slightly forced himself up and expressed his gratitude to those who had treated him. Hector approached with a satisfied smile. Well done. You have held out a little longer than last time. Ah. He asserted that as long as this process was repeated, Ray's body would gradually adapt and learn how to endure the backlash from that terrifying source of power. Ray looked down at his sword. He shocked, realized that earlier, because he was too focused. Had completely immersed himself in the combat state, without even realizing the horrific devastation he had caused. Ray admitted in a low voice, but using this power is truly very painful. Hector casually replied that the pain and endurance were proof that he was surpassing his own limits. Although admitting this training process was extremely harsh and went beyond the limits of endurance, the professor still left it to Gray to decide whether to continue or stop is up to you. Without a single moment of hesitation, Gray gripped his sword tightly, his glowing red eyes full of determination. I will do it once more. A firm "Stop right there!" rang out, interrupting Gray's intention. It was none other than Professor Ariel. This training session is limited to only once per day. That's right. Pushing too hard might land him in a grave now. Ray still wanted to continue, because he felt his body had completely recovered thanks to the magic. He pressed further, asking if this method truly ensured that his soul would not be damaged. Ariel pensively explained that although recovery magic could heal physical injuries, if he continued, to suffer severe damage before his nerves stabilized. His sense of swinging the sword would be completely disrupted. She looked deep into Ray's eyes and reminded him that he was the one who understood this better than anyone. Ray fell silent, remembering his old scar along with a military doctor's warning years ago, stating that those very injuries, which were left improperly treated from the time he was bullied by the builders, had held back his progress in swordsmanship for a very long time. Hector, standing next to them, also breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that even he would feel wary of this kind of crazy training if it had to be repeated multiple times a day. Ray could only reply quietly, "I understand." Witnessing that extreme level of effort, Leonhardt couldn't help but wonder why Ray was in such a hurry to become so strong, when his current strength was already more than enough to top the first year's. Faced with her student's suspicion, Ariel bitterly admitted, "It's all my fault." She regretted dragging Ray into the fight with Bradley, which caused the underground forces behind him to now view him as an enemy that must be eliminated. That's the consequence. If he doesn't strive to get stronger, he might get slaughtered out of nowhere. Ariel asserted that the incident with Debo was only the starting point for a series of dark conspiracies to come. Those who were hiding in the shadows of the academy, and possibly even the notorious crime organization Brad Rinker, that once stole the magic catalyst for Bradley, would definitely come seeking him for revenge soon. Ariel's gaze grew heavy with guilt. She asserted that becoming stronger was the only way for Gray to survive, and then she softly uttered a belated apology. Gray reassured his master, "Please, don't worry about it," because stopping the liquid experiment was his own choice, and he would carry it out at all costs. Ariel looked at her student with immense pride. She admitted that Gray was an exceptionally outstanding student, and the only thing she could do right now was to help him fully tap into that hidden source of power. Lagyup an kai thaktiai, dogan gun ssem tilim ugo. Hector recognized the hidden meaning in Ariel's words. He secretly guessed she was brewing a special plan, and Ariel only smiled mysteriously to confirm it. Hector turned to ask Ariel, "Did you forget the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger?" In the middle of the ruined arena, Ray was bewildered, not understanding what the professor was hinting at. Hector closed his eyes with great satisfaction and asserted, "Changing the sword is the fastest solution at this moment." "Oh no. Changing to a sharper and cooler sword makes you stronger, everyone?" Ray looked at the sword at his hip with great doubt. "The sword?" Ariel explained that although the sword provided by the Academy is a high-end custom piece, which is normally more than enough for a first-year student, unfortunately it no longer has enough strength to endure his horrific source of power. Looking at the reflection through a broken sword fragment, she firmly asserted that no ordinary weapon could handle the terrifying pressure Ray generated. Ariel suddenly pulled out a bright, glowing golden key and declared she would take Gray to her secret vault. Hector was shocked and tried to stop her upon realizing her intention. "Are you seriously planning to give the boy one of the weapons in there? Gray is still just a student, you know." However, Ariel decisively brushed it aside and asserted everything was fine. A deep blue magic erupted violently as Ariel activated the key. She declared that Gray absolutely deserved this privilege. A massive portal of light appeared in the middle of the rubble, radiating a terrifying pressure that left Gray utterly stunned. Ariel proudly walked toward the radiant glow and commanded, "Follow me. This master and student duo are going to hunt for treasures, huh?" 6041. Ray stepped through the portal of light. Ray bihin si qua. Kan si engen an sang and was immediately overwhelmed by the magnificence inside. His eyes widened in amazement before a massive treasure vault filled with gold, silver, and precious relics. Ray could only utter in astonishment, the unimaginable scale of this place. Ariel mumbled as she walked, searching for the sword section, and quickly led the group toward rows of towering shelves. She explained to Gray that the goal today was to find a truly suitable sword that could handle the load of his power. Looking around the rows of weapons, Gray silently marveled, because everywhere he looked, swords were radiating a terrifying, murderous intent. Hector proudly asserted that he wouldn't be able to find a more massive collection of swords than this anywhere else in the world. Ariel admitted that choosing among thousands of these masterpieces was by no means easy, and because the nature of Gray's power was too immense, they could only test a maximum of one sword per day to ensure safety. She decided to pick out a few representative blades for Gray to try out one by one. Ariel began by pointing to the sharpest, most massive sword in the collection. Gray forced his strength to draw the large, glowing sword from its rack. He clearly felt its considerable weight in his hands. Ariel smiled and asserted that though it was heavy, it sliced extremely smoothly. Then she gestured for Gray to move toward the practiced target and requested, "Test its power right now." Ray channeled his strength. He replied, "All right," then stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and dashed off. The large sword embedded itself deeply into the rubble. Observing from behind, Ariel remarked that it was certainly very powerful, but perhaps a bit too heavy for actual combat. Hector also agreed that's right. No matter how sharp a sword is, it's useless if you can't hit anything with it. Wadi. Exactly, the user's technique is what matters, right? However, Ariel thought that owning such a sword wouldn't hurt, especially when facing massive, tough, and slow opponents like divine beasts or sturdy structures. She also thoughtfully offered, "I will also give you a magical storage bag, so you won't have to carry it around cumbersomely if you place it inside." "Ah," Ray asked back in bewilderment, "huh?" He looked at the masterpiece sword in his hand, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully that this sword is not something that can be casually lent to someone like that, right, Professor? Ariel half closed her eyes. She smiled mysteriously and asserted, "It's better to give it to someone who can use it than to let it gather dust in the vault." Her gaze turned razor-sharp as she delivered a final warning. "Furthermore, when you face the one behind Varian, the one behind the summoning of the liquid ether, can you be sure that you won't regret not bringing it along?" Looking at the glowing sword in his hand, Ray involuntarily remembered the painful past again, when he and his comrades were completely helpless against the enemy's strength. Whether they were present there or not, nothing would have changed, no matter how hard they had strived to train. Returning to reality, Ray quietly looked at the masterpiece weapon, then sincerely said, "Thank you for lending me this sword. Awesome. Being favored by the teacher while studying is truly wonderful. Try to avoid letting others see this sword, unless you intend to use it." "Ah," Ray asked back in bewilderment. "Why is that, Professor?" "If it were put on the market, it would cost at least 10 billion, not less than 10,000 gold coins." "Nay." Hearing that astronomical figure, Ray was so shocked his eyes widened. Sweating profusely, he shouted in terror, 10 billion! Ray frantically tried to decline. "I can't keep something this expensive." However, Ariel decisively shut down that thought. "I don't accept returns. And who said I was lending you this sword? I am gifting it to you." She explained that if it were just a borrowed item, Ray would definitely develop a mindset of hesitation and wouldn't dare to go all out when using it. Ray was still utterly stunned. He stammered back, You're joking, right, Professor? Ariel coldly asserted, "No, I am not joking." Ariel stepped closer. Her clairvoyant eyes glowed with heavy pressure as she declared, "If I can protect my clairvoyant special admission slot for just 10 billion, then I am completely willing to do it. Neo May. That sword is a belated reward for what you have done." Yeah. When Gray was about to say, "But," Ariel immediately radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Leaning close to his face, she questioned threateningly, "What are you trying to say? That my clairvoyant special admission slot isn't even worth that 10 billion pocket change?" Faced with the terrifying authority of the professor, Ray was so scared his face went completely pale. He could only reply tremblingly, "No, Professor, please don't scare me like that. He's just being shy." Ray tightly gripped the hilt of the great sword and sincerely said, "Thank you very much. I will take very good care of this sword." Ariel smiled contentedly and replied, "Good." However, she immediately fell into pensive calculation. "All right, besides that one, we need to find something more ordinary. Something that can be used in conventional battles." Nay. Ray looked around the grand treasure vault and silently marveled too. "Hector, I never expected Professor Ariel's treasure vault to be this impressive." "Not an AB," Hector casually explained, of course. "In this world, no one possesses a razor-sharp vision that can rival Ariel the clairvoyant. Yeah. With those eyes, she can earn as much money as she wants." Ariel's eyes flared with the powerful X symbol as she called out to Hector. As his instructor, "Which blade do you think is best?" Hector searched with his eyes, then pointed to a slender sword glowing on a rack. "Let's see, how about this one?" Ray picked up the new sword. He asked curiously, "Can I test it out?" Ariel nodded her permission. "Be my guest." Immediately, Ray channeled his strength and executed lightning-fast sword swings. 6,191, watching that makes me dizzy, wow. "En maho mai chong, emetiga." Ray silently evaluated after the test. "Not bad, I guess." However, looking closely at the blade again, Ray felt a bit hesitant. It's a well-crafted sword, but something feels off. Or is it just because I'm not used to it yet? Hector, standing and observing, also noticed the anomaly. "It seems it doesn't suit you very well." After a moment of thought, Ariel spoke up to suggest, In that case, it was originally created for testing. But perhaps it will suit him." "Nani?" Ray looked up in the direction the professor pointed, his eyes widening in complete surprise. Appearing before his eyes was an exquisitely beautiful sword, with diamond patterns, radiating a deep blue, illusory spiritual energy. Hector smiled encouragingly. "Try holding it." Ray cautiously reached out his hand to grip the hilt, his glowing red eyes showing clear curiosity toward this strange weapon. His eyes are shining like headlights. He must be really pleased with it, huh? The moment he lifted it, Ray was astonished by its unexpected weight. Wow, it's so light. But upon closer observation, he was shocked to realize a major flaw in this weapon. "But it doesn't have a blade," Hector explained. That this was a sword designed to test new technology, rather than for actual combat. Even though it was just a block of unsharpened steel, it possessed an utterly astonishing durability. He evaluated that this could be a highly suitable choice for Gray at this moment. Gray asked back doubtfully, "Do you mean that with my current strength, I don't need a sword with a sharp blade?" Hector decisively confirmed it, as he doubted any ordinary sword, no matter how strong, could handle the load of his horrific source of power. He warned that if Gray kept getting stronger, even the masterpieces in this treasure vault would do nothing but slow him down. Therefore, instead of relying on sharpness. Ray needs to aim for a future of fighting, where he no longer depends on a blade. Liu if he doesn't need a blade and can still win against opponents, then he's no ordinary guy. Hector asserted that a sword like this was the most perfect missing piece for him. To prove it, the professor directly grabbed the sword and unleashed a powerful swing aimed straight at the target. Instead of a slice, the sword delivered a heavy strike with brutal force, causing the sturdy iron pillar to be crushed and completely deformed under the suffocating pressure. Ray uttered in amazement, "Incredible." Witnessing Hector's strength, Ariel thought to herself, "Personally, I think Ray should still continue using a blade." But she also clicked her tongue, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to try it a little. Ariel turned to ask Ray, "Do you want to try any other type of weapon besides swords?" Because she was willing to lead him to other areas if he wished. Ray firmly replied, "Even if you say so, I still only want to check out the swords here." No. His gaze swept across a series of masterpieces on the racks, and stopped at a sword with an impressive bright red pattern dotting. Ray silently evaluated, "Like that one over there. It looks much lighter and stronger than the first one. To sum it up, have you picked a sword yet, kid?" Ray stepped forward and told himself, "Let's try that one too and see how it goes." But just as he approached another slender silver sword, he suddenly froze. A strange sensation ran down his spine, making Ray question himself in shock. "What is this? This feeling? It feels like I've seen this sword somewhere before." And Ray curiously asked Professor Ariel about this sword. Ariel looked over and casually replied, "That was left behind by a former student after graduation. It's not a famous sword, but it's very well crafted." "Oh," Ray pondered, then requested earnestly, "May I try this one?" Ariel happily agreed, of course. Ray held the silver sword in his hand and felt an astonishing fit. He told himself, "It's so easy to hold, as if it was born just for my hand." Standing before the practice target, Ray took a deep breath and swung the sword. The wooden target was sliced clean in two, in an extremely effortless manner. Witnessing that smooth sword strike, Hector and Ariel couldn't help but marvel in surprise. Ray looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes glowing red with pure joy. "Wow, it fits unbelievably well. It feels as if I've been practicing with this sword since the day I was born." Me. "So you're settling on this one, kid?" Ariel smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Ray decisively replied, "Yes, I do. In my life, I have never held a sword that is this easy to use." Ariel nodded. "In that case, let's test it out a bit more. No. We need to see if it is truly compatible with your source of power." However, Ray suddenly froze anxiously. He asked hesitantly, "But isn't this your former student's sword, Professor? If I accidentally break it, then—" Ariel reassured him with a confident smile. She asserted, "The sword will certainly be happier if it gets used, rather than being left to gather dust in this treasure vault." Looking at his own reflection on the polished blade, Ray breathed a soft sigh of relief and told himself, perhaps she's right. Ray curiously asked Ariel about the identity of the former student who had created this masterpiece. She casually revealed, "His name is Metallum Norum." Immediately, Ray's pupils contracted from the shock. In his mind, the image of a legend appeared. Metallum Norum, the greatest magic swordsmith in the world. So, choosing his sword is no different from hitting the jackpot, right? Ray questioned himself in utter shock. Is this sword really his work? Returning to reality in the middle of the vast arena, Ariel clearly declared, "Starting today, we will begin testing this sword." She requested Gray to push it to its absolute limit, to thoroughly test both its power and durability. Gray decisively replied, "I understand." Ariel held the sword with the diamond patterns and decided, "Let's start with this one first." Handing the weapon to her student, Ariel explained, "I want to start with this strangest sword, to see how your power affects it." Why? Ray accepted the sword and prepared his mindset. "Yes, Professor." Standing in the middle of the field, he began concentrating his entire will to bring out his true self. Sparks of bright red fire aura began to leak out. But he suddenly froze with a completely bewildered look, Ray stared intently at the sword, then said apologetically to the professors, "I'm sorry. Let me try again." Ariel and Hector quietly observed from behind as the bright, red, dark aura once again began to tightly wrap around the blade in an utterly eerie manner. Ray focused his entire mind, telling himself that he was the one and only blade, and began channeling his power into the weapon. However, bright red fire aura that had just sparked suddenly vanished, much to his astonishment. Ray realized in shock that his power completely failed to activate on this sword during this test. It seems the sword refuses to cooperate with him. Seeing this, Ariel approached and asked anxiously, "Did you notice any difference in your normal physical condition?" But Gray asserted that nothing was unusual. Ariel pensively speculated, if that's the case, then the sword itself might be the cause. Why, no. She decided to set it aside to try another one, as it perhaps did not work well with Gray's special source of power. Ariel pulled out a magic storage device and decided to let him test the sword. That looked the most ordinary in the collection this time. She drew the slender, glowing silver sword of her former student and handed it to Gray with the message, "Try this one." Gray stood in the middle of the vast arena, taking a deep breath to focus his entire will into his true self. He told himself, "I'm the one and only blade." Immediately, the bright red fire aura erupted violently, tightly wrapping around Metalum Norum's silver sword. Ray couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing his power react harmoniously with the weapon. "I managed to activate it." Suddenly, a deep, mysterious voice echoed right inside Gray's mind. "While there is still time. When the time comes." Gray was shocked. He froze, his red eyes clearly showing suspicion. What was that? Did I just hear a voice in my head? Observing from a distance, Hector nodded and confirmed to Ariel that activating Gray's power would no longer face obstacles now, that this compatible sword was supporting him. Brushing aside his confusion, Ray shouted loudly, "Here I come!" Then he dashed into the midst of the Iron Dummy army, crushing the sturdy armor in just a blink of an eye. Ray silently analyzed while fighting. The amount of power output remains the same as before, but he was shocked to realize the crucial point. "It swings the sword unbelievably smoothly. Even my entire body feels so light." Ray continued to unleash consecutive slashes with terrifying speed. Ray swung the blazing red sword strikes, crushing the iron armor in just a blink of an eye. The observers couldn't help but gasp in terror. He's too fast. But this time he is completely different from before. A storm of blazing red sword aura swept across the arena. Ray moved at an unimaginable speed. He felt as if he himself was flying, among the iron armor fragments flying all over the place. A final helmet fell to the ground, ending the frenzy sequence of attacks. The glowing red eyes of Wow. Ray flashed a sharp, highly focused look. He stood firm with the sword in his hand, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his murderous intent did not diminish at all. Ray panted in utter amazement as he looked back at his achievement. "Huh? Are there no more targets left?" He stared intently at the sword, silently calculating. The number of targets was still the same as last time. Ray recalled the previous training session. He could only defeat about half of them. Yet now, the entire dummy army had been completely wiped out by him. Observing from a distance, Ariel softly called her student's name with a highly complex look. Ray, Ariel, and the professors panicked and rushed over. She asked loudly in shock, "How on earth are you still able to stand firm?" Ray asked back in bewilderment, as his consciousness began to fade, revealing a deep, hollow wound bleeding profusely due to the horrific backlash. Once again, the guy passed out cold. Witnessing her student's terrible condition, Ariel screamed in panic, "Put the sword down!" The silver sword thudded onto the floor just as Ray collapsed. Ariel immediately ordered the medical team to deploy recovery magic. Under the effect of the deep green spiritual energy, Ray forced himself up with great difficulty. He tremblingly pressed his hands against the ground, questioning himself in shock. "My power is—" Hector hurriedly rushed over to support his student and advised, "Don't push yourself too hard." Ray could only reply weakly, "I'm sorry." Ariel anxiously reminded him that losing too much blood would deplete Gray's physical strength, even with magical support, and requested that he rest for a while. Hector evaluated that Gray had just surpassed a limit that he couldn't reach before, and considered it a good sign. Ariel bent down to pick up the sword, she agreed, but also did not forget to deliver a warning. Moving without realizing your own condition is also very dangerous. No, in actual combat without a professional healer, you'd better be careful. That's right, you must know your own limits and stop at the right time. Ariel held the silver sword up to observe. She couldn't help but admire it. After all that, there isn't even a single scratch. Not until it truly is a magnificent sword. Looking at the polished blade that was reflecting her own image, Ariel silently doubted. Did the aura of the sword grow a bit stronger? Or is it just my imagination? Suddenly Ariel froze, her facial expression changing drastically. Noticing the anomaly, Hector asked anxiously, "Is something wrong, Professor?" Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire academy. Ray and Hector were shocked, unable to believe their eyes, only managing to utter in astonishment. Massive rocks began to fall from above, as thick smoke and dust enveloped the collapsing tower. Below, a crowd of students fled in chaos. They screamed in despair. "An explosion! Run quickly! Debris is falling! What's going on? Is it an earthquake or a tsunami?" Faced with the urgent situation, the commanding voices of the professors echoed loudly. "All guides deploy barrier magic. Prioritize protecting lives." A massive, deep blue barrier was erected to block the rubble. Ray, drenched in sweat, wondered in shock. What on earth happened? Hector looked toward the scene, with an extremely serious face. He evaluated that the area that had just been attacked was precisely where the hazardous materials storage was located. Observing the bizarre purple energy blazing, he asserted firmly, that was clearly a man-made explosion. Hector further revealed that right after the explosion, he caught a glimpse of teleportation magic traces. In just a split second, Ariel speculated in shock. "Don't tell me they openly plundered the academy headquarters?" Those around her immediately denied it, because the storage walls were originally protected by extremely powerful anti-teleportation magic, and were capable of enduring most types of explosive spells. However, Ariel looked into the dense black smoke and revealed a shocking truth. There is liquid ether energy mixed in that smoke. Ray gasped in stun. "What? Since when did those fiends sneak into here? Without anyone knowing?" "None did he?" Ariel raised her hand to the frame of her glasses. She evaluated. "They probably used the crystal blocks created in the underground laboratory to destroy the outer wall and the anti-teleportation force field. Ninyarizia. Ray, shocked, realized who was behind this crazy attack. Then those who caused the explosion are Varian's accomplices? That's you. They actually dared to attack the main headquarters of the Academy right in broad daylight. After on-site investigations, a shocking truth was confirmed. Many extremely valuable items in the Academy's storage had officially been stolen. Standing before the scene diagram, Professor Ariel pensively evaluated that although the higher-ups intentionally hid the details, it was clear this was not a place where an outsider could easily cause such a large-scale explosion. The fact that the enemy could completely disable the teleportation blocking device to escape successfully is the most solid evidence, Ariel decisively asserted. This is definitely an inside job. They basically brought dirt for their own kind to bury them. Ray uttered in shock upon realizing the corruption right inside the heart of the organization. No way. Ariel looked into the distance. She bitterly admitted the Academy now is perhaps no longer a place that can be trusted. Or perhaps the truth has always been this dark all along. She analyzed that if the Academy was truly manipulated by the enemy, they could completely use authority to take whatever they wanted. The only reason they had to resort to the extreme measure of blowing up the storage is because they had no legal way to seize those items. Ariel walked with a pensive look and asserted that the main culprit behind this incident is none other than the Blood Drinker organization, she uttered. In resentment, those vermins have managed to sneak into the Academy as well. Nah. Ray suddenly remembered Bella's face full of hatred when mentioning those who murdered her parents. And now, they were present right in this place. Ariel sat down with an extremely serious facial expression. She warned Gray that after defeating Varian Bradley, he himself had also entered their death radar. They would find a way to send him to the underworld early. Ariel crossed her arms, her eyes glowing with anxiety as she delivered her final advice. Always keep your guard up high, especially when you step foot outside the Academy. Ray looked straight at the professor, his red eyes showing clear determination as he decisively replied, I understand. Ray walked into the lecture hall with a casual look, but a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the students, making him wonder, what's going on that everyone looks so miserable? Does it have anything to do with the recent explosion? Seeing that everyone had an expression like they were about to head to the execution ground, Ray asked curiously, did something happen? A classmate next to him looked at him in shock. Didn't you read the notice about the field march training sent to the dormitory? Ray froze for a moment before remembering. The notice papers about a field march? Ah, right. I think I did receive something like that. Seeing his indifferent reaction, that classmate became even more panicked. What's with that expression? Don't tell me you still haven't read it. Ray decisively replied, I read it. You read it, but your face looks completely clueless, dude. The classmate began to list things out in despair. That's 16 hours of marching and camp training every single day in an area full of low-level monsters. And there are even professors accompanying us for an entire week straight like that. Plus additional combat training too, you know. Seeing Gray remaining completely unbothered, he shouted, How can you be so calm? That's 16 hours of walking every day, do you know that? On top of that, there's no guarantee that you'll get a proper night's sleep. The image of Manhwa but cool monsters lurking in the dark appeared like a nightmare. I heard that more than half of the students drop out every year just because of this training period. Ray quietly observed his classmate's fear and thought to himself, in actual marches, you will never know when the enemy will attack. One tiny. At least here there's a fixed time limit. Isn't that already too generous? Memories of the hellish training days in the suppression squad against liquid ether returned hauntingly. Back then, they had no time limit at all. Ray recalled the sight of himself and his comrades being thrown into treacherous mountains, having to march continuously for an entire week, among packs of bloodthirsty monsters, and even many almost lost their lives when they were suddenly attacked by massive entities in the pitch black of night. He has already experienced it. No wonder he is so unbothered. Ray silently told himself that since there are professors accompanying them this time, terrible things won't happen, leaving the classmate next to him utterly speechless, wondering if he was actually being serious or not. Leonhardt looked over in total admiration, thinking to himself, as expected of Lord Grey, even hellish training periods cannot make him waver. Once he has reached this level, Grey gave a slight, awkward smile. But witnessing the extreme fear of everyone around him, he couldn't help but feel that some potential danger was waiting ahead, and reminded himself to always maintain his strength. The day of the annual field march training session for first-year students finally arrived. Standing before the majestic city gates, the lead professor clearly declared the start of the challenging journey. He did not forget to deliver a stern warning. This will be an extremely harsh training period, and most of those who couldn't complete it had to stop before the threshold of the second year. He urged the students to persevere to avoid that fate of elimination. In the distance, majestic mountain ranges and cascading waterfalls appeared like a powerful challenge aimed straight at the freshmen. It's true that passing the entry exam is one thing, but whether they can actually secure a degree to bring home is a whole other struggle. Right, guys? Ray looked toward the horizon and recognized that it was the edge of the winter region. He recalled that this place was almost entirely uninhabited, and silently wondered, why is there no one there? The group of students, with full gear on their backs, began to leave the protection of the academy to step into a land filled with dangers. The entire line of people silently marched across lush green grasslands, officially embarking on an arduous journey of survival. As they advanced deep into the dense forest, a student looked around anxiously and asked, "Professor, that place doesn't look like a path." The professor casually replied, "I know." Before his student's bewilderment, he coldly explained that it wouldn't be training if they were marching on a proper path. An air of exhaustion quickly enveloped the group of freshmen. Heavy panting began to echo continuously. An exhausted student grumbled, How much longer do we have to walk?" Responding to that dependence, the professor coldly announced, "It has only been 8 hours since the march started. We have only just covered half of today's journey." "Nay, what? Only half? Well, whoever wants to walk can walk. I'm backing out." Cries of despair echoed throughout the forest. The students, shocked, realized that this was only the first day, yet their stamina had already hit rock bottom. Looking at his desperate students, the professor began to dish out deceitful words of encouragement. "Just keep going and you'll be fine. Your bodies will adapt to this pace on their own. The difficulty is only at the beginning. Before long, you will walk purely out of instinct, without having to think at all." Nay, really, he is definitely lying. While everyone was falling apart, attention shifted toward Leonhardt. A student marveled, as expected of Leonhardt. He doesn't look tired at all. That's truly the level of the top student of the swordsmanship department. However, Leonhardt, at this moment, was focusing his entire attention on someone else. Looking at the steady back ahead, Leonhardt silently admired, as expected of Lord Grey. He has maintained the exact same pace since the very beginning without changing at all. Grey's glowing red eyes still calmly observed the surroundings, showing that his physical condition was still at an extremely stable level. "I'm so tired." A female student sluggishly walked near the edge of the forest. She suddenly froze when she sensed something unusual. Immediately, a massive spider darted down from a tree to attack, leaving her only enough time to let out a shrill scream. "Did a ghost enter your house or what, girl?" 6,741, but before the monster could touch her. "Enanji, tranchi konkwai, vi atka apecham vauko." A sword suddenly darted forward at terrifying speed, pinning the spider tightly to the tree trunk in an instant. Ray quickly retrieved the sword that had just taken down the spider, leaving his classmate still utterly shocked, unable to compose herself yet. She tremblingly uttered, "Thank you." Ray only casually replied as he turned to walk away. "Some insects around here are poisonous. No. You should be careful." Witnessing that lightning-fast reaction, Leonhardt couldn't help but be amazed, silently evaluating. He isn't just simply walking, but is also staying fully prepared for any surprise attack. Well, I can't see a single opening from him at all. Leonhardt looked at the back of Ray with absolute adoration. He questioned himself. To be able to walk for 8 hours straight, while still maintaining that level of alertness. How much training effort does it take to reach his level? Meanwhile, Ray still kept a calm composure. He told himself that his stamina was still stable, thanks to the harsh training sessions from before he traveled back in time. Compared to the hellish experience in his past life, Ray felt that being able to get a proper night's sleep every night during this training session was already an overly generous luxury. A person who has been through life and death is truly different, right? However, the glowing red eyes of Ray suddenly narrowed in deep thought. But more than that, what I'm worried about is... the warning from Professor. Ariel suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Always keep your guard up, especially when you are outside the academy. Ray realized this training session is the perfect opportunity for the enemies who are hiding, as it takes them to open areas with loose security. And most importantly, the academy knows their exact location. Gray's hand clenched tightly into a fist. He silently prayed, "I hope nothing bad happens." The entire line of people silently marched under the guidance of the professor, venturing deeper into the old forest, filled with lurking dangers. The marching line suddenly received an order to halt from the lead professor. All the students were exhausted, their breathing heavy from the extreme fatigue. After a long period of traveling, the professor crossed his arms majestically and clearly declared, "From this moment on, Rate-Dadi, Nai, we will begin the diet and eating training exercise. Eating is also a part of training? Whatever, as long as there's food, I'm happy." The moment they heard the word eating, the gloomy atmosphere suddenly vanished completely. The students rejoiced, cheering in absolute excitement. Their minds were immediately filled with images of steaming hot plates of food, from meat skewers and soup to aromatic noodles. Everyone jumped up in joy, believing that they would finally get to rest and have a proper meal. However, Ray looked on with a highly suspicious gaze. He silently told himself, "Eating training, that name, is giving me a bad feeling." As expected, the professor immediately threw a bucket of cold water on the crowd's excitement with a bewildered face. "Resting? What on earth are you all talking about?" he coldly. "Saying that when eating during the march, the students must do the cooking themselves." The entire group of students collapsed to the ground in utter disappointment and extreme exhaustion. Ignoring the reliance of the crowd, the professor clearly announced that he had divided everyone into squads to ensure everyone's strength was as balanced as possible. He ordered each team to receive a cooking kit and start preparing their meal immediately. A magic list appeared in the middle of the forest. Squad D was announced with Gray as the squad leader. Standing alongside him were the members, Busk, Rumia, and Benas. Gray couldn't help but feel anxious, telling himself, Squad D, and I'm the leader? Is this really going to be okay? Probably no one wants to take orders from someone who entered the academy through a special admission slot like the internal eye. No. While he was lost in thought, a pink-haired male student suddenly approached warmly. Great to meet you. Ray shook his hand in surprise. Huh? They're friendlier than I thought. I thought they would say something like, I don't want to take orders from someone who didn't even pass the regular exam. No, he asked hesitantly. Are you guys really okay with letting me be the squad leader? The other guy replied decisively, What are you talking about? After witnessing that inter-class battle, no one deserves to be the squad leader more than you. The female teammate also nodded in agreement. That's right. You're definitely the most reliable person here. They quickly brought the tool crate over and asked for his input. Anyway, we've brought the gear over. What do you want us to do next? Witnessing his classmates' absolute respect, Ray smiled faintly and told himself, their attitude changed really fast. It turns out that match really left a strong impression. Is this academy truly a place that only respects strength? It's fortunate for you that you showed your strength. Everyone, otherwise you'd definitely be left out. Suddenly another student panicked, raised his hand, and questioned, Professor, there is no food at all in the provisions you gave us. I mean, all we have is a pot and a fire starter kit. Yeah. Looking at the empty iron pot sitting all alone, the professor coldly crushed the hope of the entire group. In a real march, you wouldn't even have food, let alone cooking utensils. Being provided with a pot is already overly generous. Don't you all think so? The students froze upon hearing the news that there were no provisions. Leonhardt stepped forward and questioned, Professor, with all due respect, in modern field operations, logistics, supported by magic storage bags should exist, right? It's hard to imagine a long march without bringing along food. Manhwa. The professor admitted, you're right, but that only applies to pre-planned marches. He continued to explain that in emergencies, when having to camp in the middle of a battle or if the logistics officer falls in combat, they could completely be forced to march for many days without any preparation. Furthermore, magic storage bags are extremely valuable items. Unless you are part of a large-scale unit, everyone has to carry their own gear on their backs just like right now. Why? His gaze turned sharp and cold as he demanded, and when that happens, do you all just want to die without being able to do anything? Just learn to survive, my friend. But under that pressure, Leonhardt could only bow his head and admit his mistake. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Ray looked at the black bag in his hand and realized in shock. So magic storage bags are actually that rare. I just accepted it, thinking it was basically just a sword case. Nutty. The professor suddenly changed his facial expression and announced, But don't worry, I also have some good news for you. He revealed that this forest is teeming with monsters, and though I have been using repelling magic throughout our march, I am going to lift it now. In other words, you won't have to worry about searching for food anymore. No. Good luck to you all. He allowed the students to leave their luggage and then decisively snapped his fingers, releasing the monster-repelling magic. The protective barrier shattered instantly, officially launching them into a survival hunt. Busk anxiously looked around the forest, then turned to ask Gray, Leader, what do you think we should do? Gray calmly replied as if it were a matter of course. What do you mean? We hunt monsters and then eat them. That's our only option, right? He explained that he had observed carefully along the way. Judging by the footprints and droppings left behind, this forest only has small to medium-sized monsters, so the entire team can completely handle them with just swords. I thought the training would be gradual. This is no different from leaving a child out in the cold. Rumia still couldn't hide her concern. Actual combat right away? Finding monsters in a forest. This massive is going to be exhausting. Ray brought up a tactic that made the whole team shudder. If they are carnivorous monsters, it's easy. We just walk around until they spot us, and find their way to our location on their own. Nah, indeed. The whole team exclaimed in shock. You mean using ourselves as bait? Ray decisively urged everyone to move, because if they stayed in one place, they would have to compete for prey with the other squads. Seeing his teammates still hesitating, Ray smiled and suggested a terrifying alternative. If you really don't want to fight, we can find insects or snakes to eat. No. In forests without monsters, learning to make use of this kind of food is also very important. The mental image of insects and snakes made Rumia scream in terror. I want to hunt monsters. We are in a forest, full of monsters anyway, so the whole team had to reluctantly accept his leadership. Ray is the leader. I will follow his arrangements. No way. Since Ray already said so, let's go, guys. The whole team began to move deeper into the forest. Under the setting sun, Ray abruptly stopped beside an ancient tree. He knelt down, touching his hand to the ground, to sense even the slightest vibration. Placing a finger to his lips, to signal for silence, he softly announced, "It's coming," while his teammates were still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, threatening rustling. Sounds echoed from the bushes. Suddenly, a massive bear with glowing, fiery eyes dashed out with an earth-shattering roar, aiming straight at a team member who was frozen in fear. What is there to fear? Bear meat is delicious, especially bear paws, hey. Facing the massive entity that was blocking out the entire sun, Busk realized in shock that this was a true monster, with a speed far faster than anything he had ever imagined. But right when the death claws were about to hit, Busk reacted in time to dodge by sidestepping. He felt his body moving automatically thanks to the experience from the entrance, exam, and the harsh training sessions he had gone through. Busk grit his teeth with determination. Don't look down on the World Alliance Academy. A sharp sword strike was unleashed head-on, slashing deep into the monster's body, creating a massive wound. Despite being struck, the beast still roared frantically in a violent rage. Busk screamed in panic. Ray! With the reflexes of a seasoned warrior, Ray VDITI Fayan Dim Sign CIA MT Chun Bin Day Dian. Ray eliminated the bear in the nick of time, before it could injure his teammate. It finally kicked the bucket. The sword pierced deep into the ground after the lightning-fast finishing blow. Busk slumped to the ground, utterly shocked, still stunned after his narrow escape from death. Rumia and Benas, 7008, also managed to run to the scene in time. Diangva Kahape Shiji Domain Chuchong, their faces filled with anxiety. Ray silently sheathed his sword, commenting softly, "Its bones are indeed very hard." He extended his hand to help his teammate up and asked, "Are you okay?" Busk tremblingly took Ray's hand with immense gratitude. Yeah, you saved me. Thanks." No. Ray looked at the carcass of the beast and gave advice in a serious tone. Wild monsters will still keep moving, even after you deliver a fatal blow. Instead of focusing on killing it, you should prioritize not getting hit. Busk bitterly admitted, right? I learned that lesson the hard way. I know it. The team together dragged the massive bear carcass back toward the campsite, silently realizing that actual survival combat is completely different from those sparring sessions between humans. Night gradually fell, and the flickering fire warmed up a corner of the old forest. The bear meat was skewered onto sticks, grilling and sizzling, while the food cooking in the pot released a savory aroma. Busk, devouring the food, marveled. Bear meat is actually pretty delicious. Ray silently enjoyed his meal and evaluated to himself. Monster meat tastes completely different depending on the species. Nay, some types taste terrible, and some are even highly toxic. Nay. Luckily they managed to hunt a specialty item, didn't they? While ladling the soup, Ray casually shared his survival experiences with his teammates. When going on expeditions, you should always look up the local monster list. If you have to forage for food in an unfamiliar place, I recommend hunting wild boars. Nay. They usually aren't very toxic and taste quite decent. Receiving a bowl of hot soup from Gray's hands, Rumia softly said thanks. Meanwhile, Busk couldn't help but admire him. You really know everything, don't you? Were you trained in survival? As well, not just swordsmanship? Ray smiled slightly, replying that he had learned a bit a long time ago. But, in his heart, he told himself that he would rather not remember those hellish training memories. Seeing Gray modestly claimed that he wasn't that knowledgeable, Busk looked at the grilled meat skewer in his hand and thought, he doesn't look like someone lacking knowledge at all. While Squad D was enjoying their dinner by the flickering fire, another group of students with miserable expressions approached to ask for help. Excuse us if you guys have extra food. Could you share some with us? Our hunt didn't go very smoothly. Looking at the tiny, charred piece of meat in their hands, Ray turned to ask for his teammates' opinions. You guys don't mind, right? Looking at the full pot of bear meat boiling furiously, everyone thought to themselves that this amount of food could probably feed the entire class. Seriously, the bear was so big. How could they finish it all? Sharing is caring, haha. A student happily prepared to take a meat skewer. But before the words of gratitude could be fully uttered, an oppressive shadow suddenly enveloped them. The lead professor, 7081, his eyes glowing behind his glasses, coldly declared, RAC Sang Sao, LNP, Kinenr, Lung Tuyen B. Transferring food between squads is strictly forbidden. If you want to eat, go find it yourself. Faced with the absolute authority of the professor, the students could only murmur, yes, professor, and then slinked back to their pot of watery soup, leaving Gray's savory meat skewer behind. Under the strict supervision of the professor, the whole line of people continued, marching through the forest under the blazing red sunset until the loud shout of the professor echoed, Everyone halt! We will pitch camp here today. He clearly announced that from now on, this would be a real field camping exercise. Immediately, the exhausted students collapsed to the ground, dropping their luggage, and could only utter in extreme relief. Finally, a break. The meal from the bear earlier had helped the team regain some of their strength. A student lying on the grass told himself, at least we got a proper meal. We're still luckier than most other teams. Even so, fatigue still enveloped him, making him groan. Anyway, I'm completely exhausted. If I could climb into a bed right now, it would feel like being on cloud 9. And I'll... Ray silently carried his luggage, walking alongside them, listening to his teammate anxiously ask if this training period would force them to search for more food. He could only wryly joke that they might be lucky. Instead, the professor announced that the academy had prepared mobile rations and personal tents for everyone. He required the squads to maintain their formation. Quickly receive their provisions to pitch tents and light campfires at the designated location. He didn't stop at just camping. The professor also announced that mock surprise attacks would take place during the night. He required the teams to divide their watch shifts and asserted, as long as you repel the attack, any method is acceptable. Hearing that they had to move further to the designated location, a blonde student complained about having to walk more, then sneakily discussed a slacking plan if they were near another team. Immediately, the professor appeared with a cold face. I can hear everything. I intentionally separated the teams far apart so that you guys can't slack off. Nanim. The professor decisively declared the training period had officially begun and urged, you'd better hurry up. The slower you prepare, the less sleep you will get. A whole crowd of students hurriedly rushed to carry the crates of provisions to set up camp. Night quickly fell under the full moon. Ray's squad gathered around the flickering fire in the deep forest. Busk spoke up to ask about the division of watch shifts. So, how many people should be on night watch? Ray thoughtfully looked at the fire and replied, I think one person is enough. Rumia, sluggishly stretching her arms, confessed that she just wanted to sleep as long as possible. After a long day of marching, Ray analyzed that if 2 people stood watch each shift, then each member would only have half the night to sleep, which was impossible given their current physical state. He decisively settled on a plan of having only 1 person stand watch per shift. Busk asked about how to decide the order. Ray then explained that the first and last shifts are the easiest, because if you have to stand watch in the middle, your sleep will be constantly interrupted. Ray decisively took the second watch shift. He looked around and asked, as for the rest, is anyone ready to take the third shift? Busk smiled and volunteered. I'll do it. After all, you saved me earlier. After Ray thanked him, Benas finalized the list. So that means Rumia will be on the first shift. Rumia cheered happily. Thank you so much. Benas did not forget to remind her that she must wake up the next person as soon as her watch ended. A silent night enveloped the old forest. Under the perfectly round moon, Rumia sat alone by the flickering fire, attentively performing her guarding duty, while everything around her had already fallen asleep. Inside the tent, Ray was fast asleep, taking advantage of the precious rest period to recover his strength after a long, grueling day of marching. However, the lurking darkness began to move. Quiet footsteps stepped onto the grass. Approaching close to the group's tents, a hand tightly gripped the hilt of a sharp knife. The polished blade reflected the flickering firelight as the stranger closed in on the soundly sleeping target, while Rumia was dozing off by the fire. A strange noise from the darkness made Gray abruptly open his eyes. He bolted up, his hand tightly gripping his sword hilt, and silently evaluated. I just heard a strange noise. If it were a monster, it would be much louder and more chaotic. This is definitely a human, and someone who doesn't want to be detected. Ian Barney is right around here. Nee. Ray peeked through a slit in the tent and observed that Rumia was still completely unaware of the lurking danger. He wondered if it was just an illusion, but he immediately dismissed that thought when he noticed an abnormal trace. No way. Someone is definitely here. Ray questioned if this was a professor checking the watch shifts, but he decided that he must not let his guard down. Professor Ariel's warning resurfaced in his mind. Since you defeated Varian, you might become a target. Be careful, especially when leaving the academy. Ray tightly gripped his sword. He understood that it was best to treat the lurking intruder as an assassin and act accordingly. You must stay alert. Only then can you preserve your life in this wilderness. Realizing that staying inside the Tent was too risky against long-range attacks. Ray quietly slipped out from the back to avoid being detected. Under the perfectly round moon that was as bright as day, he thought to himself, a full moon. This makes it easy to spot the enemy, but hiding oneself also becomes much more difficult. Ow! Ray blended into the shadows of the trees, his hand never leaving his sword, and reminded himself to move with utmost caution. Ray carefully stepped forward. The rustling of dry leaves beneath his feet made him suddenly recall the harsh training session with the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield. Back then, his senior strictly taught him that the usual way of walking, by pushing forward with the back foot, would make far too much unnecessary noise. To move in absolute silence, he had to place the ball of his foot down first, starting from the pinky toe to the big toe, and finally the heel, to minimize the sound. Jacob further instructed that even if he accidentally stepped on dry twigs or fallen leaves, as long as the rhythm was irregular, not like human footsteps but resembling the natural sounds of wild animals, or the blowing wind, he would never be detected. To master this skill, Ray once had to walk barefoot across treacherous mountain ranges to learn how to blend into nature. Back to the present amidst the silent night, Ray fully applied that technique to quietly tail the dark figure sneaking toward the campsite. The moment the stranger stopped beside a boulder, Ray appeared right behind his back as quick as lightning. He coldly placed the sharp blade against the opponent's neck and growled, "Freeze, answer my questions right now. Any slight movement will cost you your life." No idea," he decisively ordered. "Speak up. Which organization do you belong to, and what is your name?" However, Ray suddenly froze when he clearly saw the identity of the person he had subdued and could only utter in utter shock, The man with a panicked face and dripping with sweat turned out to be the lead professor of the training march. Ray quickly withdrew his killing intent and asked to confirm, "Is this a surprise attack?" "Meant for training purposes, Professor." The professor could only stammer in confirmation, stating that he only wanted to test the alertness of the students, but he could never have expected that Gray could close in from behind without him realizing it at all, and even hold a sword to his neck like a true assassin. Dripping with sweat, the professor smiled awkwardly while the blade was still close to his neck. "At this point, I don't even know who is teaching whom anymore." Even so, Ray did not let his guard down. He silently calculated. There's also a possibility that he is just disguising himself as the professor to make me let my guard down. Whoa. But if he really wanted to kill me, he should have brought a much more dangerous weapon. Ray's glowing red eyes narrowed slightly in scrutiny before he slowly lowered his sword. If he turns out to be an undercover spy, it's going to be troublesome. Seeing that the opponent bore no killing intent, he silently sheathed his sword. While the professor was still in shock, the two of them walked back to the camp together. Right at that moment, Rumia suddenly appeared with her sword in hand. She panicked and shouted, "Professor, Grade 2, what are you two doing here?" The professor scratched his head and explained that he only intended to check if the squad was guarding carefully, but I didn't expect that Gray had already detected me before I could even approach. Me. He crossed his arms in deep satisfaction and praised them endlessly. "Your level of alertness is absolutely perfect. I have never seen any first-year freshmen set up camp this well." Nah. Rumia could only stammer alertness, while silently wondering because Ray was supposed to be fast asleep. The professor also grew suspicious and asked if Ray was assigned to this watch shift. Ray casually interrupted Professor. "Did you happen to step on a branch or something on your way?" Here. The professor froze for a moment, then nodded in confirmation, huh? Ah, yes. I did step on something, Ray thought to himself. That sound gave off a human presence, which is why I woke up. The professor couldn't help but be astonished. He demanded, "Are you saying that you noticed an attack solely from that sound while you were asleep?" "I knew." Ray only smiled faintly and modestly replied, "It was just a coincidence. Perhaps it's because I wasn't in a deep sleep yet." Saying that leaves him completely speechless, doesn't it? The professor suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! First that mock battle the other day, and now this. You just keep surprising me." He thoughtfully looked at Gray and began to wonder if there was anything left in the academy that could be taught to a genius like him. After a moment of thought, he decisively declared, "From now on, you are banned from participating in night watch training. Not any. Now see. If you handle everything on your own, then the other students won't learn anything at all." Ray audaciously asked if the lack of one person would affect the group's overall score, but the professor quickly waved it off. He pulled out a glowing magic ledger and announced, "Your group will not receive any mock surprise. Attacks from 10 a.m. to 30 a.m. Yeah, no. I will default to considering you on duty during that time." While writing, he asserted that Gray's night watch training score would reach the absolute perfect grade, without any attached conditions. Then, decisively snapping the ledger shut, the professor turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct the others to continue the watch. Shifts, except for Gray, walking in the dark. He couldn't help but be shocked. Questioning himself, he closed in heel, right behind my back. Yet I couldn't sense even a single trace of that presence at all. That's what they call being on a whole different level, right? He wondered if Gray had ever belonged to an elite assassination unit, but then he immediately dismissed it, because his age was far too young. However, the truth about that undeniable level of capability still left the professor deeply troubled. Back at the camp, Rumia was also looking at Gray in absolute amazement. She couldn't help but wonder about the true identity of the boy standing before her. Ray could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly with a mysterious expression, leaving a big question in everyone's heart as to who he actually was. The next morning, the lead professor clearly ordered, "Everyone, set off!" The entire group of freshmen continued, marching silently through the old forests, with heavy loads on their shoulders. After a night of being abruptly woken up by the training exercise, everyone clearly showed signs of exhaustion and extreme fatigue. Some rubbed their eyes while complaining, "I'm so sleepy." Others sluggishly chimed in, "I couldn't catch a wink of sleep at all because of that alarm drill last night." In contrast to the falling-apart crowd, Ray still maintained an incredible level of alertness. He quietly maintained a steady pace amidst his classmates' sighs. The group crossed wild flower bushes and dense tree canopies as the sunlight gradually faded. Time passed quickly. The sky quickly shifted into the vibrant orange hue of dusk. The professor looked toward the horizon and remarked, "It turns out it's almost dark already, huh?" He stopped and clearly announced a piece of good news. "We will pitch camp here for today. Are we finally getting a break?" Hearing the command to pitch camp, a student joyfully exclaimed, "Wait, we're camping. Does that mean we finally get to rest, Professor?" However, another guy appeared extremely anxious. He shuddered and speculated, "No way. If we pitch camp this early in the evening, doesn't that mean some kind of crazy training? We'll be at it after this?" Faced with the students' confusion, the professor calmly reassured them, "Relax. Today's training session is over." He further revealed that the academy had already set up a sleeping tents for everyone, and asked them to rest comfortably until the food was ready. The students were so moved that their eyes widened in astonishment. They wept in extreme relief because they were finally getting a real rest. A silent night enveloped the forest under a perfectly round moon. Inside the tents, the students had fallen into a deep sleep after a long, exhausting day. However, Ray still lay awake. He looked up at the ceiling of the tent and silently evaluated this unusual generosity from the academy. Ray told himself, "Hey, if they are actually letting us rest, this much is glowing red." Eyes clearly showed a look of alertness as he came to a definite conclusion. That means tomorrow will definitely be hell. He sighed softly. I knew it. But, look here. The academy is playing a trick of taking one step back to advance 2 steps with the students. Everyone. Leonhardt smiled and looked at Gray suggestively, saying, I think you will be just fine. Gray felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, why do I keep getting the feeling that he's looking over here? That night, a clear shout echoed throughout the camp. Everyone, gather around. Hey! Professor in a chef's outfit brought out a large platter of food and announced, the food is ready. Before the students' eyes were banquet tables laden with appealing dishes, from grilled meat and sandwiches to pots of hot soup. A crowd of students cheered in absolute excitement. The generous professors ladled food from the large pots and said, you guys can get seconds. The students cheered in sheer delight, seeing the students eating so heartily that they shed tears of happiness. The professor with a thin mustache smiled gently. You all have done very well to get through the last 2 days of harsh training. Nay, get a good rest tonight, too. Dispel all your fatigue. Whoa. They all sent their gratitude to the teacher in unison. But right after that, the professor's face suddenly turned, gloomy with a sinister smile hidden in the shadows. If you think getting something from the professors is easy, well, you young lads are still very naive and green. After a night of eating and drinking to their heart's content, dawn broke over the peak of the majestic and treacherous Mount Gastia, ... The professor clearly declared from here on, we will begin the exercise of crossing the danger zone at the Gastia mountain range. Nay. Students, follow me. The group of students again hoisted heavy crates onto their shoulders, beginning to follow one another into the deep mountain forest. The team marched silently through the dense tree canopies under the guidance of the professor. A student softly confided to a friend, at first I freaked out when I saw the mountain, but at this pace, I think we can manage. And you are. The other friend agreed. Yeah, I guess getting a good rest yesterday really worked. No. Looking at the line of people still stepping forward steadily, they remarked that so far no one had given up yet. As expected, of those who passed the Academy's entrance exam. The lead professor suddenly changed his facial expression. He stated in a serious tone, but the real training session only begins now. He revealed that in just about 2 more kilometers, the whole group would enter the territory of the aqua lizards. The image of the fierce monsters with tough scales appeared, accompanied by a warning that they are much stronger than the creatures they had hunted for food before. In fact, most students will be eliminated before they can do anything. These threatening words made the freshmen tremble. They anxiously asked themselves, what should we do to deal with such scary monsters? I think running away is the best option, boo-hoo. To address their concerns, the professor explained, the objective of this 2-week training session in this danger zone is to move without being detected. He stated that fortunately during the dry season, the aqua lizards usually move less to conserve their physical strength. So as long as no loud noises are made, they won't notice the presence of human. However, the professor also gave an important note that during this rainless season, they are extremely desperate to drink anything that can quench their thirst. The professor leaned close to the students' faces, his eyes glowing threateningly as he revealed, "What they are craving for is our blood." He coldly asserted, "If you are detected, consider yourselves dead," and required everyone to move forward with extreme caution, absolutely forbidding any loud noises. Ray moved silently. The technique of a Tanao, walking soundlessly, made him emotionally recall the days of training to hunt monsters with the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield, in his past life. Seeing how Ray moved smoothly and in absolute silence, the professor couldn't help but be impressed, and concluded that he definitely had prior experience hunting monsters. He reminded Ray that even if this exercise seemed too easy, he must absolutely not drop his guard. However, when turning to look at the remaining students, the professor could only sigh in disappointment at the familiar annual sight of the recruits struggling clumsily and making countless loud noises in the middle of the old forest diet. Well, they've never experienced it before, so how could they know? The lead professor roared in anger. Too slow. Way too slow. He warned that as long as they didn't make any loud noises, everything would be fine. Yet he repeatedly urged the exhausted students to maintain the pace. A blonde student, dripping with sweat, silently complained that the professor himself was the one making too much noise. The professor continued to shout, asking if they really wanted to camp right in the middle of aqua lizard territory. The whole line of people began to walk in a more stealthy and cautious manner than ever before. Witnessing this scene, Gray silently felt puzzled as to why the academy made the students practice a stealth march without giving them any specific instructions. He told himself they should have been taught this technique in a safe place before being thrown out into the field like this. Nakshi! Behind him, another student appeared quite reckless. He reassured himself that the current noise level was still under control, as long as no one made an excessively loud sound. Night gradually fell. The group of students marched silently through the dark space of the old forest. The professor suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt and coldly declared, "From now on, talking is strictly forbidden." He required everyone to use sign language if they wanted to communicate with each other. He further instructed that anyone who made a loud noise or opened their mouth to talk would have their evaluation score deducted mercilessly. The situation seems to be as tense as a guitar string now. Right after the command to march, the line of people once again ventured into the darkness. A green-haired student thought to himself that although making noise was forbidden, this journey was no different from a regular mountain hike. He noticed that the pace of movement today was even slower than yesterday and began to develop a careless mindset, thinking that everything was actually quite easy. He even doubted whether monsters really existed in this place, believing that the academy would never throw students into a place with creatures that could kill them instantly just for training. He convinced himself that the professors were just pretending monsters existed, forced them to practice stealth marching, although he decided to play along to avoid losing points. His carelessness made him pay a heavy price. In a careless moment, his foot slipped off a boulder, causing his body to lose balance and tumble down. Ray instantly noticed the anomaly, his glowing red eyes flashing with alertness as he sensed the impending danger. The student fell flat on the ground, still feeling regretful in his heart about the points he was about to lose. Why worry about losing points? Worry about losing your life. While sighing and complaining about his score, he smugly thought that just as he expected, no monster had shown up. However, before he could finish the sentence, A roar echoed, shaking the forest. The professors and students immediately drew their swords, ready for a life-or-death battle. A pack of fierce aqua lizards with glowing red eyes charged forward in unison. A student froze in terror as death closed in. But right at that suffocating moment, Professor Hector appeared like a savior, decisively, thrusting his blade straight into the middle of Bao, the monster's sharp teeth, pinning the wild beast to the ground until it completely stopped breathing. Immediately, Leonhardt proved to be just as formidable, dashing forward to deliver a powerful slash aimed directly at the next monster. Leonhardt's blue eyes gleamed with determination, but he was shocked to find that his blade only produced harmless sparks. On the tough scales, Leonhardt baffledly gasped, "Not even a single scratch?" The situation fell into chaos when even the professors began to get injured under the overwhelming force of the monster pack. A professor bellowed in extreme anxiety. "This is not something students can face." He decisively ordered, "Fall back, quickly," while other professors also charged into the encirclement with their swords drawn and asserted, "We will handle this," witnessing that even the professors could only inflict shallow wounds on the tough scales of the monsters. A stunned student wondered if they could really defeat this terrifying creature. The bodies of aqua lizards are usually severely dehydrated, so making them lose just a little bit of body fluid is enough to take their lives. If you don't want to become food for the aqua lizards, never come near here during the rainy season. He revealed that this training exercise was only organized after verifying for certain that it would not rain. The lead instructor's gaze glowed with an intense pressure as he declared that the whole group is currently still alive to stand here and talk, only because the professors cleared out all the surrounding monsters. Otherwise, everyone would have perished long ago. This march of the student group is more like torture. 7679. The march resumed. Buyan Kwandi Tip. The students had to struggle to climb up steep cliffs in the middle of the dense forest, despite being exhausted and dripping with sweat under the weight of their luggage. They still had to trudge forward under the guidance of the professor. Just as the crowd reached the top of the mountain, Hector clearly announced the end of the grueling climbing segment, right next to the carcass of a freshly defeated monster. Meanwhile, the students collapsed to the ground, all at once, breathing heavily out of sheer exhaustion, looking at his students sprawling without an ounce of strength left. Hector curled his lip and asked mockingly, "Tired already?" Leonhardt thought to himself wearily that his body was still fine, but this was truly draining his mind. Just because we aren't allowed to make any loud noise during such a grueling march. No, Ray calmly chimed in, suggesting that if one isn't used to it, it would indeed be very difficult. And that is the core purpose of the training. This time, Professor Hector also spoke up, confirming that the number of times the group had been spotted by aqua lizards so far was only 4, a fairly favorable number, compared to most previous years. Favorable, my foot, though it was even higher in previous years, standing beside the monster's carcass. Hector clearly asked, "All right. Does anyone have any questions before we continue? Once we cross this creature's territory, we won't be unable to talk anymore." 7715, Ray, with his alert red eyes, suddenly spoke up. Ray vidia goyemeti dogua resi dongdi cnhr gyak beten dinlen tilling. Professor, there is one thing bothering me. When asked what it was, Ray pointed toward the horizon and remarked, "That cloud over there seems to be getting a bit larger, and it's located upwind from us." The crowd of students stared blankly while Hector silently approved. Good observation. He turned to ask for the opinion of his colleague accompanying the group, Professor Rent. Do clouds ever form in this season, Rent? Rent decisively asserted that normally. It is impossible. Looking at the lone white cloud looming and growing larger in the blue sky, Hector sensed an unnamed peril gradually taking shape. Having a bad premonition, Hector decisively ordered the group. We're turning back. The training session is cancelled. Move out quickly! We must, swiftly, leave the Aqua Lizard territory. In Manhwa. However, Professor Rent unexpectedly objected with a meaningful smile. No, we should keep going. He mockingly asked if Hector intended to call off the entire training session just because of a small cloud. Hector's gaze hardened. He asserted that the presence of the cloud at this time was already an anomaly, and the safety of the students must always come first. Right, human lives come first. It's best not to toy with death. Professor Rent dismissed Hector's anxiety, asserting that he had led this training march for many years and demanded everyone trust his judgment. Even though Hector tried to argue about the cloud's anomaly, Rent still decisively quickened the pace of the march, viewing it as a good training opportunity for the students. He shouted out, demanding everyone follow him as if their lives depended on it, believing that with their recent training results, the freshmen would definitely keep up with this pace. Rent ordered that no one was allowed to fall behind, and there was no time to linger with the lizards, while also demanding they absolutely must not make any loud noises. However, the sky began to pour down cold rain droplets right in the middle of the dry season, while the students still trudged forward in exhaustion and anxiety. Hector held out his hand to catch the water droplets. He sensed a clear abnormality, thinking to himself, this is unnatural. Rain falling in this season is strange enough, not to mention the air here isn't humid enough to generate such a large cloud. Nay, unbelievable. Hector shockingly raised the question whether this rain was an artificial creation. Meanwhile, the line of people was still braving the rain to cross the dark, perilous forest. For them, he told you to turn back, but that old guy is so stubborn. The rain grew heavier, causing Rent to lose his patience and shout in annoyance. Damn it, it's really raining. Why is it raining in this season? Ray quietly approached right behind his back and softly called out, Professor, when Rent crossly turned around and asked, What? Ray looked at him with warning red eyes and said loudly, Is it really safe in a place like this? A massive aqua lizard with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth was closing in. The aqua lizard suddenly pounced with terrifying speed. Professor Gumon took a painful blow. Instantly, he drew his sword and executed a fierce counterslash, leaving a long wound on the monster's body. Despite being wounded, the wild beast did not falter at all. It whipped its tail powerfully, sending him flying into a cliff face. Behind them, the students panicked and shouted loudly, Professor Gumon! Don't tell me that lizard has swallowed him up! Gumon collapsed, breathing heavily in deep pain. Ugh. Ray stood from a distance, observing the scene. He silently assessed the reflexes of a professor. Should have been fast enough to dodge that blow. Yet he was quite heavily injured. Was it because he focused too much on countering? The surrounding students also began to panic at the terrifying speed of the monsters. So fast. 7,1814. Are aqua lizards always this fast? Loithan, LN and onsi luch nao si and bananan, digwon hamsi, na isao. Ray looked into the pouring rain and realized the harsh truth. Even though I already knew it, it's clear that they move much faster than when it's dry. Wow. Faced with the chaotic situation, Professor Hector clearly ordered, Focus! Ray decisively replied, Yes, sir. The professors immediately dashed forward, their powerful slashes taking down the wild beasts one after another. One professor lunged forward to attack, but was instantly knocked down by the powerful tail of an aqua lizard, as the wild beast crazily charged forward, aiming for a vital spot to finish off its prey. Right at that moment, a flash of a sword blade ended the monster's life instantly. That person was none other than the Hector. He stood firmly in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes glowing powerfully after that brutal finishing blow. A student uttered tremblingly in relief, "We somehow managed to kill it." Another professor bitterly admitted, even at the instructor level, "One cannot escape getting injured before the ferocity of these monsters." "No." Hector thoughtfully sheathed his sword and decisively declared, "We cannot continue this training session in this state anymore." He clearly ordered the cancellation of the training and demanded the immediate activation of the emergency teleportation magic to get the entire group out of the danger zone. The professor turned to his female colleague, pressing to know if she had prepared the magic yet. But he received a terrifying answer. "Regarding that, I have been trying to activate it this whole time, but it's completely useless." He shouted in shock. "What?" He gritted his teeth in frustration, scratching his head and pulling his hair, wondering if anyone else here was capable of casting this type of magic. Another professor also struggled to test it out, but the result was still just weak sparks of magical electricity. He admitted, "I am also having major trouble with the casting." 1862. Hector shockingly realized the harsh truth. It's obvious that our teleportation is being jammed. His gaze turned piercingly cold as he connected all the pieces, from the unusual rain to being completely isolated. He asserted, "Someone is definitely deliberately targeting this field trip of the academy." Ray stood in the middle of the pouring rain. He silently agreed that the probability of an ambush was very high. Hector gritted his teeth. He anxiously questioned himself, "What must I do to save the current situation? If this keeps up, a whole bunch of us are going to die. Who could play such a cruel trick?" Hector looked anxiously at the pouring rain. He assessed that breaking through the aqua lizard territory right now was no different from suicide. He believed the only option at present was to pitch camp on the spot and hope that the rain would stop. Another professor doubted whether this was artificial rain, and whether it would actually stop. Hector admitted he wasn't certain, but he believed that staying put would give the whole group a higher chance of survival than having to continuously fight the monsters in their current state of exhaustion. While a professor was using glowing cyan recovery magic to treat his colleagues' injuries, he reminded Hector that in the battle just now, it was pure coincidence that they luckily suffered no casualties. Hector nodded in acknowledgement, but he was concerned. The operational range of the aqua lizards will expand when it rains, and there is no guarantee that this location won't be attacked again. Standing in the middle of the rain, Hector was dripping with sweat. He told himself that he must find a path, some way to get everyone out of this perilous situation. Ray approached from behind and called out softly, "Professor Daria." Hector turned around with a start, looking at his student with a look of surprise. Ray decisively proposed, "As long as there is recovery magic, I can fight too." No. "Is there really no other way for us to break through?" Hector thoughtfully calculated. He admitted that with Gray's terrifying dark power, the chance of getting through the monster territory was very high. He was worried. Can your body handle the backlash? Or not? Seriously, every time you fight a battle, you learn from Shiro. With so many lizards around, where is Shiro going to let you copy from him forever? Haha. Ray tightly gripped his sword. his resolute red eyes looking at his master, and asserted that even if they stayed here, no backup would arrive anyway. He believed that taking action was still better than sitting around waiting to die in this place. Hector reminded him in a serious tone that even with recovery, magic, Ray, would have to use that power multiple times a day, something that Professor Ariel had absolutely forbidden him from ever doing. Ray tightly clutched his throbbing chest. He casually viewed this as a training opportunity, and believed that, as long as they could return to the academy, the top recovery mages would be waiting for them. Hector crossly countered. He asserted, Ariel won't object if it's an injury that can be easily healed with ordinary magic, and pressed to know if he truly understood the severity of the issue. Ray looked directly at the professor and questioned, Do you have any other way to bring the students back safely? Looking at the group of freshmen who were trembling and exhausted under the pouring rain, Are you going to let everyone lose their lives here? Just to protect me alone? Oh, this student's question is so tough that not even my dad could answer it. 7,949, Hector was stunned. Mhuitun, Aitunsi, Trao, Chao, Ach, Ea, Trao, Hach, Shidin, CIA, Iash, Chitro. Sweat pouring down at his student's direct question. In his mind, Professor Ariel's haunting instructions resurfaced. Ray will willingly sacrifice himself, if it is necessary. Die. That is exactly what makes up his strength. Ariel looked into the distance and pleaded, So please, don't let him do anything irreversible. Hector back then could only reply silently, I understand. Back to reality amidst the heavy sound of falling rain. He looked at the students who were huddling in cold and fear, then muttered softly, That's right. Hector lowered his head. He spoke with difficulty, I'm sorry. It is painful to say this, but can you lend us your strength? Ray smiled faintly. He was about to reply, Just leave it to me, when an authoritative voice suddenly cut him off. Can't you decide things on your own? An old professor with a mustache appeared from behind. He coldly criticized. He might have performed well in the tournament, but entrusting everyone's lives to a single student? Well, keep that joke to yourself. Hector immediately countered. He asserted that with Ray's power, he was completely capable of dealing with the aqua lizards on his own because he had witnessed it with his own eyes multiple times. During training, Hector looked toward the crowd and pleaded, That's why. Why don't we try taking a gamble for once? On his strength. Better safe than sorry. Besides, there are no options left right now anyway. 1988. Ray stood tall in the middle of the rain. Long H-ga ki dal de RSC. A red aura of aura began to envelop his body with an overwhelming killing intent. Professor Gallic coldly brushed off Hector's idea. I won't allow that. He decisively demanded a subordinate professor use communication. Magic. To send an emergency backup request to the Academy headquarters, believing that waiting for reinforcements would be much safer than taking arbitrary action. That professor quickly confirmed that the request had been sent. Even though the magic is heavily interfered with, the message has definitely been transmitted. Gallic praised with satisfaction, just as I expected of you. And I. Always so quick. Looking at the group of students huddling under the rain, Gallic continued to press. Do you understand now? If we move on our own, the risk will only increase. No. He pressed to know if Hector really wanted to push the kids to their deaths. Looking at the carcass of an aqua lizard slumped on the ground, Hector could only stay silent in utter helplessness. Gallic coldly questioned back. How many more times will we be attacked before the reinforcements manage to arrive if you stubbornly keep moving? One wrong move now and a whole bunch of students are gone, boo-hoo. Hector intended to speak up and argue, but Galek immediately cut him off, asserting that staying in the safe zone was still better than wandering around outside. He demanded everyone keep absolute silence because the monsters could catch wind of their voices. Galek turned around and walked away with a mysterious smile, leaving Hector with eyes full of suspicion and tension. Behind the ancient tree trunk, the entire group of students was still trembling, waiting hopelessly in the silent night. Ray quietly observed the scene, his red eyes clearly showing a look of suspicion, aimed directly at Galek's back. That professor still stood casually with his arms crossed, a triumphant smile looming in the darkness. But right in that moment of silence, a terrifying incident suddenly struck, making all the students roll their eyes back in absolute shock. Hector sensed the danger closing in and uttered, "They're here!" Ray stood right behind him, his red eyes full of determination as he asserted, "We are ready at any time." Hector looked at his student and instructed, "Ray, if the situation turns bad, jump in immediately, and beat them until they don't have a single scale left for me." A massive aqua lizard suddenly lunged out from the rain. Hector immediately swung his sword to meet it. Hector's razor-sharp sword strikes repeatedly rained down on the wild beast. Hector and his colleagues did their best to repel the monsters, to protect the injured. The monster collapsed with a tragic shriek. From the darkness, numerous pairs of glowing red eyes appeared. The aqua lizards had been drawn in by the noise of the battle. Hector gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was getting worse and worse. Ray quietly reached out and gripped the hilt of his silver sword, ready to plunge into the battle. Hector looked at the students and clearly declared, "Our duty is to protect the students." He flashed a confident smile and ordered, "Watch closely. This is exactly how the professors of the World Alliance Academy fight." Hector's eyes glowed with a deep blue electrical energy. He and the other professors charged forward, in unison to attack the monster pack. Witnessing the peak display of power, a student shocked out as so strong. Even when facing two monsters at the same time, the professor still handled everything perfect, leaving the students standing on the sidelines in utter daze. So this is the real power of the professors. Hector clearly ordered, first of all, thin out their numbers. Focus on taking them down one by one. A colleague immediately replied decisively, "Understood." Hector, with sharp eyes full of focus, poured his strength into a decisive strike, aiming straight at the opponent's opening. A fatal thrust pierced straight through the aqua lizard's neck. Seeing the monsters collapse one by one, the students couldn't hide their excitement and cheered. "We did it!" Standing in the middle of the ruined battlefield, Hector silently assessed that only one last one remained. Leonhardt quietly observed, and couldn't help but be amazed. Upon realizing that the professors were virtually unscathed after that fierce clash just now, being a teacher takes it up to a whole different level, while the injured professor was still being actively treated with glowing cyan magic. Hector and his colleague dashed forward, in unison, aiming at the final target with a powerful belief. We can truly end this here. Hector, with his eyes glowing, with a deep blue electrical energy, led the sudden attack at a terrifying speed. The two professors coordinated smoothly like a deadly pincer. But they didn't know that. From behind, a pair of malicious eyes was staring intently. It was Galek along with his accomplice intending to blindside the two. Unexpectedly, Gray had already noticed the intentions of these two. Without any hesitation, he coldly swung his sword and severed both of their arms. "Well, that's it. Your arm is gone without a final goodbye." The hit target writhed in agony on the ground. He shrieked tragically, "Ah, my arm! My arm!" Amidst the pouring rain, Hector maintained a terrifyingly calm composure. He swung a cyan blade strike, taking down a charging aqua lizard and softly said, "Thank you, Gray." The other professors also quickly got into defensive stances. They decisively declared, "We will hold back the lizards." The carcasses of the monsters lay scattered all over the ground. Blood mixed with rain soaked the whole area. Hector pointed his sword toward the traitor who was clutching his wound, coldly demanding now. "Start explaining." The culprits could only grit their teeth, sweat pouring down in sheer humiliation and extreme fear. Hector looked down with sharp eyes, pressing. "What exactly were you trying to do?" The traitor kneeling on the ground clutched his newly severed arm and howled in pain. "I was just trying to fight the aqua lizards. Yet he dared to cut off my arm. That's right. Arrest this criminal immediately." Faced with that clumsy act, Hector could only feel silent contempt. How pathetic. They intend to shift the blame back onto us? If I were there, I'd cut off the other arm to stop the talking. Hector looked straight at the two culprits and asserted, "Most people here have already realized your murderous intent." He turned toward the students who were standing quietly in the rain and continued, "These swordsmanship major students are not so blind as to miss a truth that obvious." No, Hector coldly commented that assassination plots or kidnappings targeting the Academy's people were not rare at all, because this is an organization with too many enemies and full of high-value individuals. Hector exposed the entire vicious plot. You intended to take advantage of the chaos while fighting the lizards to kill a professor. Then, once the guards were eliminated, you would slaughter all the students or kidnap them to serve your dark purposes. Is that right? Hearing this, the students couldn't help but be stunned and tremble with fear. Hector turned to look at Gray with deep respect and asserted, "We survived, thanks to you." "Gray, you really reacted very quick." Gray smiled faintly and replied, "What are you saying, Professor? Didn't you notice right from the start that these people were trying to kill us?" His glowing red eyes flashed meaningfully, causing Hector to just smirk and admit something like that. The traitor rolled his eyes, back in utter shock. He trembled and questioned himself in extreme terror. "You noticed it already? Impossible! Could our plan have been leaked from somewhere?" Oh wow, how else could they know if it wasn't leaked? What a silly question. Faced with the traitor's denials, Ray coldly cut him off. "I didn't need to know anything beforehand. But if you observe a person's movements or gaze closely, everything becomes very clear. The way you moved was completely unlike the actions of someone trying to protect the students or the other professors." Ray admitted that up until the first half of the journey. He still simply thought that the man was just incompetent. However, ever since the rain started, Galek's steps became overly unnatural. Ray pointed out the absurdities. For example, you deliberately took hits that you should have been able to dodge, easily just to play the victim. Seeing his plot stripped bare, Galek could only click his tongue in sheer frustration as he knelt on the ground. Hector, the professor, anxiously turned around and asked, "Ray, is your body okay?" Ray sheathed his sword and calmly replied, "I only used that power for a split second, so the damage isn't too severe. Right now, it just feels like extreme muscle soreness." Hearing that, Hector finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, then. Otherwise, if you ended up like Shiro, it would be a real pain, haha." Suddenly, Galek let out a sinister laugh, making both of them look suspicious. Immediately after, he burst into a mad laughter, echoing throughout the dark forest. Hector crossly questioned, "What the hell is wrong with you? Have you finally lost your mind?" Galek looked up with a wicked gaze and smirked, declaring, "It seems you guys still haven't realized, have you? It's already too late." Ray frowned and pressed. "What are you trying to say?" Gallic leisurely analyzed the current situation to drive them to utter despair. "Look at reality. We are trapped right in the middle of Aqua Lizard territory under this pouring high rain. A powerful teleportation. Seal has cut off all escape routes, and reinforcements will definitely not make it in time." "Why?" He brought his face close, revealing a brutal smile, and concluded, "Therefore, even if you have seen through our plan at this point, it's already too late. All of you will perish here." Gallic growled threateningly, making the surrounding students tremble in extreme fear. However, he unexpectedly changed his attitude, looked at the carcasses of the monsters, and declared, "But our goal was never to kill you. Down on me. If you come with us, you will understand." He asserted that he had prepared an escape route for everyone. Hector coldly replied, "Then let's hear it." Gallic smirked sinisterly. "Fine. But there's one condition." His gaze swept across Professor Wren, Hector, and Gray one by one. Then he made a brutal demand. "Stab yourselves in the heart. Right here and right now." He strained his neck, shouting that they couldn't bring along anyone capable of thought, hindering the organization's plan. Gallic made a hypocritical promise. "If you do that, everyone else will live. No." Standing on the line between life and death, Ray and Hector remained silent in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Gallic mocked with absolute contempt at their silence. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're hesitating. Because your own lives are too precious." Cow. Before he could finish his sentence, a red aura of dark energy suddenly erupted. His sword was already placed right against the neck of the opponent, accompanied by a sharp command, "Don't move." It turned out he had discovered that within the group there was another traitor trying to slip away. The crowd of students shouted in utter shock. So fast! He closed in from behind in just a split second. Despite being restrained, Gallic still smirked arrogantly. "Do you think holding a hostage will be useful? Even if you do that?" Ray looked directly at him with red eyes full of killing intent and decisively exposed him. "You can actually use teleportation magic, right? Secretly setting up, jamming and teleport blocking devices in the academy without being detected is an extremely difficult task." Ray coldly exposed the plot. "But if the professor in charge of magic sided with you, then making communication and teleportation unusable would become all too easy, wouldn't it?" Right then, Hector also appeared from behind. "You really are too sharp for a student." Hector exuded a chilling killing intent as he clearly ordered the traitor, "Activate the teleportation magic right now, and take all the students and professors here back to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I will gouge out one of your eyes. And if you remain stubborn, after that I will take care of the remaining eye. Next, I will start cutting off your knuckles one by one, 1 centimeter at a time." Ray, standing behind, also added a sharp threat. "Please don't think about taking them anywhere else. And absolutely do not leave anyone behind. With just one suspicious movement, I will take your head instantly." Seeing the opponent still hesitating, Hector brought his sword, tipped closer to his eye, and coldly declared, "Still planning to refuse? Then you leave me with no other choice." Hector's eyes glowed with a deep blue electrical energy. He channeled all his strength into the sword, preparing to execute his brutal torture. Terrified by Hector's decisiveness, the man shrieked hysterically in utter panic. He tremblingly placed his hand on the ground and crazily shouted, "Teleport immediately!" A massive, bright, yellow magic circle erupted violently, enveloping the entire group, and sent everyone away from the danger zone in a blinding pillar of light. A bright yellow magic burst in the middle of the schoolyard, ringing the entire first-year swordsmanship major. Expedition team back, leaving the guards in utter shock. The crowd frantically ran over, shouting, "What happened? Is that the first-year expedition team? What is going on, Hector?" Hector immediately reported the emergency situation to the officials. While training in the aqua lizard habitat, we encountered an extremely dangerous anomaly and had to conduct an emergency evacuation. The shocking news left the guards stunned. An emergency evacuation? Hector growled, revealing the harsh truth. Cause was an assassination plot, orchestrated by members of the teaching staff. The students also spoke up in unison to confirm in outrage. "That's right, they tried to kill us!" The whole team was almost completely wiped out, but Ray and Professor Hector saw their plot and saved all of our lives. Faced with the unprecedented scandal, the Academy officials could only stammer in horror. "This is unbelievable. What should we do?" An elderly professor hurriedly calmed the crowd. "Everyone, please stay where you are," and urgently asked if anyone was heavily injured and needed immediate treatment. Looking at the sight of Liu, his comrades collapsing in pain in the sorrowful atmosphere hanging over them, Ray quietly observed the scene and softly assessed the situation. It seems to be temporarily under control. To serve the investigation, the officials were forced to take strong measures against everyone present. "I'm sorry, but I will have to temporarily restrain everyone." The cold sound of magical handcuffs clinked as they explained, "This is to prevent any informants from destroying evidence or escaping, while also declaring that they would thoroughly interrogate everyone one by one after this." Right after that, Gray's personal file was placed on the agenda table, and he found himself sitting in a dark interrogation room, facing a high-ranking official under a dim light, to begin the questioning about what had really happened in the forest. In the suffocating interrogation room, the traders were dripping with sweat, their faces clearly showing utter panic before the sharp questions. They could no longer maintain their usual calm composure as the naked truth was gradually exposed. Outside, hundreds of students gathered in full force, witnessing the most shocking event in the Academy's history. Ray and Leonhard stood with their arms crossed, their sharp eyes following every development. The wooden gavel struck loudly, and an authoritative voice roared, demanding order in the room. A suffocating tension enveloped the entire grand hall. The principal announced in a serious tone, "From this moment on, we will officially announce the disciplinary verdict regarding the plot to assassinate and kidnap the first-year swordsmanship major. Expedition team." One by one, he exposed the identities of the culprits. This incident was orchestrated with Professor Gumon, who supervised the expedition, is the ringleader. It does not stop there. The list of culprits stretches even longer. They were also assisted by two other accomplices who are also instructors at the Academy, inside a closed, simulated environment of their own creation. These individuals plotted to murder and kidnap the students. Given the exceptionally severe nature of the incident, they decisively declared that no mitigating circumstances would be considered. Therefore, according to the laws of the Academy, all three of them will be sentenced. The wooden gavel once again struck with absolute authority alongside a death sentence, echoing throughout the hall, leaving everyone present completely stunned and shocked. However, death is still not the end for these criminals. To investigate the very root of the their connections and other accomplices still hiding. In the shadows, the council announced that the interrogator will be granted unlimited authority to execute the harshest professional measures. The principal flashed a cold, threatening smile. Don't think that you will be allowed to die easily. Terrified by the prospect of punishment, one of the professors screamed and begged in despair. Wait, I've already confessed everything I know. Please spare me from the interrogator. Right in the middle of the hall, a terrifying pressure erupted from the principal, turning him into a massive phantom, enveloping the criminals. This aura screams final boss energy. The man's tragic screams echoed as he was crushed against the floor by an invisible power, leaving those who witnessed it shuddering in absolute horror. The principal coldly ordered the guards, "Take them away." Afterward, he turned to look at Gallic with sharp eyes, asserting that even though this man was equally guilty, his abandonment of the plan at the last minute to help the students escape had opened up his only path to survival. Lucky he managed to pivot in time, otherwise it would have been a total disaster. The principal stated that was the reason Gallic's sentence was reduced. And after the interrogation process concludes, he will have to spend the rest of his life in the criminal Legion die. Gallic bowed his head and accepted his fate. Yes, Your Excellency. Observing from a distance, Leonhardt wondered if Gallic was the only one to escape the death penalty. But as he watched the back of Gallic being escorted away by individuals in black cloaks, he coldly remarked, "Even so, survival. It is not always a better outcome." Under the glowing red sunset outside the academy, Leonhardt sighed in exhaustion. Seriously, you just enrolled, and you already had to go through something like this. Ray faintly smirked. He admitted he was getting used to constantly being dragged into consecutive troubles. Ray is the quintessential protagonist login. Every single day, drama finds its way to him. He looked toward the majestic architecture of the academy and bitterly uttered, "But I never imagined there would be so many criminals hiding within the ranks of the academy's professors." He softly lamented the irony that a place considered the greatest educational institution in the world could harbor such dark truths. Ray confessed that frankly, this place was nothing like what he had envisioned before coming here. Hector clicked his tongue and admitted that it was understandable. After hearing that description, anyone would think this is a villain's server in disguise. He revealed 8,487. Some people even say the world. Kongi konoi ahansite ixtan. Alliance Academy is not actually an educational institution, but rather functions like a selection ground. No. They believe that the students were already strong before entering here, and those who graduate with excellence are simply because they were always that way. As for the professors themselves, they actually don't possess that much power either. Hector turned and asked, "What do you think?" Ray pondered, admitting that sometimes he also wondered about that. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Hector softly offered an apology. However, Ray asserted there was one thing he was completely sure of. "I have become stronger since coming here. Much stronger than when I was back in the village. It's not even comparable." He looked at the fallen leaf in the palm of his hand with a clear sense of confidence. Ray clenched his fist, believing that even if he couldn't trust the academy as an organization, there are still teachers here worth putting his faith in. Images of Professor Ariel and Hector surfaced as a testament to those words. Ray smiled at the professor and asked, "And that's enough, isn't it, Hector?" Hector looked at his student and silently thought, "You really are nothing like a student at all." He reminded him that the training program of the academy only truly becomes brutal from this point forward, while everything Ray had done so far was essentially just light conditioning. Merely a warm-up phase. Hector firmly asserted. You will become much stronger from now on. Ray faintly smirked, his red eyes flashing with an ambitious gaze as he concluded. That is exactly my plan. A while later, the silver-haired professor gathered all the students and offered praise for their efforts during the recent event-filled field trip at day. He announced that with that trip, the entire class had officially completed their basic physical training phase, and now it was time to move on to a completely new stage. However, before explaining the details, he wanted to show the freshmen clearly the objective they are required to achieve. Ray quietly stood among the crowd, his red eyes showing a high level of focus. The professor walked toward a massive steel pillar with a diameter up to 145 mm. Suddenly, he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and swung a lightning-fast strike with terrifying power. In just a split second, the rock-solid block of steel was cleanly sliced in half effortlessly, leaving a perfectly smooth cut before the astonishment of everyone. Looking at the block of steel rolling on the ground, he clearly declared, "Slice through this cleanly with a single strike, and you will be qualified to advance to the second year." He coldly warned, "If you do not achieve this goal before the end of the semester, everyone will be expelled." "Lonia?" the students asked back in shock. "Expelled?" The professor casually revealed. "Every year, about half of the students are weeded out, because they cannot pass this challenge." Ooh. Faced with a female student's anxiety about her future after expulsion, he reassured her. In reality, very few people actually graduate from the World Alliance Academy, so it's not something to be overly concerned about. He explained that their path after being expelled would depend on the academic year in which they left. If expelled in their first year, they would usually transfer to a normal academy in their hometown. There, those considered failures here would instantly become absolute monsters, easily skipping grades and consistently topping the entire school. He presented a highly pragmatic hierarchy diagram. Those expelled, 8,576 from this place, still stand at the pinnacle of the elite. Kai nai vi dandejin trendonawao tao si ai ka chi chiu krong. Royal academies, far exceeding the level of ordinary students or the general populace. The professor explained that if they chose to work instead of transferring schools, they would usually join the Royal Guard as elite swordsmen. A student exclaimed in amazement, "You can join the Royal Guard right after being expelled?" He asserted. "From the moment you were accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you ceased to be ordinary people in the eyes of the public, even though you might be considered inferior compared to the other monsters here. You are still top-tier geniuses." Nah. After hearing that, the students suddenly felt like their CVs were shining as bright as headlights. Ray silently marveled, just as Master Ariel said, "The place that suits me is this academy. The gap between this place and the rest of the world is insane." Instead of worrying about being expelled, he demanded the students focus on slicing through the steel pillar before them. A student doubtfully asked if it was truly possible to slice through this thing, and encouraged by him to just try and see, he tremblingly took the standard sword and gathered his strength to prepare for the strike. He mustered all his might to unleash an extremely powerful slash. However, the moment the sword touched the steel pillar, it created a terrifying recoil. The blade bounced back, sending him tumbling backward and screaming in agony, because his hands were so severely shaken that they went numb. The professor looked down coldly. He reminded him that failing to cut through it was fully expected. But dropping your sword is unacceptable. A swordsman must always grip their weapon tightly, even when close to death. Looking at the steel pillar, Ray silently wondered if there was any rule regarding the type of sword to be used. He was confident that if he used the sword Professor Ariel had given him, he could slice it in half with just a simple swing of his arm. As if reading those thoughts, he asserted, only the Academy's standard swords are allowed to be used. At the same time, he looked at Gray and assessed. However, in your case, perhaps you could pass this challenge right now. Ray thought to himself that if he used that dark power, he could easily pass this challenge instantly. But if this is the requirement to advance, it means it must be achievable, without having to rely on that source of power. Ray looked at his hand, a bold idea coming to mind. If I can combine that technique with my own ability, an image of liquid ether, the terrifying destroyer, surfaced in his mind. Believing that he could even reach his level, Ray clenched his fist with determination. He reminded himself, I need to become even stronger. Meanwhile, Professor Hector continued his lecture. He guessed the students were wondering if a steel pillar like that could truly be sliced with a sword, or if they were forced to possess an inhuman power like Ray's just to make it to the second year. Hearing this, the students began to suspect they had chosen the wrong game difficulty. Leonhardt and the other students listened intently, as the professor posed the question of whether they had ever wondered why the professors and second-year students were so much stronger than them, even though their physiques weren't much different. The main reason is the conduction of life force. It is whether you can channel the life force that every human possesses into your sword or not. Neo and me. Ray was stunned when he heard this concept. He recalled having heard about it in his previous life. Life force, also known as ether, was originally used to refine hyper-compressed ether. Ray realized that the World Alliance Academy must have definitely developed a technique to apply that to swordsmanship. He anxiously wondered if they would be taught how to use it right now. The professor casually announced, Fortunately for you, in this day and age, you don't need to understand those complex theories to be able to use it. Why? He raised the sword high and explained, This magic sword that drains life force will forcefully drain your life and channel it directly into the blade. Once you are used to this feeling, you can also channel life force into a normal sword. He casually asked if anyone wanted to come up and try it, but the terrifying name of the weapon made the students below tremble. A male student fearfully blurted out that he would never touch something with such a horrifying name, while the female student next to him was also flustered, wanting someone else to try first to observe the situation. Ray looked at the sword with a look of skepticism regarding its bizarre name, but he told himself, if this thing helps me become stronger, then it's worth taking the risk. No. Ray's eyes light up at forbidden items more than maxing out game graphics. Just as Ray was about to raise his hand, someone else quickly stepped forward, leaving him stunned to realize it was Leonhardt. Leonhardt carried a fierce determination. He bitterly recalled his own helplessness when attacked by the Aqua lizards, Deutsch. Leonhardt told himself that as the top student, being so pathetic meant he would never be able to catch up to Ray. The professor silently assessed that Ray would definitely be able to endure this challenge without any issues. But that won't help. Serve as an example for the other students. None. Therefore, he decided to call Leonhardt's name, give it a try. Leonhardt decisively replied, Yes, sir. The moment he touched the weapon, Leonhardt was shocked to clearly feel Source of awe energy in his body being drained at a frantic pace. Boys. The professor immediately gave a serious warning. You must not hold that sword for too long. The moment you take it, execute a trial slash immediately. After that, sheath the sword and let go. Leonhardt gritted his teeth, gathering his strength, and replied, Yes, sir. Then he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, unleashing a thunderous slash with a roaring shout, aiming straight at the steel pillar. The sword embedded deeply into the steel pillar, creating large cracks. Leonhardt panted heavily, utterly amazed by the terrifying power he had just unleashed. Although he still couldn't completely slice through the steel block, he couldn't believe that powerful slash actually came from himself. However, just as Leonhardt began to harbor the intention to conquer this power, his expression suddenly changed, and he collapsed onto the arena floor before the absolute shock of everyone. Amidst the silence, an anxious shout rang out, Leonhardt! Leonhardt! He groaned in pain as he collapsed right on the arena floor, his hands still trembling as they tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The surrounding students frantically rushed over, calling his name in extreme anxiety. The professor calmly walked over to reassure everyone. Don't push yourselves too hard. In the beginning, everyone will experience a condition like this. Just let him rest. A student fearfully looked at the professor and asked, Professor, Brent, what is really going on with this? He explained that the depletion of life force was only temporary. Just a short rest, and well, Leonhardt will be able to stand up. You tell. He looked down at the student who was gradually regaining consciousness and couldn't help but praise. You didn't even let go of the sword. The standard of the top student really is different. Right after that, the professor turned to look at him. Gray defiantly, by the way. Gray, do you want to give it a try? Without a moment of hesitation, Gray decisively replied, yes. That decisiveness left the surrounding students utterly stunned. He saw that scene and still didn't hesitate at all. It's not just skill. His determination is truly on a completely different level. Ray stepped forward and took hold of the magic sword. He instantly felt a strange surge of energy, drawing the gleaming blade from its sheath. Ray silently assessed it. Truly feels like something is draining my strength. This is definitely not something a person can endure for too long. Ray. Standing before the massive steel pillar, Ray focused intensely and softly uttered, Let's begin. A shocking explosion occurred as the blade collided head-on with the solid steel block, creating bright sparks all across the arena. The blade sank deep into the steel pillar, leaving large cracks around the point of impact. Ray gripped the hilt tightly, sweat pouring down as he shockingly realized the harsh truth. This feeling is completely different from drawing a regular sword. It feels as if all the blood in my body is freezing over. So this is what it means to have your life force drained? We know one door. The professor couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen a freshman not drop to their knees immediately. I agree all. It seems there really is a difference in quality among the students. Ray silently felt that he was still doing quite well compared to expectations. He wondered if it was because, thanks to the harsh training of the professor or not, memories of his body being destroyed and enduring continuous injuries flooded back. Ray told himself, perhaps my body is already too used to being tormented, which is why my endurance is so resilient. Seeing his student still standing firm, the professor excitedly suggested, Ray, do you think you can do it one more time? Ray decisively replied, I'll try. Gathering his strength, his red eyes focused intensely to execute the next slash. However, the moment he started to move, Ray shockingly realized his limits had hit rock bottom. It's no use. This is impossible. Pain and exhaustion rushed in like a storm. Ray clearly felt his consciousness fading. He tremblingly gripped the hilt, sweat pouring down in absolute helplessness as his body no longer listened to his commands. Ray gritted his teeth and told himself, "At least let me sheath the sword first." He forced himself up, gathering the last remaining shred of his strength to complete the final act of a swordsman. With his hands trembling violently, Ray managed with great difficulty to slide the blade back into its sheath. The clicking sound of the sword locking into the sheath rang out, which was also the moment he completely lost all strength and collapsed face first onto the arena floor. The professor walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. "I was only half joking. I didn't expect you to actually push yourself that far." Looking at his motionless student, the professor thoughtfully admitted, "But now I understand why you were able to reach that level of power at this age, while Gray and Leonhardt were still lying motionless to recover their physical strength." The professor casually suggested the class take the opportunity to chat for a bit. He pointed toward the split steel pillar and asserted, "As you can see, swordsmanship that utilizes life force possesses an incredibly terrifying power. Even someone holding this sword for the first time can destroy a steel pillar to that extent." He emphasized that the World Alliance Academy is the only institution that teaches this technique, something you will never find at any other dojo or national academy. The professor suddenly posed a question. "Does anyone know why?" A female student hesitantly guessed. "Is it because if we abuse life force, we will lose our lives, sir?" He immediately denied it and revealed a surprising truth. No one has ever been killed by this sword, because once you no longer have the strength to swing it, the sword will automatically stop draining your life force. Lying flat on the floor, Leonhardt silently speculated, "Is this sword really a rare item, then?" Hearing that, the professor leisurely paced around and continued, "It is indeed a rare sword. But that's not the main reason. There are about 30 swords like this in the academy, and there are similar ones outside as well. When humans used them in the past, to practice it led to countless tragic deaths, forcing outside organizations to stop using them." The professor looked toward his two struggling students and explained thoroughly, "If you cannot move on the battlefield, then even if the sword doesn't drain your life force, the enemy will still take your life. If you stand still during combat, you automatically become a free punching bag." He asserted, "To use this power in actual combat, the absolute prerequisite is that you must maintain your mobility after swinging the sword." Ray forced himself to sit up, his red eyes looking directly at the professor as he concluded. "And basically no one outside. The academy can do that, right?" Looking at his student's sharp insight, he faintly smirked with absolute satisfaction. "A perfect answer," he sternly reminded the class, "that only being able to activate the power a single time is completely meaningless. Using a skill once and then passing out is no different from a firework," he asserted. "You can only truly master it when using the magic sword becomes your second nature. He warned that if they fail to do so, the students will be dominated by this very power, instead of controlling it. And that is exactly how countless swordsmen lost their lives in the past." The students began to stir anxiously. "Do we really have to use something so dangerous? So that means all second-year students can use it?" Sheathing his sword, the professor clearly declared, "That is why you will have to learn to use this source of power as a matter of course. Nanum. He announced the class would begin practicing with these swords in the next session and allowed them to freely practice after hours. The professor didn't forget to leave a sarcastic reminder. Just don't pass out and end up late for your other classes. The students gradually dispersed from the vast arena, leaving Gray still sprawled out on the floor. Gray lay stretched out on the ground, his breathing rapid and exhausted. Just as I thought, he told himself. I must find a way to use that source of power in the most normal way possible. Because if I keep collapsing after just one swing, then I will become completely useless. Ray raised his hand to cover his eyes, and in his mind appeared the image of the chained gate leaking, the red dark energy. And the same applies to that thing. My own ability. Memories of the times his power erupted and caused him to collapse instantly came back to haunt Gray's mind. He bitterly realized that if things continued like this, he would always need a recovery mage constantly by his side. Gray clenched his fist with determination. At least I must make my body endure one of those two sources of power. Looking toward the majestic towers of the academy under the blue sky, he silently asserted, coming to this academy was truly the right decision. There's no better place to become stronger than here. An ambitious smile played on Gray's lips, his red eyes flashing with an intense aura. He formulated a crazy hypothesis in his head. If I can combine this source of life force with my own inherent power. Gray narrowed his eyes calculatingly, silently wondering, what exactly will that transform into? What kind of monstrous power will it become? At training ground number 2, under the glowing red sunset, Ray was diligently practicing alone among the towering stone pillars. Ray breathed a sigh of relief after a strike, silently calculating a 3-minute rest for every swing. With this method, my life force recovery rate is barely enough to compensate for the consumption, making the training extremely inefficient. Farming like this would make even a mana bar cry. However, Ray slightly narrowed his red eyes, clearly feeling the progress, but I feel like I am finally starting to grasp that sensation. No. He stared at the sword in his hand, wondering, is it time to experiment with a regular sword? Ray knew well that if he kept going without resting, his body would definitely collapse from exhaustion again. But I don't want to lose this feeling while it's still lingering in my body. No. Ray gripped the hilt tightly with determination. Suddenly, a shout of "Wait up!" rang out from behind, making him turn around in surprise. A classmate ran over breathlessly. Ray asked blankly, is something wrong? He quickly explained that Professor Ariel had requested to be present when he used the life force magic sword by himself for the first time. The classmate suggested, Gray, please wait a moment while I go call the professor. Gray nodded slightly. All right. However, he couldn't help but wonder, But isn't she really busy right now? The image of Ariel, buried under a pile of paperwork, appeared, looking exhausted, making Gray doubt whether it was appropriate to just casually call her over like that. The classmate then revealed Ariel already predicted that today Ray would grasp that sensation, so she proactively cleared her schedule in advance. Hearing this, Ray just wanted to ask if she was using game hacks. Ray shockingly realized his master's terrifying ability to see into the future. So she even predicted the exact timing for me to grasp that sensation, just as expected from the clairvoyant Ariel. Stepping forward alongside a completely cloaked stranger, she softly said, Sorry to have kept you waiting. Please continue your training. Gray glanced at the mysterious figure behind her with deep suspicion. "Who is that?" Ariel casually explained that because Gray had accumulated quite a bit of fatigue, she brought this person along to be ready to treat him should any accident occur. Ray nodded. "I see. I'll rely on them if needed." He stepped toward the stone pillar, requested to warm up with the life force draining magic sword once more to find that feeling again. Ariel smiled and agreed. "Of course, I will just stand here and observe. So go ahead and do as you please." Ray softly thanked her, then gripped the hilt tightly, and stomped his foot hard to gain momentum with absolute decisiveness. A powerful swing of his sword came crashing down, creating a shocking explosion that shattered the stone pillar into pieces. Ray silently marveled. This is it. This feeling. He understood that he just needed to replicate that exact same feeling when using a regular sword, Manhwa. Standing under Ariel's sharp gaze, Ray drew his standard sword, his red eyes, focusing intensely on channeling the life force from deep within his body. Suddenly, a deep blue spiritual energy erupted violently from his heart, weaving through his blood vessels and flowing along Gray's arm. The source of wide energy was so powerful that it made his muscle fibers tense up and seem on the verge of bursting. Before Gray could even process what was happening, his body went into code red mode. His eyes widened in shock as he felt an abnormal transformation going completely out of control. He could only blurt out in terror, "Huh?" Ray shockingly realized that the surging flow of energy was not ordinary life force. This isn't life force. Is it another power inside me? His red eyes constricted as he felt his life force and that mysterious power blending into each other. From deep within his mind, the chained gate shook violently alongside a roaring shout. "Give me more!" Strands of dark energy began to leak through the gaps of the door. An explosion of glowing red dark energy erupted, engulfing Gray's body. In the chaos, he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Damn it! My life force is being pulled out automatically." Gray's face distorted in pain, his veins bulking visibly as he completely lost control. "I can't control it anymore." Witnessing a scene that had gone past the limit, Ariel coldly ordered the assistant standing next to her. "I'm sorry, but you know what you have to do." The person decisively replied, "Understood." A massive, demonic arm composed of dark energy extended menacingly, but it was instantly shattered into pieces by the strike of the assistant. The ghostly entity began to crumble and gradually dissolve into midair under the pressure of the collision. The final strand of dark energy eventually dissipated completely. Ariel crossed her arms thoughtfully. Yes, I predicted this would happen. He assessed that special powers inherently do not harmonize well with ordinary life force. The white-robed professor softly agreed. It seems so. Ariel revealed that even many past specially admitted clairvoyant students had also struggled to harmonize life force with their unique abilities. At this moment, the professor slowly removed her hood, revealing a refined face with long green hair and pointed ears. That was Raffalicia, the professor specializing in recovery magic. Raffalicia began to cast her magic, but she couldn't help but wonder because Gray's recent power was truly too abnormal. A deep blue spiritual energy enveloped the wound, causing the blood to instantly stop flowing. Rafa focused with high intensity to activate a special recovery magic called forced regeneration, forcing the destroyed cells and bones to restore themselves immediately. Under the impact of the great magic, Gray's arm quickly returned to its original, intact state. Rafa softly sighed and announced that the process was complete. Witnessing that profound medical capability, Ariel couldn't help but marvel. Your forced regeneration magic is always impressive. Every time I see it. Rafa smiled modestly. She admitted she was very glad. She had switched to the recovery specialization, and it was all thanks to Ariel recognizing her talent early on. Before leaving, Rafa instructed, Ariel, call me if any complications arise. At the same time, she predicted Gray would wake up in a few hours. Ariel softly thanked her. A while later, Gray slowly opened his eyes. Amidst the quiet space of the infirmary, and shockingly wondered, where on earth am I? Ariel gently confirmed, Are you awake? Ray looked toward his master and softly called out, Professor Ariel. Ariel was sitting by the bed, leisurely peeling fruit. She calmly asked if he remembered what had happened. Ray silently recalled that horrifying moment. He shockingly realized that when he tried to activate the life force sword, the power in his arm went completely out of control and entirely drained his very own life force. After that, the assistant severed my arm to stop it. He tremblingly admitted that after that moment, he couldn't remember anything else. But the miraculous thing is that my arm is completely healed again. Ariel casually peeled the fruit and remarked, Your memory seems to be fully intact. She sighed and revealed that the exact scenario she was worried about had ultimately truly happened. What do you mean by that? Ray asked while chewing, looking at his master with deep suspicion. Did you know this would happen? Ariel softly shook her head. She explained that she didn't know exactly, but a similar incident had happened once in the past. Nani? Ray asked back in astonishment. In the past? Ariel nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was when Ami White tried to use life force. She revealed. That is precisely the reason I decided I absolutely had to be present when Ray began practicing this technique. No. Hearing that familiar name, Ray's eyes widened in shock. Ami White? The image of the heroic sword Saint Ami White in her silver armor surfaced in his mind. Even the sword saint went through this? Nah. Ray asked back. So what happened in Ami White's case? The teacher revealed a shocking truth. Because she couldn't withstand this mixed power, her arm exploded. Adi. Hearing that, his face went completely pale. Lucky for me, when my arm got severed, there was someone to help it regrow. Otherwise, I would have ended up one arm. 9,163, the teacher continued. Kogyao ka ti. Later on, I used a type of covenant magic to suppress Ami's power. No, I didn't see. I gradually loosened the covenant magic during training, and eventually, Ami was able to awaken her life force without needing the covenant anymore. However, Ray's case is different. Covenant magic is not suitable to suppress his foreign type of power. The teacher held her head and sighed in helplessness. For the time being, she still hadn't found a way for Ray to use life force. His power is too anomalous. Currently, there is no precedent or formula to reference. Maybe they should just name this condition after Ray. That might actually work, guys. 9,181. Unexpectedly, Ray suddenly made an incredibly shocking proposal. Then what if I have someone sever my arm every time it goes out of control, and then have them use recovery magic on me? Would that work? The teacher asked back with a worried expression. Do you really want to do that? Faced with his teacher's skeptical attitude, Ray made a highly confident declaration. He wanted to become even stronger. No matter how risky it was, as long as it was effective, he would absolutely do it. Knowing she couldn't stop a reckless guy like him, the teacher had no choice but to agree. I understand. I figured you would say something like that. I will arrange for the recovery magic and find someone to perform the surgery on your arm. The teacher even carefully gave a thorough warning. I will instruct the observers here to immediately sever your arm. If anything goes wrong, regenerating the arm might drag on until the next day or even longer. But you definitely won't lose your life. It will be a training process, so painful that it's hard to imagine. However, the way she looked at Ray was filled with complete trust. I will cheer you on until the very end. The next day, after his injuries had healed, Gray went back to the field to practice his swordsmanship. But after practicing for just a short while, he already realized there was something unusual about the sword in his hand. Ray stared in shock at the steel block that had been sliced completely in half. He stammered, wondering, "This isn't some kind of mistake, is it?" He stared intently at the sword in his hand, sweat pouring down in sheer astonishment. Not letting himself hesitate, Ray gathered his strength to unleash another flash-like slash, easily cutting apart another steel block that was floating in midair. After the strike, Ray fell onto the floor, completely exhausted, his hand still tightly gripped the weapon to steady himself in the empty arena. Ray let out a forced smile, silently marveling. It's much easier than I thought. He realized that instead of trying to focus on that feeling, he just needed to repeat it until his body executed it as a natural reflex. However, Ray understood that everything was still far from over. He told himself he must continue to swing this life force magic sword even more. He made a firm resolution to train until this technique became his second nature, rather than just a mere special move. Ray stood up abruptly, raised the sword high, and shouted out with absolute determination, "Let's do this!" Witnessing that scene, two students standing nearby couldn't help but feel skeptical. One softly wondered, "Hey, didn't that slash just now look a bit off?" The other was also deep in thought, agreeing, "Yeah, it feels a bit different from the professor's version." As night fell over the academy, a banquet table piled high with sumptuous dishes ranging from steaks and fried eggs to sandwiches was laid out beautifully under the lights. Stacks of empty plates began to tower high on the dining table. Ray was devouring the food like a ravenous beast, leaving his classmates completely frozen in disbelief. A classmate stammered, "How can he eat that much?" Leonhard crossed his arms, observing with a satisfied smile. He silently assessed. That is indeed Ray's style. He seems to have completely mastered the life force. Magic sword. Nayande. The classmate curiously pressed for the meaning of those words. Leonhard leisurely explained that recovering life force consumes a massive amount of the body's energy. The fact that Gray can take in such a massive amount of food proves he successfully executed the life force drawing technique countless times during his practice session. Yes, said Porter, looking at Gray devouring a large meat bone. A female classmate suddenly had a shocking realization. She tremblingly questioned herself. So that means if he keeps swinging that magic sword. Her eyes lit up with absolute excitement. She eagerly asked Leonhard, "Can you eat as much as you want without ever getting fat?" Leonhard could only sweat profusely as he confirmed, "Yeah, basically that's how it is." However, he didn't forget to remind her that practicing without life force is much more severe than any ordinary physical exercise, as it can easily drain one's strength and cause a swordsman to collapse instantly. Ray quietly finished his meal in silence. An announcement from Professor Ariel suddenly echoed throughout the cafeteria. First-year student Rayleigh of the swordsmanship course, please report to Professor Ariel's office immediately. Ray paused with deep suspicion, silently thinking that being called out specifically over the loudspeaker like this was extremely rare. Something significant must have definitely just happened. The moment Gray stepped into the office, Ariel was already waiting with a stern expression. "Thank you for coming. I called for you because there's an extremely urgent matter regarding your training." "No," Ray anxiously asked back. "An urgent matter?" Ariel handed him a mysterious document. Ray read the words inside in complete shock. "Student Grayley, you have been chosen to participate in the prestigious clairvoyant special training course. No. The detailed schedule will be provided 12 hours before it begins. Nay. Please always remain in a state of readiness. Enter actual combat immediately. None. I pray for your survival and growth." Signed, an anonymous clairvoyant Professor Tartar. Ray muttered in astonishment. "Special training?" Ray hesitantly asked his master. "If they require me to be ready for actual combat at any time. Is it really as dangerous as a real battle, ma'am?" Ariel clasped her hands together, her eyes glowing with intense pressure as she asserted, "Yes. In reality, it's only training in name. They will throw the top students into life-or-death situations, without any support whatsoever, and force them to fight their own way out to survive. Nay, it is an incredibly brutal event." Ariel revealed that in the past, participants were teleported directly into criminals' dens, teeming with corrupt mages. They were absolutely not allowed to return until they had completely wiped out the enemy, without any reinforcements or support whatsoever. Ray asked back in shock. "Teleported directly into a criminal hideout. Do people actually lose their lives in this?" Ariel looked at him coldly and confirmed a harsh truth. "Of course. In fact, less than half of the participating students managed to make it back alive. Now," Ariel lowered her voice, revealing a horrifying fact. "There were years when not a single soul made it back alive. Even among the high-ranking officials. This training carries such a bad reputation that it has been suspended for the past 15 years. No HI. Yet, for some reason, Gray ended up being chosen." Looking at Gray's shocked expression, Ariel made an unexpected offer. "Do you want to decline this training?" She explained that normally, once chosen, there is no turning back. But, as the guardian of a specially admitted clairvoyant student, she possessed enough authority to decline it on his behalf. Ray softly spoke up. "Please wait." Despite knowing full well the danger, he thoughtfully calculated, "If something so risky still exists, doesn't that prove it truly brings results?" He clenched his fist, his red eyes looking directly at his master as he pressed. "If I get through it, will I become stronger?" Ariel half closed her eyes and coldly advised, "You should give it up." Ray didn't flinch at all. He posed a counter-question from her perspective. "Do you think I won't be able to survive?" He decisively declared that if Ariel believed he would die, he would immediately withdraw from the training. Ariel's clairvoyant eyes gleamed with a deep blue flow of magic, as she saw through everything and calmly admitted, "No, my judgment says you will survive." She walked with great majesty and asserted, "Anyone can clearly see the fact that, in the history of the Academy, rarely has a first-year student ever reached the level of power that Gray currently possesses. None." Ariel lowered her voice. "Even so, there were still those who lost their lives. No, it wasn't just dying. They truly sacrificed themselves." Her clairvoyant eyes glowed hauntingly behind her monocle. Ray broke out into a cold sweat as he anxiously asked, "Did something happen in the past?" Ariel looked into the distance and began to recount. "A very long time ago. About 400 years ago, 2 specially admitted clairvoyant students were chosen to participate in this training. And now," she continued, "they also belonged to the swordsmanship course just like you, and both were outstanding geniuses of the first year. Hearing the number of 400 years, Ray was stunned, sweat pouring down from the shock. 400 years ago? He stared in shock at the master before him and silently questioned, "Just how old on earth is she?" Ariel lowered her head, her voice heavy with grief. "I believe they would be fine, so I sent them off with full confidence. Yet the outcome was devastating." She revealed the heartbreaking truth. One of them died, and their body was never even found. The other, although fortunate enough to return alive, lost an arm. With the recovery magic of that era, no one could do anything about it. Ray repeated in shock, "Lost an arm. For a swordsman. That is nothing less than a death sentence." He clenched his fist, recalling the time. His arm went numb during the entrance exam and silently shuddered. "I can't imagine having to live like that forever." Ariel crossed her arms, looking at Ray as she continued, "That is the usual outcome." But he was different. Faced with her student's bewilderment, Ariel suddenly asked, "Do you know about the one-armed swordsman Waduro Duran?" Ray thought for a moment and blurted out, "Waduro Duran. He was an extremely famous swordsman. In the past, wasn't he?" Ariel nodded in confirmation, yes. At that time, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and he was also one of the rare few who survived that training. She looked down at her hand resting on the list, letting out a soft, regretful sigh. If he still had both arms, there's no telling how much stronger he could have been. Ariel looked straight at Gray with a deeply worried gaze. "Now, do you understand how dangerous that training is? I don't want the same thing to happen to you," she firmly asserted. "I cannot let your talent be compromised. Not even a little bit." Ray was silent for a moment before softly replying, "I understand how dangerous it is. I don't want to participate in this training." Just as Ariel was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Ray suddenly hesitated. "But there is one thing bothering me." Ariel asked curiously, "What is it?" Ray's red eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light, as he revealed in a low voice, "From what I've heard, after losing his arm, Duran became much stronger than when he still had both arms." Ray looked deep into Ariel's eyes, proposing a bold hypothesis. So what if the real reason he grew stronger was actually because of that very special training? His question left Ariel stunned, her eyes widening in shock at her student's unexpected deduction. In her heart, she silently regretted, "Damn it! I shouldn't have mentioned that." Duran was the sole survivor. Seeing his master's face lose color, Ray triumphantly concluded, "It seems I guessed right." Ariel fell silent, then revealed, "Stasia is a notorious professor, one who has sent countless students to their deaths. Participating in his training is basically no different from agreeing to undergo Professor Varian's body modification surgery." He recalled that, before he went back in time, Bella Unbright was the strongest mage in the world. And if you just look at the results, Varian's surgery really did create an unparalleled entity. Standing before the death list, Ray told himself, if there's a safe path to getting stronger, I would obviously choose it. However, if gambling with my life can help me reach an even higher level of power, then perhaps this isn't such a bad deal after all. Ray clenched his fist, yet he still silently reminded himself that everything would be meaningless if he lost his life. So at all costs, I must make it back alive from that hell. Ariel softly called out Gray's name in worry, but the conversation was cut short by an urgent knock at the door. A messenger stepped in and announced, "You have a letter sent from Central Command," Ariel explained. "That's the term used for the most powerful figures who actually run this entire academy. Me. The contents of the letter began to dive straight into the issue. This is regarding Gray's special training. I have a feeling you will try to request its cancellation, so I am sending this secondary copy. There are 2 types of training. One only helps people reach a decent level of power, but many will survive. The other type, out of 10 participants, 8 will die. However, the 2 survivors will be stronger than all 10 combined. Before entering the training, which one would you choose? I choose the latter. The letter continued to deal a decisive blow. Therefore, under my authority, I am elevating this special training order to a special train. Directive from Central Command. The independent management authority you hold over the specially admitted clairvoyant spot only comes from the principal, the head of the education department. You do not have the power to oppose a special directive from Central Command. Consequently, you cannot prevent Gray from participating in this training. But I am very much looking forward to seeing how Gray will grow after this. For the further awakening of the students, and for the future of this world. Anonymous Professor, Stasia.org. Ariel stared at the paper in utter shock, sweat pouring down as she gasped in her mind. A special directive from Central Command? What on earth is going on? I've never heard of command issuing a special directive for a single first-year student before. Why would Stasia go this far just to force Ray into that training? Ray stood beside her, seeing his master's unusual expression and becoming worried. Ray spoke up, asking, "What's wrong, ma'am?" Ariel looked at her student with a gaze full of sorrow and despair. She softly uttered, "I'm sorry. It seems the only way to avoid this training is for you to drop out of school." "No." Ray silently took the letter, his red eyes reflecting a deep thoughtfulness as he stared at the fateful words. He silently told himself, if it's just based strictly on graduation results, this is the best academy in the world. Ariel looked out at the academy landscape under the night sky, her heart heavy with thoughts as she silently told herself, even though this is the best place, it is also the very place that has crushed countless geniuses. She questioned whether bringing Gray here under the special admission track was a mistake, because with that talent, he could absolutely succeed anywhere. Ariel had even considered using her connections to find him another master, should he decide to drop out right now. However, Gray decisively interrupted. "I won't be dropping out." Looking straight at the directive in his hand, Ray asserted, "If I die because of this training, then I wouldn't have been able to survive in this world anyway." Nah. Ariel let out a soft sigh. She realized any attempt to persuade him now was futile, so she disclosed a piece of good news to reassure him. She asserted that although Stasia's training was dangerous, the truth is that those who survive all become phenomenally strong, and most of the legendary figures from previous generations emerged from this very hell. Hearing that, Ray smiled faintly and replied, "You should have said that from the beginning, ma'am." Ariel glanced at him with a pout. She admitted that if she had said it earlier, he would have definitely rushed into it without a second thought, whereas she truly just wanted to stop him. Seeing Gray's steadfast determination, Ariel understood that all efforts to dissuade him had now become pointless. She could only let out a long, resigned sigh. Ariel looked at Gray with a gentle gaze and gave her final words of advice. "Just come back safely. That's all that matters." Gray clenched his fist, his red eyes flashing with confidence as he concluded, "That is exactly my plan." The list of students participating in the special training course was officially announced, including Graylin Leonhardt. From the first year, the top second-year student Luisino Hertman, and Ponspat, a student at the bottom of the third-year rankings, standing before the four highly skeptical students. The official coldly announced that Professor Vio Che Si LNH Lungtong Bao RNG Giao S.E. Stasia will not appear in person, and all of his orders will be communicated through a mysterious representative. The representative, fully cloaked in a hood, began to reveal the brutal details of the mission. The objective of this training session is to raid a human trafficking base run by the Black Drinker Organization, NIU, since their supply lines have been destroyed by other units. This base currently has no stock left, which means there will be no risk of civilian casualties. However, the representative emphasized that their opponents this time were not soulless training dummies, but a real criminal organization. Naturally, they will rush at you with the most frantic intent to kill. Finally, the representative's chilling assertion made the atmosphere in the room completely suffocating. The requirement of the mission is to eliminate them, down to the last man, and completely wipe out this facility. As the briefing concluded, when asked if there were any questions, Luisino Hartman spoke up with deep skepticism. I have a question. Doesn't this seem more like an actual military campaign than a training exercise? Representative casually admitted the Academy could absolutely hand this task over to professional soldiers, but the opportunity to fight and eliminate enemies in the flesh is extremely rare, and this will be an incredibly valuable experience. The representative also added a harsh truth. Even for seasoned military personnel, throwing a mere 4 people into a combat zone like this means the probability of returning alive is exceptionally low. Ponsbad, raising his hand tremblingly, anxiously asked if any professors would accompany them to ensure their safety. Facing death in an environment without any guarantees is precisely the core objective of this training. The hooded representative coldly declared that there would not be any safety measures provided for the students. Glanced at a student's necklace and said decisively, "The necklace you're wearing has defensive magic on it, right? That is also banned." He leaned down, looking at Ponsbad with intense pressure, asserting that third-year students surpassing professors in combat ability is by no means rare, so absolutely never look at the professors as combat support tools. The entire survival backup system has been turned off using absolute admin privileges. Ray shockingly questioned himself. Students stronger than professors? Are there any other questions? The representative asked amidst the suffocatingly silent atmosphere of the group. Seeing that no one spoke up, his eyes glowed with a magical star symbol, and he declared, "It seems not. You will be deployed to the combat zone in 2 hours." He ordered everyone to make use of this brief period to formulate a plan and prepare thoroughly. Luisino, Ponsbad, and the other members all showed visible signs of tension, while Gray clenched his fist, his red eyes flashing with a deadly aura, preparing to step into hell. Ponsbad flipped through the stack of documents and announced, "This is the data on our destination." Having just looked at it, he anxiously blurted out, "Damn it. We're about to plunge right into the middle of enemy territory." Ray looked at the map and wondered. "That's the hideout of the criminal gang, right? Is there no anti-teleportation barrier?" The mysterious representative smirked slightly in approval. "You catch on quick. The truth is, that place is normally sealed by a powerful anti-teleportation force field." He revealed that the Academy had found a loophole and destroyed it from a distance, while asserting that a barrier of B, that level would take more than 10 hours to re-establish. With a sinister smile that clearly showed a long scar on his cheek, he asked back, "Sounds like a good training session, doesn't it?" Ponsbad sweated profusely from the tension. He hesitantly proposed, to increase our chances of survival even just a little. Should we discuss tactics first? Luisino. Hartman immediately countered. He believed that, first of all, the group needed to confirm each other's abilities. Luisino explained that although Leonhardt and Gray already basically understood each other through sparring matches, Ponsbad still didn't clearly know what the actual strength of his juniors was like. Yet Ponsbad calmly kept reading his documents and replied, "Oh, it's fine. I just need to take one look to know." A highly confident answer left Luisino. Hartman staring in utter shock as he blurted out, Ponsbad coldly asserted that he himself was the strongest person on the team, and claimed that it would take at least 2 people like Luisino to even stand a chance against him. Ponsbad turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to drop an arrogant evaluation. As for Leonhardt and Gray, well, I guess they're on the same level as Luisino. Anyway, Ponsbad continued to arrogantly assert that although Luisino had a slight advantage in solo combat, that difference was negligible. Meanwhile, Gray silently evaluated. This confidence is insane if he's at the very bottom of the third-year rankings. His scores must be absolutely terrible, right? Paying no mind to his junior's skepticism, Ponsbad coldly challenged, "Want to try me?" He casually declared that he didn't need any protection when facing the first years, and second years telling them they could come at him at any time. Boot. Luisino could no longer contain his pride. He said decisively, "If you're that confident, then let's see it." D. Luisino drew his sword and rushed forward, unleashing a powerful attack aimed straight at his opponent. Yet Ponsbad stood completely still, his eyes hidden behind his hair, showing a terrifying calmness. Before executing a lightning-fast block, Luisino shockingly blurted out, "What?" As he felt the immense pressure from his opponent's sword, Ponsbad coldly commented, "Too light." He thought to himself that even the top students of his class, back when they were second year, students only reached this level. Instantly, Ponsbad unleashed a sword strike, carrying a massive wave of deep blue physical force. Luisino could only let out a painful scream, "Ah!" before being completely defeated. By the overwhelming power, Luisino collapsed onto the floor, his whole body covered in wounds and smoke after the terrifying attack. Witnessing this display of power, the hooded representative let out a subtle, amused smile. Ponsbad leisurely sheathed his sword. He turned to look at Gray and Leonhardt with a cynical gaze. "Do you understand now? Even the weakest third year, like me, will never lose to you second years. None do I mean." Gray looked at Ponsbad with a highly astonished gaze, silently questioning himself. This guy is the weakest third year. The gap between the second and third years is really this massive. Ponsbad casually spun the pen in his hand and continued, "Well, what I just said only applies if we are talking about ordinary life, forced swordsmanship." He looked at Gray deeply and asserted, "If Gray goes all out, I would definitely be defeated in a single blow." Gray asked back in astonishment. "So you already know about my power?" Ponsbad asserted firmly that there was probably no one left in this academy who didn't know. "You ended the 36-game losing streak of the first years in the interclass battles, after all. Nay, you didn't think people would forget that quickly, did you?" Recalling the image of himself, unleashing his power to the point that his body was ravaged in the past, Ray shockingly told himself. That story has already spread to the other grades. Ray's combat highlights had currently climbed to the top of Hop. The academy-wide bulletin board. Ponsbad strictly reminded him, even so. I heard your power has a very severe backlash, so perhaps we shouldn't rely on it too much. Aye? Ray looked down at his hand and admitted, if I use it at its maximum level, just assume that I won't be able to fight afterwards. Hearing that, Ponsbad advised, in that case, it's best not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Namulechi. If something shows up that even I can't defeat, while you've already collapsed beforehand, that's going to be a major problem. Ray replied decisively. I understand. The whole group stood silently in the room, preparing themselves mentally for the upcoming life-or-death mission. 30 minutes before the teleportation process was set to begin. The desk was still cluttered with maps and combat plans that had been laid out. Ponsbad leaned his hands on the table, intently observing the pile of maps and documents, then spoke up. All right. We have a rough grasp of the enemy's positions. He pointed his finger at the area with the darkest red circle and said decisively, this direction seems to have the largest concentration of forces, so I will take charge of it. Luisino looked at the remaining symbols on the map and wondered. The other 3 directions? It seems the number of enemy troops is also roughly equivalent. Oh, are we just choosing randomly? Ponsbad shook his head, denying it. No, not exactly. Based on each person's fighting style, he began to assign specific tasks. Luisino, you take this side. And Leon, you handle this direction. Zen. Despite a bit of hesitation, Luisino still nodded in approval. If that's what you think, Senior, I will comply. Leonhardt also decisively confirmed, understood. Then, suddenly, Leonhardt leaned in close to Ponsbad and questioned him about the final route on the map. By the way, does that mean Gray will be taking this path? Leonhardt's eyes gleamed with absolute seriousness as he pressed. Is there any particular reason why you're sending him there? Ponsbad thoughtfully explained that the terrain suited Gray's style best, but then he revealed a shocking truth. High-value targets on the wanted list. Ponsbad's gaze became sharp and cold, and he admitted they are extremely dangerous individuals, some of whom were even formally trained at this very academy. Nada. Leonhardt shockingly realized the true intention you intend to send Gray right to the location where they are most likely to appear. Don't you? Ponsbad let out a helpless sigh. Ha! It looks like I can't hide it from you. You've completely read my move. Ponsbad admitted, I believe there is a high-profile criminal on the file. Wanted list hiding within this training area. Nada. Luisino anxiously assessed if that's true. Then even if you, Leonhardt, and I joined forces, we wouldn't stand a single chance of winning. What now? Leonhardt looked over toward Gray and asserted firmly, the only person who can face them can only be Gray. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ray stood completely still, his red eyes flashing with a deadly aura. The final assertion echoed like destiny. You are the only one who can do it. A high-profile criminal on the wanted list. He understood that in this world, there existed individuals who possessed freakish strength, the kind of power that could wipe out thousands of elite soldiers with their bare hands. And once that terrifying power is used for criminal purposes, the results left behind are horrifying tragedies. That is the origin of those high-profile wanted criminals, the ones who walk on the rubble and fresh blood of countless victims. Woot. Ponsbad lowered his voice, explaining that even among those individuals, the gap in strength is incredibly massive. However, he asserted with absolute certainty that at the very least, They are still far stronger than the professors, who directly manage the first and second-year students. Ray shockingly questioned himself in sheer terror. Even those professors can't deal with them? If we actually have to face one of them head-on, we won't have a single chance of winning. No. Hansbad turned to look at Ray with complete seriousness and warned him that in the past there had never been a single special training session that went smoothly, and this is definitely not something you can get through if you still intend to hold back your power. I don't agree with this. He was concerned that if those high-profile wanted criminals were actually involved, then splitting up the team was an incredibly wrong move. When facing a stronger opponent, the whole team must mass together to create an advantage. Hansbad let out a tired sigh and pressed, "Look, even assuming you witnessed the scene of, Ray fighting one of those criminals, what exactly do you think you'll be able to do?" Hansbad asserted that when the gap in strength is too massive, sheer numbers no longer mean anything. He smirked, declaring a harsh truth. Monsters must be left to face monsters. Humans had best focus on fighting. Humans... Not as a bar. Leon fell into deep thought, then brought up a different perspective. He reminded him that Ray's power always comes with an extremely severe backlash. Even if Gray manages to defeat the enemy, he will fall into a state of total exhaustion and won't be able to defend himself afterward. Leon looked toward Gray and asserted, "Even if we leave the task of facing the criminal to him, once that guy is taken down, wouldn't that precisely be the moment we can actually be useful?" Hansbad raised his voice to remind them that everyone was underestimating the syndicate. While the enemies are countless, we have a grand total of 4 people. He asserted that if they gathered in one place, the whole group would be surrounded and wiped out in an instant. So the only way to avoid being caught all at once is to split up and act. Another person expressed worry. He believed that fighting alone would make it very easy to get ambushed from behind, and proposed they should divide into 2-person teams to support each other. Yet Hansbad coldly cut him off. "Oh, sorry about that. But, to be perfectly honest, I wasn't asking for your opinion." He reminded them of the gap in ability between the grades that they had just witnessed, asserting that it applied not only in combat, but also in strategizing. Faced with that overwhelming and dictatorial attitude, Leonhardt and Luisino could only remain silent, sweating profusely, completely subdued and forced to follow their senior's plan. Ray quietly observed and felt this wasn't a good plan. He questioned whether Hansbad was actually scheming something much deeper and further ahead. An announcement echoed. Only 10 minutes left until the teleportation magic activates. The hooded representative requested everyone to quickly double-check their equipment. "And the final plan right here in this room." Ray narrowed his eyes cautiously. He understood that internal arguing right before deployment was the worst possible move, so he had to suppress his doubts. Ray told himself that currently there was no other choice but to go along with this arrangement. He spoke up decisively, "I understand." Seeing that Ray had agreed, Leonhardt had no further objections either. The whole group quietly prepared themselves while the perfectly round moon outside the window seemed to signal that a night full of blood and fire was about to begin. Leonhardt looked at Ray with deep worry and asked, "Ray, are you sure about this?" Ray smiled faintly and replied, "It's not like we have any other choice anyway." He suddenly remembered his comrade's task and advised, "Hey, Leon, your area includes the medical storehouse, right?" When Leon confirmed, Ray earnestly requested, "If there is recovery medicine, Could you steal a few bottles? I want to be able to immediately get back into the fight. After using my power. Nandi. Faced with his friend's request, Leonhardt clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. Just leave it to me. I will bring them to you, even if it costs me my life. Right after that, the scene shifted to the inside of the human trafficking syndicate's base, where two guards were sluggishly cleaning up a gloomy hallway. 210 Lien Kan Dogang Dion DOP. One of them complained, "Oh my God, this is terrible." The other snapped and told him to stop muttering, because keeping watch in the hallway was still much better compared to having to clean up the warehouse area. The skinny soldier groaned and suggested they should just let the slaves clean it themselves. Then asked curiously if there was any remaining inventory left behind since the shipments had stopped coming. His comrade casually explained that all the inventory had already been used as test subjects or magical materials, because keeping them alive cost too much money and food. He added that keeping those products alive was a huge hassle since they always tried to escape. The other soldier flashed a sick smile, confessing that catching and torturing them in the streets was the best part. He revealed that normally they were only allowed to use whips, but if the slaves dared to run away, they could openly carry out brutal torture without anyone giving a damn. Honestly speaking, isn't that the only reason why we work here? He smirked triumphantly while wiping away the bloodstains splattered on the floor. His comrade standing next to him also burst out laughing in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. Their savage laughter echoed throughout the gloomy hallway, under the eerie, swaying lanterns. Suddenly, one of them stopped, completely alert. Huh? Did you just hear a strange noise? The other also began to feel uneasy. Yeah, I heard it too. What is that sound? But before he could finish his sentence, in a split second, the guard's head flew off his neck. The remaining guard was flabbergasted, staring wide-eyed as his comrade's headless corpse collapsed. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he quickly followed his buddy to the grave. That was Leonhardt. He had quickly closed the distance and finished off the enemies in total silence. Leonhardt opened the combat with a flawless assassin-style one-shot. Luisino Hertman looked at the corpses of the sinners with eyes full of contempt. Black drinker. They truly are as vile as the rumors say. Ponsbad coldly added, Good. That means we don't need to show any mercy when we wipe out these pests. Based on what those soldiers just said, he asserted, there are definitely no civilians left inside. Ponsbad decisively swung his sword to finish off a barely breathing soldier, and ordered, Kill everyone in sight. Ponsbad strictly reminded the team in a serious voice. Just like what I said before we came here. Stick to the plan. Luisino loudly replied, Understood. Ray, with his red eyes, also gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Leonhardt gripped his sword hilt tightly, preparing for the upcoming life-or-death battle. And Ponsbad loudly commanded, Begin the operation. Instantly, Ray dashed forward like a phantom, charging straight into the enemy's den. With an overwhelming aura of death, Ray rushed quickly through the gloomy hallway, his red eyes gleaming with a spine-chilling, killing intent. The guards immediately detected his presence and shouted, Found him! That is an intruder! One of them narrowed his eyes in utter disdain. Sneaking in here all by yourself. You really have a death wish. A thug with a sinister smile stepped forward. Let me handle this guy. I've been under a lot of stress lately, and I haven't had a chance to kill anyone yet. However, before he could even swing his knife, the sinner had already lost his head to gray, leaving his comrades frozen in fear. The gang stood frozen, in absolute shock as they watched the previous guy's corpse collapse onto the floor. Huh? What the hell just happened? Another thug, trembling and drenched in sweat, stammered how. Couldn't even track his sword strike. With the naked eye. Standing right in the middle of the encirclement, Ray maintained his cold demeanor, silently evaluating with skepticism. They are disappointingly weak. Is this a trap to make me let my guard down? Hearing the commotion, another large group of criminals flooded in. The leader bellowed, "Where is the intruder?" When they saw that only, Ray stood there alone. They began to laugh arrogantly, huh? There's only one guy? However, a soldier, standing in the back, suddenly noticed something unusual. His face turned pale as he pointed at Ray and screamed in sheer terror. "Hey, he's right over there." But before the man could finish speaking, he was instantly finished off by Gray with a single sword strike. A red-haired criminal was shocked to recognize the outfit he was wearing and tremblingly blurted out, "That's the uniform." The red-haired leader's eyes widened in horror as he recognized his true identity. He roared to stop his subordinates. "It's him! Hold on! Don't get close to him!" He warned them that if they kept charging in one by one, they would all be slaughtered in a split second. A subordinate wearing a headscarf asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong, boss?" But the only response was the terrified look on the leader's face as he realized that guy was. Right at that moment, a criminal from behind frantically charged forward with a scream. "Aye!" However, Ray remained as calm as if nothing was happening. And in a lightning-fast moment, Ray executed a brutally swift counterattack. He spun around, finishing off the attacker with a single fatal sword strike, leaving him no time to utter a word. The entire gang of criminals was horrified to confirm that he was a student from the prestigious World Allied Academy. Despite his fear, the headscarf thug still tried to reassure his comrades that no matter how strong he was, Gray was just a lone swordsman. He confidently declared that with their overwhelming advantage in numbers, they could completely surround and destroy him. The rest of them chimed in aggressively, drawing their weapons all at once and screaming frantically, "Charge! Kill that bastard!" Ray stood quietly in the center of the encirclement, ready to face the oncoming storm of weapons. The criminals rushed forward like moths to a flame. A mage roared, "Get out of my way!" He unleashed consecutive bursts of Egger bullets, aiming directly at Gray. Gray agilely slipped past to dodge them, his red eyes narrowing in suspicion. This Egger ammunition, it's completely different from the super-compressed Egger. He silently questioned himself. Is it really just the three of us, me, Professor Ariel, and Bella, who know about that magic theory? Witnessing the enemy's unfamiliar attack technique, he silently evaluated they are still too weak, not even worth worrying about. But it doesn't feel like they are holding back. Looking into the wildly glowing eyes of his enemies, Ray realized a chilling truth. Those eyes. They are truly determined to take my life at all costs. The subsequent attacks rained down, but Gray calmly parried them all. He noticed the sheer brutality in every single movement of his opponents. They didn't hesitate for a second to take a life. This way of moving is clearly that of people who are far too accustomed to killing. Based on the admitted killing intent, Gray estimated that everyone here had taken at least 10 lives. A criminal, wearing a white headscarf, rushed forward with a savage smile, swinging his sword right at Gray. However, in a flash, Gray finished off the attacker. The criminal was taken down instantly, before he could even realize what was happening. Ray stood quietly in the hallway, unable to help but wonder, however. Why on earth are they this weak? Ray closed his eyes, suddenly realizing his mistake. Every student in the academy has passed an incredibly brutal entrance exam. So, comparing these criminals to them is a disastrously wrong assumption. Even the weakest student in the class could sweep away this trash in an instant. Despite being heavily outnumbered, he confidently asserted that he could honestly complete this mission all by himself in just a short amount of time. All of the sinners had been taken down by him, leaving only the red-haired boss. He shouted in a panic, "Wait up! I have a proposition!" Ray looked at him with a cold glare full of contempt. He thought to himself that he didn't care about anything. This guy was about to say as it was bound to be nonsense. However, Ray suddenly changed his mind, thinking that he might be able to pry some information about the high-profile wanted criminal out of his mouth. The villain, NPC, immediately turned on emergency survival negotiation mode. The red-haired guy hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Yeah, it's not a bad deal, believe me. Someone like you could become one of the elite executioners of the syndicate." "No, Ray thoughtfully repeated. "Elite executioner? I've never heard of that before. Is it a good job?" The criminal excitedly asserted that it was the greatest job ever. Even the best position in the entire syndicate. He explained that most of the time there would be nothing to do. Only when intruders, who are too strong, show up do you need to eliminate them. "Ja, right, mehr, boss. Other than that, there's absolutely nothing to do." He added that the elite executioners were treated even better than the base leaders. Based on the power just shown, he guessed Ray was definitely a second-year student, and asserted that a second-year student from the World Allied Academy could easily hold this position at any small base. He narrowed his eyes frantically, promising fine wine and women whenever he wanted, asserting that life here was much better than having to endure the endless, hellish training at that damn academy. He urged, "Ray, abandon that place and join us right away." "Yeah, but runner." He smirked seductively. "There's no point in trying to climb to the top. If your goal is just to torment the nameless weaklings, then even my strength is more than enough. And but with power like yours, you can live like a king in the syndicate. Wow, what more could you possibly need? It's a lot of fun here. You know." He smiled sinisterly, asserting, "This place has, thrills that you will never find in the world above." "No." Ray coldly asked back, "So what if I refuse?" "No." Red-haired guy's expression instantly darkened as he threatened. "If you want to, killing us is all too easy. But you will end up dying as well." Ray narrowed his eyes cautiously as he heard him reveal, "The elite executioner in this hideout is much stronger than you. After all, he was originally a former third-year student from the World Allied Academy. Back when he was there, they said he was even stronger than the professors." "Ie," the criminal smirked, offering a brutal final choice. "Which one will you choose? Choose a royal life in the syndicate, or kill me and then die at his hands." Ray stood silently in the gloomy hallway, facing the high-pressure challenge from the enemy. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a like so Bear can bring you more great stories. Thank you and goodbye, everyone. TMR, TMBR, TMBIS, I'm Chidi.